You are now listening to the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
Hello and welcome back to The Disconnected, here on every Thursday night for Reconnected, this time once again with my dear friend, Mr. Daniel Cibener. Hello, sir.
Thank you, Ryan. Very well.
Great to see you again.
Thanks for having me.
Not everybody knows this, but some behind the scenes, Daniel is filling in at the last minute for somebody that could not make it. I'm very grateful that you could do this.
My pleasure.
We've got a lot to talk about this week.
So much. I got a beverage. It's not alcoholic, but I feel like I need some booze, but at least something to keep my throat lubricated, because we're going to be doing a lot of talking.
We've got controversies. We've got a lot of announcements from a lot of the major labels. We've got fun pickups and watches. A lot of crazy things to cover tonight. But first of all, how have you been since the last time you were here?
I've been good, man. I've been good. We got some nice fall weather in New York, so fall in New York is my favorite time.
I'm in that weird 10-day phase here where I don't have to have the AC or the heater on, and it's amazing.
My electricity bill appreciates it. You know, I just got the air purifier back there going, and I just leave the door to the bathroom open. I got the window. My main window is broken right now, so I gotta get some type of air filtration thing going. But yeah, things are going well. Just I keep planning to have a vacation, to like have days off. Right. And then I just keep pushing it back because it's like, no, I just got to get this done, and then I'll do it. Maybe in December, where like maybe my birthday, I'll take the time off, but we'll see. Yeah.
I'm supposedly on a working vacation this week, and family stuff keeps coming up, which does not help. So a lot of
vacation.
Hey, when you have like 19 jobs, that's kind of what you got.
I know. That's just every day. I mean, I don't know how it's different from your normal schedule.
Because the government doesn't ask what I'm doing when I don't talk to them for 10 hours.
Gotcha. So this is a vacation from your other job to do another
job that pays the bills. Yes.
I got you.
One thing that I do got to lead off with, and I don't really want to start on a downer note, but I want to give a short little tribute moment. Friend of mine, his name was Chris LaSure. He has been a friend of mine for a good 6 or 7 years. We met through Facebook groups. He is a huge, passionate physical media fan, and this is one of those online relationships that I've never spoken to the man. I've never had a phone call with him, but we have chatted over films, through messages for years at this point. Just found out that he suddenly passed away recently, and it crushed me because Chris was not much older than myself and was just working from home, and something went wrong and was literally gone the same day. Did not even get to see his kids that afternoon, and it hurts. Somebody in this community that I've been close with, I I didn't see it coming, and it's hard to lose track on, it's easy to lose track when you've got internet friends and you talk to 1,000 people every single day. But Chris has been great. He's always empathetic. He's somebody that was always there when needed. He always gave away some great pieces when he was selling stuff to other people. He was a great dude, and I just wanted to give a moment to shout him out and really just to point out to take care of yourself. His wife reached out to me, and one thing she told me that I never would have known about him, because of course he probably would not have admitted to this. She said in the entire time that they were married, which they have a kid that's like about to go into college. So they were married quite a long time. The entire time they were married, he never went to the doctor. He went to urgent care a couple times, and that's it. Please take care of yourself. Make sure that you're watching out for red flags, things that you should be, able to count on your body. If something's not working, do something about it. And I know that I've probably got some tendencies like that myself to just keep working and not get something checked out as soon as possible. So I'm going to be doing my best in his honor to take better care of myself.
Yeah, it's not just, okay if your 10 fingers and toes are working. Definitely, yearly physical. If you've got that insurance, use it. It's a free yearly physical. And just on a daily routine, take your vitamins. We don't get enough nutrition, so.
Ain't that the truth? Anyways, just wanted to give him his moment in the community. We are going to be doing some things to collect to send to his family. And on that note, for anybody watching live or listening to the podcast after I post this, I'm trying to get some people that would be willing to assist his family. If you are anywhere near Goshen, Indiana, and would be willing to assist somebody that I can tell the wife that I trust, please reach out to me. He had over 10,000 physical media items, and she told I didn't know this part about him. She told me he has about 40 cubic feet of Funko Pops that she just wants to get rid of. And at this point, I mean, she's widowed. They have 2 kids. I would love to see the community come together to help. And I know a couple years ago we had somebody go through a tragic emergency, and everybody came together, and we donated almost $4,000 to that family. So if anybody would like to donate, there is a PayPal donation link in my description below. Anything that comes through there for the next month, which I pretty much never get anything. So if you go through there, all of it will be going to the family for at least the foreseeable future. And anytime that I do give something to the family, it will be posted publicly so you can see how much was gone to the family. But the big thing is they need physical help. We're talking like in person, trying to see if we can get this collection sold for her, and it's going to be a lot of work.
10,000, my goodness.
Yeah,
I mean that's
like your apartment.
We were trying to have a genuine moment of silence for this person.
Chris would have appreciated that joke. It's all right.
All right. Well, then, if he would appreciate it, then take it out. It's true, and we'll get into that the repercussions of having a small apartment later when we have discussions, and you start judging me, and I tell you why. Don't judge me. But yeah, anyone who's like, I want to be buried with my collection, it's not happening.
Yeah, of course not. Let's get into it then. We've got pickups, recent watches. One of the big things is over the last however long since you were on last time, you got to go into the mini Criterion closet. Why don't we talk about that for a moment?
Let me grab it real fast because I didn't post it online. I got my photo taken in the Criterion
Nice.
closet.
The actual Polaroid. Love it.
The Polaroid. They took one as well, so they do have a copy for themselves. If anyone else lives near in the New York area, I don't know if you tried to do it as well, to over by Lincoln Center for the New York Film Festival, Criterion for their 40th. I'm assuming everyone got the email, but they have that mobile truck version of their closet. And let me tell you something. So it was 2 weekends, and the first weekend it was a torrential downpour. No one was expecting it. No one brought umbrellas, and people stood out in the rain. Hundreds of people for 10 hours to get into that thing. Both weekends, each of Friday and Saturday and Sunday, they had to cap the line at around 11 a.m. or noon at the latest because people got there as early as like 5 a.m. and camped out. And I think they were truly floored. I met Peter, who was the head of Criterion, and Sarah Beebe, who's the head of the art department for the covers. They went up and down the line throughout the day, just kind of talking, chatting with people. Super, super nice. Just kind of giving people like an idea of like, we don't know if we're going to make it to the end of the line. We're going to get you there. We're going to try. They were handing out the tote bags and pins and stuff, and just kind of talking to people who had any questions about Criterion. Very, very, very sweet people. And I think they were truly floored by it. They were not expecting it to happen. They were expecting like us, like you and me, to show up and be like, oh, I want to buy some Blu-rays. And this was like across the board as a physical media collection, as a physical media collector, to see everyone from like 14, 15-year-olds.
Right.
So when you the big guys at home with that. Stan, I did take 3 discs, and I'll get to those in a second. I'll tell you what I got. But everything from like to like 89-year-olds missed the memo about when Polaroids went widescreen. Exactly, right? It was one of those funky cool ones that all the kids use now because it's cool to use old stuff.
Right.
So the second Saturday, I had planned to go. I stood there for about 3 hours. Finally, I had to go. I went downtown to see my mom. I was like, by 6 o'clock, I was like, I have to go see my mom. I can't stay here any later. It's getting really dark earlier. I was like, I'm gonna go. And Peter's the head of Criterion says, "Oh yeah, come back. Try tomorrow." I'm like, "Okay, cool." I go back on Sunday after work. I get at 2:30, and no, line's already around the block. Like we capped it at 11 a.m. And one of the girls who's working the line for the New York Film Festival, she's helping out, and she goes, "Try and come back later. 9 o'clock. Like who knows?" I'm like, "Okay." So, pardon me. I go for a run, come back, stroll up. And she's gone, and the other guy there is just like, "Oh no, we really have to enforce the rules. Like we kind of capped the line." I'm like, "I understand." I'm like, "They told me to come back," and da da da. I'm just like, I'm standing my ground. Like I'm just gonna hang out. Can I just look at the truck? And he was kind of like, "Oh no," at first. And I'm like, he's like, "Well, let me see." And finally, like Peter comes back. He tells all the people behind me who started joining the line. He goes, "Yeah, we capped the line," or stuff like that. And he goes, "But you were here yesterday. You were here for 3 hours, and I told you to come back. So let me see what I can do." And so I hang by the line, and then a couple of minutes pass, and he comes back, and he goes, "You're in." I'm like, "Oh, thank you so much." So he's like, "Yeah, I told you I'd get you in." So super nice of him. Literally the last person to go into the truck. The unofficial last person. The guy in front of me was the official last person. So I wish I didn't put him on the show. I wish I had known Ryan that was going to be on the show. I would have kept him back on the show. So
you've known for a couple days, let's be honest.
You mean, I guess 2 days, whatever. Anyway,
yeah.
Anyway, I forgot that these were things that I had picked up. So I got the Complete Lady Snowblood. I got Tie Me Up, Tie Me Down. And I got the Van Leeuwen set, the 2 I Walk with a Zombie. Yeah, so I got that at 4K. And it was 40% off the listing price. So altogether it's like $90. So I was like, what? It's like, it's part of the experience. I don't care. I could have waited for the Barnes & Noble thing. You weren't made to buy anything. They're like, you don't have to buy anything. But I was like, you did all this. You got me in. I'll do it. It was a fun experience. I got to buy something. Say I took something out of the Criterion closet.
Well, and it's only a 10% discount more that you would have gotten. That's nothing.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, the thing is, once you go in there, and it was a little wider than the actual closet, but it is overwhelming. Once you step in there, your mind just goes completely blank. You can't, you're looking around, everything is so much. You can't find titles. You're not memorizing spine numbers. You're because you want to talk about something just like they do on the video. Right. And I'm like, where is this? And the lady who was there was so sweet. She knew everything. She had the list. She was going through everything. It was just it was really, really fun. I obviously, if I ever, God willing, get to go to the actual closet, I would plan ahead of time. I'd be like, okay, where's this? Where's this? Where's this? I know. Right. So overall, great experience. I smartened up the last time because I was on there and I couldn't remember anything. I have my list ready of movies I've seen. Well, you go first because I've been talking about Criterion. What have you seen?
Sure. I'll do recent pickups. I don't remember what was delaying it. I had an order in through Diabolic for 3 massive releases. And so I've been like twiddling my thumbs, counting down the days. So finally got in, Bringing Out the Dead 4K. This was the smallest of the 3 releases. Stoked on this. It's the Paramount Presents with the poster, of course. And the other 2 are both really huge. But of course, the biggest one from this year finally got in, The Hitcher. This thing is massive. It is heavy. It is crazy. But maybe the one I'm most excited about, sorry to everybody that loves The Hitcher, I got in the newest Curzon set, the Peter Stickland box set. And I've been wanting, I think 3 out of the 5, I didn't have the old releases, but they do a mostly good job with these box sets. Obviously, there's some things that they mess up, like not putting captions on English films sometimes, which is not great. But everything else is pretty solid. And beyond that, I got a little bit of a discount because Jesse messaged me and said, hey, we finally got your stuff in, and we went to put in the Curzon box, and it's damaged. And it's just this tiny little dent here. And he's like, do you still want it for a discount, or should I refund you? And he's like, I'm not going to complain. Just send it to me. So it's great. It's great.
Wait, can you hold it up again? I want to see that thing. It doesn't even look like a physical media box set. That looks like an Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yep.
That is massive.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. And then obviously the Hitcher is huge to compare the 2. That's for 1 title. And this is for like 6.
that is insane. But I'm so glad you got Bringing Out the Dead. I mean, I'm glad that title got announced.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
We're not even catching up to mine. I'm totally messing with you. You know what I'm talking about.
Of course.
Okay. You play dumb very well.
I do my best. Paul got the Curzon set in the Prime Day sale. Nice. Eric, you got a dinged Hitcher and can't find anything wrong with it. That's how Diabolic usually is. He knows that some people are going to complain like crazy. So
J card.
Let's see. Yeah, I really hope the Closet Tour makes it out of New York. That would be.
It is. I mean, they're going around. Yeah.
Tony just got both of those too. Nice. The texture of all the Curzon sets are crazy. It's like linen backed. It's wild.
Yeah, that was really.
Brian wants to know if the Curzon set has sold out. To be honest, I don't think any of the Curzon sets have sold out. I don't know. They don't announce how limited they are, if they're limited. They just keep kind of showing up in stock. So I bet it will be back at Diabolic or Orbit soon.
I never thought I'd see so many messages about Polaroids. People are hung up on the Polaroid thing. Yes.
All right, sir. What have you been watching?
Oh, what did I watch? Let's see. I really have tried to get my money's worth with the AMC A-list. I saw Saturday Night. Really enjoyed it. It's a fun movie. Everyone's been saying, yeah, but you don't really get any character development. You don't learn about. It's not what the movie is. It's just a fun time. If you've ever done a stage production, and you have opening night jitters, it's just. It's a walk and talk. It's a Altman film mixed with the walking and talking of Aaron Sorkin. It's great. The editing, the way they put this movie together, you feel the tension, the anxiety. I don't know how you planned out this movie and wrote for these real people and the people who play them. I'm not as familiar with all the work. Dylan O'Brien's probably the closest person I know as far as actors who was on it, but all of them. There's a guy who plays Billy Crystal, a young Billy Crystal. I've never heard a Billy Crystal impersonation. It was spot on. It's so it's just a fun time. If you like a nice hangout, if you're not going to learn anything from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it's the same idea. I didn't learn anything about them. It's a hangout movie. It's absolutely worth seeing. I saw We Live in Time.
I'm dying to see it.
Great performances. Not much to the movie. It's a tearjerker. That's about it. There's no science fiction to it. It's that idea of but they play it in the trailer as though it's this time swapping thing. There's no swap. It's just a story told out of order. There's no you know, we're here and then we're here and then we're here. There's none of that. But they're both amazing. You know,
It's a romantic Strange Darling. Then I get it.
don't get me started on Strange Darling. Don't get me started on that film. I saw, of course, Megalopolis. Next. That the movie is, I mean, again, we've talked about it on here with some people. If you like it, that's great. I'm glad you saw a different movie than I did. I love someone going with their vision. I just didn't even go along with the vision. Right. You know, even the visuals, like sometimes when it was like practical stuff and you shooting it, like stuff in New York, I was like, oh, that's a cool visual. But a lot of the stuff on the background was like episode 1 CGI. And it just felt like Jupiter ascending to me. I saw My Old Ass, which was a fun movie, but not what you think it's going to be. It's really kind of like a Nicholas Sparks movie. Right. If anything. Simon Mandible loving Megalopolis or?
Loving.
That's okay. I don't know. I'm not up on all the symbols, all the arrows.
It is the greater than symbol.
Megalopolis with or without the bonus. I think we did do the bonus, but I wasn't looking. I was in IMAX, and I don't know if that the projector. I don't know. I think we did, but I don't know if there was someone actually pretending to write down the answers from his interview. Do you know about this?
I do. I'm not sure how that was working everywhere.
I wasn't even looking for it. So I go to the back with IMAX so I can get as centered as possible. Right. So I wasn't even looking for it. I was just like, what am I still watching? I saw Salem's Lot on HBO, and that needs to be avoided at all costs. It's atrocious.
Too bad. I really wanted it to be good.
You know, the thing is that it's such a simple vampire story, and that's like, what else are you going to do with it? Like, it's really like, if you look at vampire stories now from when that came out, you're like, Midnight Mass did it better. Yeah. As far as a visual, I'm not debating. I'm a Stephen King fan till the end, but I'm just happy Aubrey Plaza has so much. Oh, Aubrey Plaza, she and Shia LaBeouf are in a completely different movie, and they're giving it their all. They are worth seeing. Where Adam Driver pauses. Okay, I do know it's like there's like a press conference, right? And someone comes out and does it, but I did think, I was like, why is he on the lower part of the screen? This giant IMAX thing. Watch the other induce vomiting. It's not. It doesn't even do that. What does induce vomiting is I did a back-to-back of Terrifier 2 at home and Terrifier 3 in the theater, and it's gross, but it's clearly fake, right? So it's just so over the top, and it's like I can easily do Terrifier more than I can do Saw. Self-inflicted wounds I can't do. Like the last Saw, the thing with the thigh, with the I could not do that.
Such a good scene.
I was gagging. I can't do that. Because then you can mentally imagine yourself doing it. Right. Whereas it's like Art the Clown, it's just like, this is so ridiculous. Like, skin doesn't tear like that. Bones don't just snap off like that's just not how things work. So it's like your brain just kind of makes believe. It's like, yeah, that's fake. Like, I can watch old like European horror where they're cutting limbs off. I'm like, that's fake. That's a fake one. Right. But Art the Clown is just, I feel like they should just do an animated Terrifier.
It would be great.
Because he's basically like the Minions without going like a Pink Panther type style of just, or like a before the movie do like one of those like 5-minute animated shorts of Art the Clown. You know, I think that'd be great. I think that'd be good. I'm an Art the Clown apologist. I'm still saying people should just be nicer to him.
I just got to see the first one.
Everyone that is nice to Art the Clown, he does not hurt. And then the moment people turn on him and start screaming in his face, he starts killing people. Just don't be mean to him.
I mean, I guess.
Real fast, because I know we have a long show. I'll just hold up my pile here, and I'll just hold it up for enough for people to see what I've picked up.
Love the Patriot.
Amazon, 2 for 3s.
Is that Jawbreaker?
Jawbreaker, yes.
Nice, love
price
it.
I was going to pay.
I'm unwilling to buy Kinds of Kindness yet.
You're unwilling?
Yeah, I feel like it'll get something better someday, maybe.
Oh, a better version.
Yeah.
Oh, because I got the price very lower. On deep discount, it's much lower. It's not 30. But, and then this one at the bottom here, I got through Academy.
Oh, yeah, that one you sent the picture of. Nice.
Yeah, it translates to The Devil's Girls. And apparently has a great review. And it's only available for like a lot more online. So I was like, I'll take a chance on it. Also, and I haven't opened it yet. I literally got it when I came home tonight.
Know what that is?
Yeah. Now I've never gotten this where it's like the Warner Brothers logo, like it's actually like directly from them.
Special box for that, yeah.
If they keep doing this with every Nightmare title, I would be on board. I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to put as much time and effort into like Dream Child, but I would be all for it. Or a box set. I want a Poor Things 4K so bad. Isn't there a Poor Things 4K overseas?
Not yet.
No? I'm sure they will. I could see Poor Things going to Criterion, honestly.
I mean, theoretically, yeah. Is
there
nice.
any Yorgos Lanthimos in Criterion? I don't think there is.
Not yet, no.
That's shocking. This is like you'd think like The Favorite or
it's all
it's
mostly been I think it's almost all A24 so far.
Oh, I thought Fox has some of it.
Only the last couple.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so recent watches for myself.
Yeah.
It's been a weird week. I watched for the first time as a 37-year-old Halloween Town, the Disney Channel original movie. Never saw it ever in my life. Did it for a podcast recording. That will be coming out the next like 24, 48 hours over on the Culture Cast with my friend Chris Dashew. And that was not a great movie when you're watching it with no nostalgia for it. It was pretty bad. Sorry for everybody that's going to hate me. The next thing, I watched, it's right here. I watched Bad Lieutenant. And I had thought that I had seen this when I was younger.
And
I definitely did not see this when I was younger. This was a very different movie.
I have not seen it yet. So
I didn't love it. Harvey Keitel is great, but just it's one of those Abel Ferrara's that's weird and not super engaging for me, at least. I didn't care about anybody. I mean, I don't want to give any spoilers, so I could say a lot, but it's just a weird one. Not what I was expecting.
I know we got full on Keitel.
Yeah, you definitely see some hog in that.
What is your favorite Ferrara film?
Oh gosh, that is probably a fairly close tie between The Addiction and maybe Miss 45.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen his Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
This is another one. It's been so long. I think I did. I'm not entirely sure.
It's Gabrielle Anwar.
Probably not. There's so many Forrest Whitaker movies. Anyways.
You should. It is really good. That one I saw back when I was younger. Obviously, I had a major crush on Gabrielle Anwar, as everyone did back in the day. But it's really, truly terrifying. It still holds up. Like, there's a moment. This isn't like a spoiler, because at some point in a Body Snatchers movie, someone does this.
I'm shocked.
When this happens in the movie, the score kicks in, and it is just, the sound is just, it still gets under my skin when it happens. See, can't wait to listen.
What if after all that I said my favorite Ferrara is Padre Pio?
With Shia LaBeouf?
The one that just came out.
The one that just came out. His latest ones are just weird, like ones and zeros and stuff like that. Or it was like, yeah, it's like threes and zeros, something like that with Ethan Hawke. I'm looking at my stuff right now from him. I have seen his Chelsea on the Rocks. I have seen his Chelsea Hotel documentary, which was good. Dangerous Game with Madonna. Do you see that one?
It's all right.
It's total 90s. It's like clearly
like King of New York is total 90s, and I don't love it. It's it's decent, but it's not like, I don't see why it's revered as much as it is by so many people.
Well, I think it's also like a very of the time, like very
Oh, for sure.
To have an entire primarily black cast.
Yeah.
Plus, you've got, I think, is it when he was Larry Fishburne was in it?
Somewhere around then, yeah.
Yeah, and so that was one of his first roles. You have a lot of people in that film, and of course, I think it's just the fact, like certain like mafia movies just
hit.
It's almost Scarface adjacent.
Yeah,
it's a little like Christopher Walken gets into that little like, oh hey, yeah.
The last thing I watched over this last week that I can talk about, I also saw Terrifier 3, went to the theater with the wife, and I walked out of the theater and she asked me what I thought, and I said, well, I think these movies are not for me. And it's not that I'm not saying that they're awful. The special effects are very well done. Very happy to see what they can get done and show in the theater. I'm very stoked that a super gory splatter horror movie is the #1 film across the US in theaters. That's crazy. That being said, the movie wasn't good. Like, I did not like pretty much anything about it. The characters don't mean anything to me. The brothers' acting is pretty atrocious. The story is not even, it doesn't even reach certain levels to qualify as a story.
He and the brother from Dusk Till Dawn need to team up. Seriously.
Yeah, this was, I mean, obviously there are two really great scenes. The opening scene and then the shower scene that everybody's talking about. These two are pretty gnarly to see in a mainstream horror movie going across the world and theaters and everything. That's great. But man, I really wanted something more to it. That's all right. They don't have to be for me. I'm glad so many people love them.
The plot is completely incomprehensible. I don't know what's going on. And I understand he's unraveling it as we go along, but it's not a TV show. So if I have no, I'm like, I told you, I was like, should I have watched the first one to figure out? And you're like, no, they don't tell you anything. I'm like, okay. It's like, should I have known her father was this? Should I have known this? I think now, because we had spoken about it the other day, I think one of the things is that the thing for me that was missing, there's no camaraderie. Other than her family, there's like in these splatter pictures, you always have the college kids going to a party. There's that give and take of like the kids are at the party getting drunk and getting laid, or it's like I have to babysit the kids, or there's some other sub story, and this sub story is so dark where it's just she says terrible is terrible and great glad exists. Exactly, it's a great look. You want to watch the highlights and just bring someone over and be like, hey, you want to watch someone get, chopped in half? Like let's watch it. But like, there's no light fun. In fact, Art the Clown has the darkest and the most humor. Like, it's always best when he's on screen. Right. And the rest of the family is just like depressed. Like depressed the whole time. And honestly, like I don't know if there's like a through line with like the family having some type of mental issues, but if one thing is that they have a condition that I'm going to call going to 11. The cousin, the uncle, the wife must have been moved through like transfused through bodily fluids or something, because they're all going to an 11. When they get mad at full volume and just spaz out. Like they are Faye Dunaway in Mommy Dearest when they are just like, except when Art the Clown shows up and then they have nothing to say.
I genuinely think Terrifier 2 was probably about 57 minutes too long, and then Terrifier 3 was about 42 minutes too long.
I think there should have been more Christmas kills. He didn't utilize Christmas stuff enough.
Yeah, the Santa scene at the mall was pretty on point. That was a really great way to set him up.
But no Christmas, no jingle balls, no nothing at all. No ornaments, no top of the top of the star at the top of the tree or something. You know, but they have a Terrifier 3 Christmas song, a Terrifier Christmas. So it's like I felt like he wanted to go even further, and then they just didn't let him do it.
Right.
Intentionally vague. Stan, if they're going where I think they're going to go with the next one, I'll be a little bit more on board, because then I'm like, okay. But if I had been in this since All Hallows Eve, and I'd just been like, what's happening? I may think a little bit.
Silent Mandible says Terrifier 1 was also overlong, and it's less than 90 minutes. Well, I mean, there was no plot in Terrifier.
Like, that's the thing, is I don't care if it's like a bunch of like horny teens just like with bad acting, just being like, come on, babe. I thought we could just go down to the lake. Like, just give me something so that like, someone's gonna die. Like, give me something.
On that note, we'll hear later on tonight what Cibener wants to see in a movie, because we're going to be making our own boutique labels. That is our discussion tonight after the announcements. We're going to be doing everything from naming the label to talking about our titles, how many sales we're going to have per year. We're just going to be like RPG in this for a while and hanging out, having a discussion about what is better than what and why. One thing I do want to point out, over this last week, there has been a rash of other people on YouTube and Facebook and everywhere saying all of a sudden, oh my God, New Line is putting out all of the Nightmare on Elm Street films on 4K. And it is the worst thing that I've seen in so long, because everybody is just making shit up. There's no rumors. There's no point to think that they're going to be doing it. It's just somebody went out on a limb and said it's going to happen, and then like 9 other people made videos, and suddenly it's spreading like wildfire. No one is saying that all of them are coming out on 4K.
Here's what I'll say. I don't appreciate the clickbait.
Correct.
But I get it. They're like, we got to have someone click on the video. It says, it's happening. It's happening. If they led with the idea, like, look, this is what I found out, because I watched the videos, as annoying as they can be, to relay to you what's going on, these goobers, but that's they are, because they act like it's like, oh my God, like between them and the stock market people, it's like, guys, it's happening.
Right.
If they said like, look, this director posted a photo from Warner Brothers lot, and she's the director of Phrased at the Final Nightmare, and she's remastering it, and say, hey, look, this is a clear indicator that this might be happening. Why else would she be doing, exactly, yeah, the first time I was always testing the market. Yeah, it's like, then lead with that. It's like, okay, cool, update. Hey, cool new indicators that this might be happening. Of course, no one's ever going to make a YouTube still on the front. It's like, might be happening.
Especially a video following that's 18 minutes long.
Exactly. But like, look, there was another guy who was like the other day saying how like Criterion's not going to, Barnes Nobles isn't carrying Criterion movies anymore. And it's completely not true. It was completely not. It was his own personal experience. And I'm sorry that guy had that experience, but it's not an official thing. And it may sound like an official thing. So.
Well, on that note, one thing we can say, it does appear Target is likely dropping them from pretty much every single store. Most stores in the U.S., no, all physical media they are replacing them, funny enough, with vinyl pretty much everywhere. Sadly, vinyl is selling better in stores than films at Target, and that has led them to do that. But that is for another moment when we get a press release, because otherwise there's nothing to report on.
Yeah.
But
I get wanting it, but it's like, yeah.
We got a lot to talk about tonight. You had one more topic you wanted to bring up, I think.
Oh, is this the time I get to do it?
This is a good time.
Okay. So I had this plan for hopefully when I didn't know I was going to be doing this, I was going to have some time to plan ahead. But because Ryan got me at the last second, I had like literally like a day or two to put it together. So let me see if I can get my notes up here. I present to you. I load it in here. Hold on one second. Okay. I present to you the very first disconnected Mad Libs. I'm going to have you answer these real fast. You can play in the chat. So give Ryan suggestions. Are you ready?
All right.
All right. I need a number.
Give me a number, folks. We'll go 117, just because nobody's answering super fast.
117. Okay, give me 1 second. 117.
I hope that's a spine number and not a price.
Give me a holiday.
Ooh, that I'll let the chat figure that one out. What's a holiday everybody wants? Disconnected Mad Libs is a fun idea. Halloween. Well, that's pretty obvious.
I mean, do you want to go with Halloween?
I mean, the first two said 3 out of 4 said Halloween, so let's go with Halloween.
Halloween it is. Okay. I need an adjective. I need an adjective.
Adjective. Let's go with flesh textured.
Okay. Oh man. Okay. All right. All right. I need a percentage.
A percentage. Let's go to the chat on that one since I skipped the first number. First one I see. Give me a percentage. I love that I had some people saying Arbor Day. Thanks, Reggie.
Arbor Day would have worked. Yeah.
Oh my god. Craig says 0.001%.
All right. Let me get my points here. Let me just. Do I not see a period here? Point. What is it? 001?
Yep.
All right. Excellent.
Gosh.
Oh, so we have totally. All right. I need 2 more adjectives.
2 more adjectives. Chat, you can give me one, and I'll come up with the other one. The other one, let's go with what should I go with? Embossed steel. Or no, that's a noun. Embossed. Let's go with embossed.
Okay. And then the next one, I'll wait for the chat.
we got a lot of moist. We're gonna go with Ronnie's moist.
We're going with moist?
Yep,
It
3
works.
people said moist.
All right. I would like
There's so moist.
an obscure movie title.
Obscure movie title. That is a great question. Who wants to come up with the most obscure? I love that Ronnie's saying, why are we all saying moist?
Ronnie, you've been in the chat this long. You should not be surprised by moist. This is the moistest chat room ever.
Craig says anything Def Crocodile has.
And Craig, give me one of your titles.
Let's go with the next one that pops up. Well, funny enough, it was a Def Crocodile title. Madhouse says Tamala 2010.
Tamala 2010. Okay.
On pre-order now from Diabolic DVD at defcrocodile.com.
Yeah, just to be clear, this is not about Diabolic. Not about Def Crocodile. Okay. All right, I need a video format. A physical media format.
We have to go with Laserdisc here, I think.
Okay. Okay. I need a style of packaging, physical media packaging.
It's so funny. Let's go with padded media book.
Media book. All right. This works. All right. I need 3 types of special features.
All right, chat. That's all you. Special features. I'll do one of the 3.
Okay.
I'm going to say VH1 pop-up video commentary.
VH1 pop-up video commentary?
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay.
We're going to go with bloopers/gag reel.
Bloopers. Okay. And then one more.
One more. Let's go. Holy shit, Craig. That is
hilarious. Craig is not pulling punches.
Oh my God. Craig says Roman numeral disc numbers. We're going to talk about that in a little while. Let's go with isolated score.
I like isolated. Good old Twilight time. Okay.
The Roman numerals, he went there. Oh, that was amazing.
Okay. I need
animated menus. That's a good one too.
Good down. Okay, so we need name a director.
Name a director. Let's we just talked about him. Let's go Abel Ferrara.
Abel I need an actor.
At that point, we probably should say Mark Wahlberg.
Okay. Say how do you mother for me? All right, I need a composer.
Howard Shore.
Okay, let's do it. He's very, very Cronenberg related. And I need a subject matter. Any subject matter.
Any subject from the chat. We'll go with the chat for this one.
Any subject matter.
How many more blanks we got left?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll do it real fast.
Too bad. Child psychology.
All right.
It's either that or I kind of want to go to Terry's because it's misspelled. He said Brian surgery.
Which one do you want? This is your chat.
No, we got to do child psychology.
Okay. Give me a number.
The number is 11.
11. Okay. Something there.
We've already been in the show for 45 minutes, and we have so many announcements. This is amazing.
I could be like, Will, I just keep well, the other day I was making it. You just cut me out?
I didn't do anything to you.
Oh, something just flipped over. That was so weird. I was like,
nothing changed on my end.
Yeah, something popped up on my thing. Anyway, give me another number.
Chat, one more number. Terry said, "How very Spinal Tap of you." Yes, 11. I had to.
I was
27. Paul says 27.
27. Wow. Okay.
Everybody's so in sync. 2 people said 666 immediately.
I need 3 articles of clothing.
Ooh. Left croc.
Left croc? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Michael Jackson glove.
Michael Jackson glove.
And a backpack.
Okay. As always. I need a dollar amount.
The dollar amount is going to be $69.99.
Okay. See if he comes back around.
Ronnie, we're all moist devil worshippers, I guess.
That's right. All right. I need a period of time, like a number of days, weeks, months, or however.
Let's go with between 1 to 7 years.
Okay. So you want to say 1 or 7? Not the. I need like a period. So 1 year or 7 years. What do you want?
I'm assuming it's like a shipping time, so I'm going to say it will ship somewhere between 1 and 7 years.
It's not. So I need a number.
Damn it. Let's go with.
Don't ruin my Mad Lib, man.
4 score.
4 score.
Thanks, Reggie.
And now another period of time.
We're going to go with 9.5 weeks.
Okay. Nice. All right. Finally, I need an adverb.
Infinitely. I'm going to steal what Stan was saying with infinity and just say infinitely.
Okay. And now finally, 3 more adjectives.
Oh, wow. Let's go with shiny.
Shiny.
Goopy.
Okay. What is it?
Goopy.
Goopy? Okay.
Yep. I was just thinking of Scream Factory cases there. And then one more adjective from the chat. You guys get the last one. Sluggish. I like that one.
Sluggish. I know some in the chat said that 4 score is 80 days.
Yes.
Do you want me to say 4 score or 80 days?
Oh, definitely say 4 score. You have.
Okay. And sluggish. Okay. You ready?
Let's do it.
Okay. The very first disconnected Mad Libs. We're only 117 days away from our annual Halloween sale. If you've already pre-ordered one of our titles, congratulations on making the flesh texture decision of this year so far. For those unfamiliar with our sale, here are a few things you should know. Most of our titles will be marked down 0.001%. Also, with that, we have some totally embossed and moist surprise titles to share with you. One of which we can reveal to be Tamala 2010, which will make its Laserdisc debut for the first time. Housed in a padded,
that would be true too.
Housed in a padded media book and sporting a brand new restoration, this release will include VH1 pop-up video commentary, bloopers, isolated score, and interviews with Abel Ferrara, Mark Wahlberg, Howard Shore discussing child psychology.
Listening to Mark Wahlberg discuss child psychology.
You gotta treat them well. You gotta guide them. Along with our 11 partner label releases, we will also be premiering 27 alternate legacy slipcovers, branded left Crocs, Michael Jackson gloves, and backpacks. As always, our $69.99 free shipping threshold is in effect. The sale will last for 4 score, so expect delivery times to take up to 9.5 weeks. If you have any questions, please direct them to customer service, who will infinitely help you. We hope to see you there for all the fun and excitement. For a hint of those mystery titles, let's just say that they will satisfy your lust for the shiny, goopy, and sluggish that our label has to offer. See you then.
Signed. Never mind. I'm not going to say the joke.
Sorry, whatever.
Amazing. Ronnie says maybe Wahlberg finally figured out why he committed all those hate crimes when he was a teen. Yeah, that could be why. All right. That was pretty hilarious. Let's get into our announcements before we absolutely lose it.
Okay.
We are starting with some Kino tonight. Kino announced December 10th they are putting out Pray for Death from 1985 and Rage of Honor from 1986. These are both going to come with the new commentary by Mike Leader. Mike Leader, friend of the channel. He is the one that usually does these with Arna Venema. They are getting the unrated and R-rated version of Pray for Death. And then we've got a bunch of legacy features that were on, I believe, the previous Arrow release of these. So we are looking at some pretty solid releases if you are into these and do not have the previous blue.
Are you telling me, Ryan, that a label took the time to put out 2 different cuts of a film?
Yes, but neither one of them are in 4K, so nobody cares.
All right. Well, I'm just saying the list is no longer short. But okay.
Yeah, these look good, and I do not have the Arrow release, I don't think, of either one. So
thank you, Ronnie. I appreciate it.
Yeah, looks like a good one. Going to our next one. This is interesting.
Did you
November?
This is like this.
I had to censor it.
Oh, I was just okay.
November 30th on Blu-ray in the U.S. Treasured Films is releasing Reality Killers from 2005. They are doing this through Diabolic DVD. This is a limited slipcover version exclusive to Diabolic DVD in North America. Now, what's interesting here is this one was essentially a lost film. And we hear a little bit about this through an interview with Eugenio Ercolani, who's just on film blogger Sam's channel, who's a friend of the show. Everybody needs to go check out that interview. And just for a heads up, I also just had no idea that he was interviewing Eugenio. I interviewed Eugenio again. That'll be coming up in the next couple weeks. And we got a little more information on Reality Killers. This is pretty crazy. This is supposed to be a pretty good movie, but it feels like something that probably feels a little older than 2005.
It looks 2000 as fuck. I'll be honest with you. Like,
the visual, sure, but like the story and what happened with it being almost a lost film definitely feels more 1985. But the reality of this pun on the title there is that they could not release this in the UK, so they said, "Well, we got the rights. Let's do it in the US, where the BBFC will not deny us."
It looks like a SOV. Is it SOV?
Based on the timing, I would imagine so. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
see if it says.
Because the cover, the slipcase, does not resemble the inner. Like it looks like two different movies.
Yep, kind of a lot of it. Yeah. It does not say. Yeah, not sure.
Okay.
If anybody knows, let me know.
I'll have to look at it.
But yeah, you could pre-order that from Diabolic now.
Yeah.
This is very early to be speaking on this. So put up a new video on the channel last week on Friday, I think it was, and it is an almost 30-minute, essentially a documentary, about Tobe Hooper, and it is told by many of the people that worked on American Twilight, the Cinema of Tobe Hooper, which is a book that dear friend Will Dodson edited with Chris Woofter, and we got a lot of people that contributed to the book. We even got Mr. Joe Bob Briggs to hop in and give some thoughts on Tobe Hooper. Really proud of the work that was done on this. I think it's incredibly edited. But some other things, if you have not watched that are important in this, Someone's Favorite Productions is in the middle of doing a lot of things right now. So if you want to stay up to date on that, make sure you subscribe on YouTube to us there, and then follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and all that fun stuff. We also just launched our own website. If you go over to someone'sfavoriteproductions.com, you can check out the full website. I'm pretty happy with it. There's a lot of stuff that I want to add in the future, but you can stay there. You can subscribe to the email newsletter. There's going to be a lot coming up. I hope that you guys check it out, because we're in the middle of a lot of projects. I can say that.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Good stuff.
Did you happen to watch the video?
Which video? We're done.
The Tobe Hooper video.
I did not. Is there a video? Is there a link? Did I miss something?
It came out last Friday. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry. I did not. But
that's all right. I hope everybody that has watched it likes it, and we'll talk more about that soon, probably next time Will's on here. But we are getting maybe the most important announcement here. Kino Lorber sometime soon will be releasing Babe on 4K. This is the 1995 Pig movie Babe on 4K. That's a big deal. I think a lot of people are going to be happy about that.
Well, I think is this the time that we can talk about the Kino developments as of late?
Yes, but I also want to point out one thing before you say that. Somebody said in the chat, "Pig in the City or nothing." I do want to point out that on Saturday, when only this was announced, I did call my shot and say, I bet that gets announced tomorrow. So just so we know, I can tell you what's getting announced by Kino. I guess I know it all.
Did they announce Pig in the City?
They did. We'll talk about that in just a minute, though.
Oh, okay. Again, I don't know how this benefits Kino to do this, because if anyone hasn't heard, they canceled Lost in Translation, and I don't know if it's official, but they've said on their pod that it's pretty much like close to canceling Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. And honestly, this is just two titles out of the many that had coming soon put on there. We did get most of those. Obviously, there's some stuff they've mentioned that is still pending. But I don't know. I understand building anticipation, but when you have an unknown period of time and you have, like, when it's situations where, like, we can't get in contact with the person who has the negative. Not just we're in the midst of working on it. You haven't talked to the director yet, who needs to approve the print. So I just don't know where this helps them. Do you have an insight into that?
I mean, it helps them because it keeps people talking about them. That's probably the only way. And obviously now that we, have weekly and really from Kino daily announcements, the thing that I don't understand is you are opening yourself up for just complaints on every single post. So even if you post some amazing title releases in 2 months, here's the release date and all the details, there's going to be 4 people in the comments saying, sure, but where is Lost in Translation? And that just doesn't work like that. Like, you probably should find a better way to plan things out and make choices that people can rely on. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
But I'll say this. I mean, Kino, as far as turnaround, as far as putting titles out, has more than any other label.
Sure.
just every day there, and it's like it is a detailed title. It's a title that comes out in a week or 2 weeks.
Yep.
So it's like, why do you need to do this coming soon a year from now? Because you at this point, it's like every day you're making. It's like today it was Infernal Affairs. It's like we're going to talk about it. It's like you have something to talk about. So why do you shoot yourself in the foot by doing this?
It's true.
I just don't know why. That's almost like if I told you, if I suggested like, well, why doesn't Vinegar Syndrome just, tell people, coming soon, this movie, this obscure movie, and you're like, because then if they don't get it right, they're going to get complaints. Like if say Kino didn't do that, like no one did the coming soon thing, and I as a fan said, why don't they do this? Anyone would look at me and go, because that would be a dumb move.
Right.
Because they could, basically it's like you're jinxing yourself. It's like something could go wrong. And it
has multiple times.
And that's why most companies are just like praying that, certain a-holes on the internet don't leak their title from coming out because they want to surprise people. So I don't know why this one company's like, let's tell people before we have any of our ducks in a row what we're doing. And then, dedicated fans, I've seen it happen in person, go out places like Academy here in New York, and they sell their old disc, trying to get the most money. It's like, I'm selling it. Kino's putting it out. And then it gets canceled. Like, shit, I sold my copy of Lost in Translation.
Look how many people did that with the title we're going to talk about some controversies with tonight.
Right. Oh, my God. Not me.
But that being said, Babe is a great movie, will look beautiful, and I'm sure a lot of people will be very, very happy. Speaking of Kino,
I just want to point out, Ronnie said that, because I haven't watched it yet, is that the most recent Shelf Space YouTube live stream, Frank said things were moving forward with it. So he did say that there was progressing. That was the last one that I watched. I know he just dropped one today or yesterday. And
he just sent an email today saying one is coming soon. That's not the newest one.
Oh, okay. So the one from before,
from like 3 or 4 weeks ago,
is the last one.
Yes.
He did say this. The Lost Translation stuff dropped after that video. Did. So I don't. Again, Ronnie, I appreciate that. I just don't know if the chicken or the egg, which one's. Wait, this is great as a fan. So somebody was trying to get a title out. I get that, dude, McMahon. My only gripe is that, like, and to play devil's advocate for you, is that I don't want people getting their hopes up and then just being like, damn it, like, you told me you're going to put it out and now it's not happening. And if people weren't complaining before, they're going to complain now.
Kino, this one we had announced as coming soon at some point. They are now revealing that December 17th we'll see the 4K release of Snake Eyes. This is the Nicolas Cage film that a lot of people hate.
Let's look at those special features, Ryan. Let's zoom in on those. This is going to take a while to read these.
New audio commentary with Steve Mitchell and Nathaniel Thompson.
Okay, that's it. Okay, cool.
That's it. Yeah.
Animated menus?
Maybe. No, definitely not.
Did you see this movie?
I don't think I have.
I'm the Timu Will Dodson is what I am. Will.
Timu. Oh man, that's hilarious. I'm also a sucker for anything Cage, Z-Pam. Totally agree.
The first 20 minutes of this movie is great. That single shot is great. And it just spirals out of control like a Walmart dress. It just unravels. Like there's no connective tissue for me. I
love De Palma, so I know I'm going to like this one when I eventually see it.
Oh, wait, you've never seen it?
I don't think I have.
I'll tell you off camera. I have a weird sordid history of this movie, but anyway.
Interesting.
Yes.
All right.
That's the PayPal or the pay-per-view. You have to pay for that information.
All right. More Kino. Monty Walsh from 1970 is coming on Blu-ray on December 17th. We get a new audio commentary by the Lee Marvin biographer Dwayne Epstein. And I got to point out, somebody on Facebook when I posted this commented and said, new audio commentary by Lee Marvin. What the hell? They literally were so lazy they didn't finish reading the line.
This is a dead body being brought out.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
Not much to say. Bo Hopkins also in this. Jack Palance.
I mean, I like Lee Marvin. I'm just not a big Western person, and I've already said that before. So,
Brian says this movie is not good, and Will says, but Monty Walsh is better than Snake Eyes.
Yeah, clear you can see from the post. I did like it, but that's only because I support Ryan. I'm not a Western fan.
More Kino. The Beast Within from 1982 is coming as number 22 on the Kino cult line.
Mm-hmm.
This has a total of no new special features. But the big thing that a lot of people are going to appreciate, the Scream Factory release of this did not have any subtitles, and this release will. For many people, that is reason enough to upgrade. But for many others, the Kino cult line seemed to be a line that they wanted to get more out of. But it seems like a lot of them are just turning into reprints of stuff that recently went out of print, which I'm not against those titles coming back into print, obviously. I was, you're making this line special, and a lot of the earlier titles they announced on it were like loaded with special features.
Yeah.
It would have been nice to have that continue on that line. That's all I'm going to say.
It feels like some other lines that aren't necessarily what they claim to be. You know what I mean? It just
I do.
Like, and I looked into this movie, and it looks like it's up my alley. I like that type of the beast, the monster thing is kind of like an allegory for something. And it does star Ronnie Cox, the biggest douchebag from RoboCop. So
it's a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. It's going to be $10 on a sale or something. I'll pick it up.
All right. Next one from them, December 10th. They are putting out Rhythm Thief from 1994. This one says, winner of the Best Director Prize at the 95 Sundance Film Festival, Best Dramatic Feature at South by Southwest. Rhythm Thief has been restored in 4K to its gritty black and white glory from the 16mm camera negatives. Jason Andrews is Simon, a New York City bootlegger who sells stolen music on the streets of Manhattan's Lower East Side. Ludlow Street chick Sid, who has a real job, meets Simon on weekday mornings for sex. Life is good for Simon until the day he rips off 1-900-BOXX, a militant all-girl punk band fronted by real-life rocker Cynthia Slay of the Bush Tetras. The band comes after Simon, trounces his would-be sidekick Fuller, and ultimately hounds him out of the city with Marty, a girl from his past, in tow. After a period of exile in far Rockaway, Simon is drawn back to the neighborhood for a final showdown. This gets an audio commentary by the director, deleted scenes, making of doc outtakes, and some pre-production footage.
This cover art is just boggling my mind because it's a black and white film with a color cover that looks like it's like advertising a stage play on Broadway.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like that looks like a young Skeet Ulrich and a young Reese Witherspoon.
I definitely see Reese. Skeet, maybe not as much, but okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. None of what you just read screams anything like this cover doesn't scream anything of that.
Either way, it sounds fun. Glad this is getting released. Glad Kino is doing some of the indie gems from the 90s lately. That is not something that a lot of other labels are focusing on, so good on them. We are getting a Sony release of The Blood Ship way back from 1927. This is coming on December 3rd. And I am so surprised that Sony has put so much into these super old titles over the last few months. I'm glad they keep coming.
It's just so over the place because I'm just like, all right, Sony, like, what's your rhyme or reason to it? It's like,
right.
Steelbook 4K, random movie, The Blood Ship.
Oh, man.
Like,
if they start doing Steelbook 4Ks of The Blood Ship from 27,
that's what I'm saying. It's like,
we got other problems.
Like, who wants to walk blindfolded into our archives? Let's spin them around 3 times, send them down the aisle, and whatever your finger lands on, we're going to restore.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Filmmasters putting out Salt of the Earth from 1954. This is coming as part of their limited edition line, which means it will have the full-color inserted booklet with an essay as well as a commentary. And these are pressed, by the way. The commentary in this one is by C. Courtney Joyner, Mark Legan, and Fef Sutton. This sounds really great. Salt of the Earth centers on a long, difficult worker strike against a mining company in New Mexico. Ramon Quintero fights for equity of wages as well as health and safety issues, but at home he mistreats his wife, Esperanza. When the men are forced to end their picketing, Esperanza joins the other women who demand to play a role in the strike against their husbands' wishes. Written, directed, and produced by members of the original blacklisted Hollywood 10. This is the type of like anarchy film that I'm dying to see. This sounds freaking great.
I read up on this, and it's absolutely something I'd be intrigued by, especially the fact that it was something that got blacklisted, because of that horrible time in our country's history. Yeah, no, absolutely. The reviews have been through the roof that I read.
Nice. Next from that same limited edition line is Ginger in the Morning from 1974. This one is with Susan Oliver and Sissy Spacek, even as Fred Ward and Slim Pickens in this one. This is one that I've never seen, but gotta love Sissy Spacek for sure.
Doesn't get enough love. Really doesn't. I just looked it up recently. I've never seen it, but it's one of those Sissy Spacek films that I'm just not familiar. I'm wondering what year is this?
74.
So this is just around Carrie. Carrie's 75.
Yep.
So it's around that time. Okay. Hey, wave.
Then we got some imprint announcements. All of these are coming on January 8th. All of them are Blu-ray titles. First one is Walk Like a Dragon from 1960. This one will have a new audio commentary by Toby Rohn, Academy Museum of Motion Pictures Q&A with Nancy Kwan, and some trailers. Not much to say about this one. Again, not my style of film, but glad it's getting out there. The big thing is this is a brand new 4K scan, which because they're advertising that, I'm glad that it's coming out. It's not something that Imprint gets to say all too often.
Yeah. Which studio put this out? This is Paramount?
I think so. Probably. They've been doing
on the disc,
a lot of
Paramount at the very bottom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very, very clear there.
Yeah.
Walk Like a Dragon.
That leads me to believe that possibly this looks like a Kino title.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like I just feel like this is gonna eventually pop up in the. This is. I don't know what that means, Will.
I don't know that Will knows either. Terry says, curious that they are not putting a number of those limited editions from Filmmasters. Definitely interested in both in the next that is being teased on the website. Yeah, as soon as I get a date on that last one, I will be putting that one up as well, because we did talk about that one a couple months ago, but it's still in like the coming soon, and I think it's supposed to be spring of next year. Tony says it's a first that there will be no titles from Imprint to be released in December. Oh, that's true. Interesting. I bet that is to make up for some of the delays that have happened over the last couple of months.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't even know. It's like every now and again it'll be like 2 a.m. after the chat, and they'll drop it.
Yep, perfect timing for me. We got a couple more from them. One is a box set. We got a Film Focus Marlon Brando Volume 2. This is from 1969 to 1989. Hell of a jump listed here. 69 is The Night of the Following Day. Then we got The Nightcomers from 1971. Last Tango in Paris from 72. The Missouri Breaks from 76. And then jump all the way up to A Dry White Season from 89. Plus we got a bonus disc, Listen to Me Marlon from 2015. Lots of special features in here. We got new commentary by Tim Lucas on The Night of the Following Day. We've got archival commentary and some feature docs. We've got a new commentary by Elaine Silver and Jim Orsini on The Nightcomers, plus a visual essay by Kat Ellinger and an interview feature with the production crew. Last Tango in Paris gets a new interview with film critic Piero Spila, new interview with the editor Roberto Perpignani, new interview with the camera assistant Mauro Marchetti, and then some previously unseen video interviews. And the next one, Missouri Breaks, gets a new commentary by Lee Pfeiffer, Tony Latino, and Paul Scrabo. New interview with film professor Lucy Bolton. And finally, A Dry White Season gets a new interview with both Janet Sussman and Susanna Harker. If you got the first one, obviously this is a great companion with it.
This is a great collection of films here, Ryan. This is really, really something here. Yes, you would. These are some of my finest works. Do you collect the actor box sets there, Ryan?
I don't. I think I have one, and then I went, probably don't have to have all of them.
Yes. All right.
See, here's the thing. They always get me wanting it because the last two, and the Polanski set and this, have the documentaries that have not been available. And that's all I want.
True.
I want the Polanski Wanted and Desired, and then the Listen to Me Marlon doc. Those are the only two things I want.
I totally get that.
Humbug, I will pull out the Brando impersonation anytime you want me to. Any single time. Yeah.
Well, let's hear a impersonation of Burt Reynolds then.
I have no impersonation because I don't watch a lot of Burt Reynolds. It's funny because I saw that, I was like, I realized I don't really like Burt Reynolds.
I get that. I fully get that.
Like, I watched Boogie Nights, and it's probably the only Burt Reynolds movie I used to watch Cuffs as a kid because it was like one of those movies that came out when I was a kid. But Burt Reynolds always plays Burt Reynolds. Is it?
Right.
No, Stan, you don't get it.
The next one is a Film Focus Burt Reynolds box set. This was teased late last year. Again, coming in January. This one will have White Lightning from 73, Hustle from 75, Gator from 76, limited edition 4-disc hard box with new special features for every film, plus the acclaimed 2020 feature documentary, I Am Burt Reynolds.
So Burt Reynolds, the box set, the previous Burt Reynolds box set was Umbrella, right?
Yes. Box of Burt, yes.
Box of Burt. Okay. I always get Imprint and Umbrella mixed up with each other.
A lot of people do.
Aussie, they're two Aussie labels, but I'm just, for whatever reason, I think their title choices cross each other a lot. But with the Burt thing, no way. I have seen Deliverance. I do watch Deliverance. It's just it's his personality. He never doesn't play Burt, and it's
right.
From what I've heard, like read stories, he's just not a nice person, or he wasn't a nice person, really. So it's like you gotta either like the personality or you're not going to watch his movies.
On these, like it said, brand new special features on all the films, new commentary on White Lightning by Travis Woods, new interview with the writer Wayne Byrne on the disc as well. Then on Hustle, we got a new commentary by Daniel Kramer, new visual essay by Blake Howard, and finally on Gator, new commentary by Patrick Bromley, and then a new interview with Wayne Byrne again on this one, plus that bonus disc, the I Am Burt Reynolds documentary. That one's, we've got a new interview with the director there as well.
I tell you, physical, docs don't get enough physical releases. So it's like, if you put that on there, people just go buy it for that. I always look at it.
Gary says he mixed up Imprint and Indicator. I could see that because the names sounded similar.
Yeah. I get Indicator. Sometimes I definitely get Eureka and BFI mixed up with each other.
The elite British companies.
Yes.
Somebody's putting it out. Who knows?
Exactly.
And if that is not enough, Imprint was not done. They are also putting out a blaxploitation box set. This from 1972 and 73, proving it was a very limited period of time that they were making these that were classic. We've got on this one The Legend of Black Charlie, The Soul of Black Charlie, Superfly TNT, and Detroit 9000. Limited 4-disc hard box, 1,500 copies. Legend of Black Charlie, this is the first time it's on Blu-ray anywhere. New audio commentary by Mike Sargent on this one. New interview with Josiah Howard, who is an author. And then on The Soul of Black Charlie, also the first time on Blue, new audio commentary by Mike Sargent again. Superfly, worldwide first on Blue. New audio commentary by Brian Reisman on this one. More features are coming on that. And then Detroit 9000, also worldwide first on Blue. That's a big deal for this whole box set. New commentary by Michael Coven, author of Blaxploitation Films. New interview with Yvonne D. Sims, author of Women of Blaxploitation. This box set is the most intriguing of the month for me.
I feel like that's going to sell the most. True. I think that'll sell the most. Every time I see the title Superfly TNT, all I think is Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Every time my fingers touch skull, they become Superfly TNT. They're the guns of the Navarone. Burt Reynolds.
This is a great looking box set. I'm very excited that they're putting this out. I am not excited over all the weirdos that are arguing about the slight change in the titles. And if you know what they originally were, you know why that's weird. But yeah, we should probably keep going.
Curious. Was it 88 Films? Were they arguing it over?
I will go ahead.
Did Wicked Vision ever finish their blaxploitation set? Because I know they had the box, and they were slowly rolling out titles to fill the box.
I think there's still a couple to come, but those are still coming as far as I'm aware.
Okay, just curious.
All right, back to the title we teased earlier. Babe Pig in the City coming with a brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master, and Will likes it so much he announced release announcement of the year twice and got many likes on both comments. So I'm so glad that Will is getting this title. Again, great movie, looks great. George Miller, masterpiece. This is exciting. I'm glad this is coming out as long as it comes out.
140 Jess Franco titles and then Babe Pig in the City.
On 4K.
I wanted to just slip it between the Jess Franco titles. So when someone's going through it and they're like, wait, what?
It's just a whole bunch of babes. I get it.
Yeah. Find some Jess Franco title that says Babe, because I guarantee there's one. And it's just right that says Babe Pig in the City. Just see what happens.
All right, going to the next one. A movie I had never heard of. November 5th, Blu-ray release from Universal called Genie from 2023. This is starring Melissa McCarthy. And this is from Richard Curtis. I had no idea about this.
I mean, Richard Curtis is a selling point, but it's in New York. A Richard Curtis movie in New York with no, I mean, maybe the guy's British. I know Melissa McCarthy is not British. This looks
based on his
Hallmark
name,
movie.
probably.
This looks like a Hallmark movie.
Oh, it definitely does. Oh, Ronnie says it was a Peacock original movie.
Okay.
So does Tony. I had no idea. Thanks, guys.
Well, according to this angle of the city, they are either in New Jersey, really North New Jersey, or like they are right across the street in Queens. I don't know. I'm just looking at the Empire State Building and looking where we're positioned. I'm pretty sure they're in New Jersey. Yeah.
Interesting. All right, next, November 19th. This is the next Sony title, You Can't Run Away With It from 1956. Heads up, this was released in the Columbia Classics Volume 3. It was on the It Happened One Night disc as like a special feature, and now it's getting a standalone release. So I'm glad it will not be stuck in that box set for a lot of people.
All right, Bob, spin around. All right, just watch your way down the aisle and just pick a reel.
Humboldt Horror Honey says, not movie related, but make sure to peek your head out tonight to see the moon. Hunter's Moon. Beautiful for spooky season.
That's
nice.
right. That's why everyone's getting headaches.
Funny enough, last night my kid looked up and said, why is the moon so bright?
Hey, what'd you tell him?
Because it's a Wednesday. And now he thinks every Wednesday will be a bright moon, and that's funny.
There you go.
I'm just kidding. I just made that up. December 10th, we are getting a 4K steelbook of Stir of Echoes from Lionsgate. I think this is Kevin Bacon on the front of
it.
It
is Kevin Bacon. It's not Ewan McGregor. Why does everyone think it doesn't look like Kevin Bacon? It looks like Kevin Bacon.
Because it doesn't.
It really does. It looks like it's young Kevin Bacon. You're not used to young Kevin Bacon anymore.
Oh, I am. I just watched Tremors.
That's a different Kevin Bacon. That's long
right.
Bacon.
This is Kevin Bacon that doesn't exist.
This is late 90s Kevin Bacon.
Anyways,
take a look.
This has a new 4K restoration of the film. It's got Dolby Vision and HDR. We've got revisiting Stir of Echoes featurette on this and a new establishing shot with Fred Murphy, plus some legacy supplemental features like an audio commentary featurettes and more. The hard part, I've had a lot of people ask, it does look like, again, that this will possibly not get a standard release. This is potentially the only release of this film on 4K, which, if you love the movie, you might want it.
As long as it's not limited edition. As long as it's not limiting I'll buy a steelbook.
It's Lionsgate, and they don't normally announce it like that, but a lot of their steels have gone out of print, so...
I love Stir of Echoes. I thought it was great. You know, it kind of got overlooked at the time because it was like The Sixth Sense, I think, had just come out right before it. But it's a good movie. And
it is a good movie.
It was one of the first Blu-rays, I think. It was like that really like reflective silvery was it Buena Vista, or it was one of those? No, it was Lionsgate. It was the ones that maybe stopped working sometimes.
Yep.
Because they were printed in that place in Mexico where the glue wasn't good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Next,
Thank you,
Crush.
James.
Crush is getting
doubt. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
because of the shadowing.
Yeah, he says the shadowing is what gives me doubt that it is Kevin Bacon. It's the cheekbones. It looks like Kevin Bacon. I don't know. Anyway, it's AI Kevin Bacon. I don't know.
Literally, yes. December 3rd, we are getting Crush from Sony Pictures as part of their Sony Pictures Classics line. This is from 2001. Never saw this one. I've heard it's a good movie.
I have to admit, of course, when you go to the Blu-ray.com page for like news, and I saw Crush, I immediately was like, is it a 4K the Alicia Silverstone movie? And it's not.
It would be nice.
I will say though, in this photo, I can finally see how much Margaret Qualley looks like her mom.
Yeah,
I can now finally see it. Before I was like, I don't see it. They don't look like.
Got to de-age her a bit.
Yeah.
Scarecrow Video put out an update recently. It's been a couple of months since the last one, so wanted to share. They were doing a $75,000 match challenge, and that was met. And that means overall they have more than passed their $600,000 mark so far, which is pretty great. Mm-hmm. It's a third of the way to their goal. Because they have met so much of this so far, they have been able to sign a lease at their location and be extending that for at least 2 more years. They are now exploring some options that they need to fill, like 2 executive leadership positions. There is also been a huge increase in rental and sales revenue. Everybody has seen this and started supporting them, which is exactly what everybody wanted them to do. So please, if you're ever somebody that's supported Scarecrow, continue to do that. If there is something that you would like to or have no idea about Scarecrow, I've got multiple videos with them. Please go back and check it out. There's so much that you can do living anywhere in the U.S., lots of different ways to support them. One of the ways is by sharing all their social media stuff and engaging with what they have going on. And funny enough, it's a big week for them because this weekend is Video Store Day. That is their busiest day every year. It is this Saturday. They're going to be doing some live streams on their YouTube from like 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific. And you can join on the YouTube channel, and they're going to be hosted by the Viva Physical Media people. So check it out. It's got a long episode coming. It's going to be a good time.
That's great. I'm so glad they reached their goal. And I would be hoping that there should be some type of petition or looking into landmarking their store. I don't know if there's a certain amount of time it has to be there, but like, I don't know why they couldn't. There's enough places in New York that have landmark status. I'm like, really? Okay.
That's yeah. I would think so at that point.
I feel they are also a very well-known staple. It's how long have they been around in the business?
Since 86 or 7. I never get the first year right.
All right, 86. I mean, they got to be. I don't know, I'd have to look into like what the threshold is to be considered a landmark. But
and there should almost be something specific for video stores. There weren't video stores ever before that. Come on.
Right. No.
Anyways, that's Scarecrow. Check out their live stream on Saturday. Terrifier. We're going to be talking about Terrifier many, many times tonight. You look so gleeful. Terrifier 3 is getting a 4K Steelbook and standard Blu-ray, DVD, all of the releases on December 17th. This does look to be the final art on the Steelbook. This is the U.S. release of this, and it's coming from Cinedigm. No idea on special features yet. If the first 2 releases are any indication, there should be some for sure. I bet there'll be a Damien Leone commentary on this and potentially some more.
It's terrible. I will say that it's terrible.
How do you have a movie set at Christmas and you have nothing Christmas related or any colors on the Steelbook?
I can't even see his freaking face on the front. It looks like Logan.
It does.
What the what? There's so many things you could have. You could have him with the Santa suit, the chainsaw, like anything. Like
there's a lot of iconic posters for this, and they used 0 of them.
We're gonna get to the one that's the one you should order.
Yep. Dune Part 2 is getting another 4K Steelbook release. This is coming on November 19th to Walmart only, Walmart exclusive. I'm not sure if it's still sold out, but this had sold out like a couple hours after posting this.
Oh, did it? Really?
Yeah.
People with the Dune Steelbook. Look, I'm put them both in a damn Steelbook, then I'll get it. But there's going to be a third for people.
If there's a third one, yeah, just wait and they'll put all of them in there. Come on.
I will not wait until it's all done.
Another recent film, The Wild Robot, is getting a 4K Blu-ray and DVD release from Universal in the States on December 3rd. This is going to have a alternate opening, some storyboards, some featurettes, deleted sequences, all that type of stuff. You can check this out now. It is not going to be released in 3D in the States. I've had a lot of people ask about that. There's no more 3D releases in the States unless it's coming from the 3D Film Archive. Yeah. So anything like that, let's not count on them to be releasing those. What is funny, though, is if you look on the back, it does say that there's a feature commentary on this disc, and their press release does not list one. Will it have one? I'm not sure, but...
Or it's only on the digital.
Yeah, it could only be on the digital. That's true.
This is what's annoying. I heard this was a great movie.
Me too.
And I wanted to see it. It was on my monthly list of movies to see. They only were showing it in the afternoon, under the assumption that only kids want to see this. And I see movies after work, and I'm like, what? You're always striving for this 4-quadrant type of movie, and this movie's obviously getting good reviews, and you're not going to make it available for people who want to see it at a later hour because you consider it just a kids movie. Then
this is a weird aside, so everybody watching live, just ignore me for just a moment. Something that's been annoying me recently, runtime, or not runtime, showing times. Mm-hmm. What time do theaters first start showing films in New York, just so I can be jealous?
Maybe 10 a.m. is like the earliest, like 10:15.
Is that throughout the entire week, or is that only on the weekends?
I think no, on the weekdays, like, I mean, I can tell you right now, I can go like pick a movie. Like I'd say, if it's a big movie, like a movie comes out, like Star Wars, like Force Awakens came out, and they were playing round the clock to accommodate everybody. Not saying it was good, but I'm just saying that's what happened. So as an example, like We Live in Time, starting showtime is 10:15 a.m. That's the first showing.
I am so jealous.
Why?
So this week I've been off work, and I've had the opportunity to maybe go to the theater more, and I could take my wife, and we've got the AMC, whatever it's called, just like you. Yeah. Unfortunately, showtimes here don't start during the week until after 1 p.m. in Kansas City. And I think the earliest one that we've had was like 12:30. And that was like the farthest theater away. And I know I just mentioned AMC. It's not, we checked all of the chains. I would have paid for another one if I had the opportunity to go to another one. But we wanted to go see stuff while the kids were in school.
Yeah.
I can't go if it starts even at 12:30 because we're not going to be home by the time we need to go pick them up. It's such a waste. Anyways, long rant. I'm sorry.
No, it's a reasonable rant because and again, they're complaining about people not going back to the movies. It's like, well, you have to accommodate people. And I get, like, yes, you have to have someone hit the play button on the projector, but like some people do just go see. I remember going to see movies at like 9 a.m. sometimes back when they were doing it more. I think since the pandemic, it has slowed down because there used to be an 8 a.m. or a 9 a.m. show, like an early bird showing. And there would be like a lot of older folks going at that hour, granted they would fall asleep in their chairs, but like they existed. And that's the thing is like, I go to see a 10:30 show at night because I pray all the time to the cinema gods that like no one's going to be in the theater because I just don't like sitting around with people because I know they're going to take their phones out, and they do.
Danny, who is in Australia, says, here in Australia, my local cinema only played The Substance at 3 p.m. Had to take a half day off work just to watch it. Jesus.
It's crazy. It really is. It's like you're shooting yourself in the foot. Like, why are you not accommodating? Like, try it, and then if it fails, like, all right, we got to pull back a little bit. But it's like there's almost like no opportunities. Some films only play at 42nd Street, and it's like no one wants to go to the 42nd street theater. I know you think like everyone wants to go to Times Square. No one wants to go to Times Square. People who live in New York do not want to go to Times Square. It's terrible.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like it's the most rowdy theater. Like I have no desire. Like even my theater gets pretty, crazy during the weekends. It's like, oh, this is like it's like Black Friday shopping at a theater. That's what it feels like. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, dude. How much do your tickets cost?
Let's see. At a good AMC, like Saturday early afternoon, not even like prime time, like 7 p.m. AMC Laser Vision, whatever they call it, like $22.
Okay, so it's about the same. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, IMAX here is like $30. Thankfully, it's covered under AMC A-list.
Right. That's the only reason we had it. And we only got it because this is such a silly story because of the double feature. We wanted to go see Twisters and Longlegs. And I looked at it and I said, if I just go to both of them, that cost more than both of us subscribing for a month.
Yeah.
Why would we not do that?
Right. There's no reason to not subscribe to AMC A-list. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to tout for like AMC A-list, but like it's, they start to raise, so that's nice. I mean, LA and New York, that's like, these are the two places that are like,
right.
We get the movies come out in October, November, December and don't launch wide until January, but we get to contend for Oscars. But yeah, it's like just going to one movie. Even if I just go to one movie, or go to one IMAX movie, I paid for my month. That's it. And saved $4.
Right.
It's crazy. Yeah. I see on average 6 to 8 movies a month.
That was a long rant. Thank you for appeasing me.
Yeah, of course. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to have my own, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
We're going to have like pull all of the visuals out and just have a long rant in just a minute.
Yes.
December 17th, Blu-ray from Kino of The Beloved Rogue from 1927, a John Barrymore title. I love this line. John Barrymore sought to out-swashbuckle Douglas Fairbanks in his breathless depiction of France's rapscallion poet, thief, and vagabond. Looks good. Got a commentary by Anthony Slide on this. Filmed introduction by Orson Welles. Glad we're getting some of these Library of Congress titles. Kino does a lot of good stuff.
Is it silent?
From that year, it should be.
Yeah, it says orchestral score by, I'm assuming, because they're touting the orchestral score by Robert.
Yeah, 1927.
Yeah, it's silent. That cheap blush, that's silent.
That is the epitome of silent.
Yeah.
Gary says he paid $21.19 for a Thursday morning matinee at AMC. That was Dolby Cinema. Yeah, prices.
Dolby's going to be, yeah.
Another Kino, December 17th, Blu-ray of The Claim from 2000. This is with Wes Bentley, Mila Jovovich, Nastasia Kinski, Peter Milan, and Sarah Polley. Hell of a late 90s, early 2000s cast here. We got an audio commentary by the one and only Scout Tafoya on this one.
I was trying to think today of like who the director is. I kept saying why it was Anton Egon. I was like, no, it's not Anton. It's Michael Winterbaum. Okay.
Looks like a nice, solid release of this one.
I have this. You were talking with, I think you were talking with someone about this a couple weeks ago when it was not detailed yet. And you're like, I have never heard of this film at all.
Nope.
And I have the score to this film.
Nice.
Yes.
Very nice. All right. Next one, another Blu-ray release coming from the Kino Cult line, and that is Blood and Lace from 1971. This is going to be number 23 in that line. Commentary by Harlan Smith and alt opening titles on this one as well. I don't think those extras are new. I think they were on the Scream Factory release, and this one did have subtitles, I believe. So this is literally essentially just like repressing the disc, which, again, great, but feels a little odd for the Kino Cult line.
Raise your hand if you used to always think that Blood and Lace and Blood and Black Lace were the same movie. You got confused all the time.
Quite different, thankfully.
Yes. But I always got them mixed up, and I see like, oh, this is Blood and Lace. Okay, this one. Yeah, I've seen Blood and Black Lace. I've not seen Blood and Lace. But I'm glad that and it's probably going to be a lot more affordable than Scream Factory.
Oh, much more affordable, especially now that Scream has been out of print.
we're kind of like, we're skipping the actual thing that we should be talking about is the fact that this is going to be 1,000,000 times cheaper than any Scream Factory release.
And even worse again since it went out of print. Yeah, it'll be way
with a slip.
That's true.
Like, how much do you think this would have cost originally on Scream, or do you recall? It wasn't.
It was probably like $22 on release. So, or no, actually, this came out so long ago. It was probably only like 18 or 19.
Really? Okay.
Because this came out, I think the original release was like 2014. This is an old one.
And it wasn't a site exclusive?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that this is going to be like $10 on a sale.
On sale quickly, yeah.
Yeah. That's nice stuff.
Next one, Robert Duvall and Laura Dern in Rambling Rose, coming on December 10th from Kino. When you look at this and we talked earlier about, hey, that's an Imprint title that looks like a Kino. That's because this is the exact same thing. Imprint has released many things, and then Kino's releasing them later, just like they are for this one. Mm-hmm. All of the features on this were on the Imprint release. This should be much cheaper for you to be able to purchase if you're in the US. I'm sure when this comes out, it'll be like $15-16, especially if you go somewhere like Atomic. You can probably pre-order this for $16.49, and it'll be a great release. Laura Dern's amazing. Robert Duvall's amazing, obviously.
Is this Paramount as well?
I believe it is, yeah.
There you go. They both have big contracts with Paramount.
Absolutely. A lot of people do. I feel like a lot of when was that? Like 4 weeks ago now, we heard that there was somebody that came in and Paramount's home video division was getting shaken up a little bit. I have a feeling that it's probably going to get shaken up a lot worse than that. They're probably going to let go of a lot of people, and I feel like the licensing is going to be the biggest thing from Paramount moving forward, which honestly, not a bad thing. If we get good boutiques to license some of the bigger Paramount titles, you could do pretty great.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, honestly, there's some stuff because Paramount got bought up by, what's the name of the company again?
I don't remember. I tried.
It's not Skydance. It's not Skydance.
Skydance.
Is it Skydance?
Yep.
Okay, the guy's son, the billionaire or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
I knew it started with an S, but that's all I had.
When it's young blood like that worries me because I feel like their whole mind is set on streaming and digital. How can we get this micro entertainment? Like, we can charge by the hour for the movie or something. Like, they can find ways of really nickel and diming people as opposed to like,
right.
He doesn't strike me as the type that's going to be like, why don't we give people physical media?
All right, going to our next one. Kensuke's Kingdom. This is coming on November 11th on Blu-ray in the UK from Modern Films Entertainment. Normally would probably not have given this a ton of thought. However, this has a huge cast and supposedly is really great. This one has Sally Hawkins, Cillian Murphy, Raffi Cassidy, Aaron McGregor, Ken Watanabe. This looks like a solid film. It sounds really good. Based on the much-loved best-selling children's novel by Michael Morpurgo and adapted for screen by Frank Cottrell Boyce, Kensuke's Kingdom tells of the epic adventure of Michael, a young boy shipwrecked on a remote island who must adapt to life alone. Over time, he feels another presence, learning that this world is home to both unimaginable danger and beauty. In this gripping animated adaptation of that novel, Kensuke's Kingdom's illustrious voice cast includes everybody that I mentioned. Looks good.
I definitely. It reminds me, the animated style reminds me of Prince of Egypt.
Same
with the color scheme. Yeah, actually, also reminds me, if anyone is around the same age as me and remembers this. Do you remember Legends of the Hidden Temple?
Of course, not Legends of watch it.
Sorry. No, sorry. I'm thinking the wrong thing. No, The Lost Cities of Gold. Do you remember that anime show?
No.
Anyone remember if they watched Nickelodeon? There is The Lost Cities of Gold, and there was Esteban, and there was it was basically they flew in this giant golden hawk ship, flying around. It was 3 kids and these 2 Spanish pirates searching for the Lost City of Gold, and like they're like solving puzzles along the way and stuff like that. It was Thank you, Ryan. You remembered? Yes, classic Nick. Yes, and it was just like the weirdest show ever. But my really good friend Matt, he had the DVDs, and like we just bonded. Like, oh my God, you know what I'm talking about? Yes.
Well, as much as we're all bonding over the happiness that is Kensuke's kingdom, I think we're about to bond over something much worse.
Give me a second. I got to get some heartburn medication for this. I scarfed some food right before the show, so I'm like preparing for this because I'm going to be talking a lot.
All right. I'm going to
Let's
start
do this.
reading because we have to read all of this gobbledygook first. Unobstructed View. This is a company out of Canada that has done physical media for years. They are, I've kind of equated them as the Diabolic DVD of Canada. They release their own stuff sometimes, but they primarily are like a retail store for a lot of people. They are the ones that got the rights to Caligula, the Ultimate Cut. They bought them from Drafthouse Films, and they are doing the release for all of North America. And they put out this press release. Now, keep in mind, this press release was released on Diabolic DVD because Diabolic DVD was the exclusive retailer for the U.S. And this was posted by Jesse from the Unobstructed View team. It says, to the Diabolic DVD community, as president and owner of Unobstructed View, I feel the time is right to address the concerns and complaints to Diabolic DVD regarding the provenance of our edit of the original version of Caligula on our release of Caligula, the Ultimate Cut on Blu-ray, and the upcoming 4K limited edition. Many of you inferred from our promotional material that we would be providing an uncut version of the film as a bonus feature. While we have a legitimate... Man, I still can't believe this. Okay.
I know.
Well, we have a...
Go. You got to just run through it because otherwise I'm going to start punching my computer.
Right. There's so much that we're going to have to touch on after this. While we have a...
I copy and pasted and bolded the little moments that we can talk about.
While we have a legitimate theatrical cut of the original, nowhere in our descriptions did we imply that ours was uncut. However, we do apologize for the confusion, and we will amend our digital metadata to include the running time of the original feature. On that note, I would like to take a minute to talk about what we felt we achieved here in conjunction with Giant and Drafthouse, specifically with regard to the 4K limited edition coming at the end of the month. After over 30 years in the business, mostly in Canada, this is our first venture into 4K, and we are proud of what we are offering. In the middle of working on their theatrical release last spring, Giant took it upon themselves to source, in the absence of any available film stock at Penthouse, a print of the original from a Boston distributor that played in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts during the film's original run, as the markings on the canisters would indicate. Those who go back that far might remember that community standards in that state back in the day were a little more puritanical, so to speak. They then went on to restore the print to 4K at great expense for its singular use as a bonus feature for this release. I think we can all agree that short is the list of studios that would go to the trouble of restoring a full-length feature for a very limited release. Continuing on, further to that, those concerned about the edited scenes can take comfort in the fact that the project was bounced out of 2 4K manufacturing facilities for offensive content. Ergo, the postponed release date. To that point, some of those deletes can be seen in the accompanying featurette. One thing is for certain, after this initial run is gone, our version of the original will never appear on 4K again. Finally, if we pull back to a wider view, there is a tremendous value proposition in the 4-disc set featuring an incredible slipcover and individual numbering in Roman numerals. It provides tremendous background material to support the film that is on the cover of this sleeve, Caligula, the Ultimate Cut. There's enough exclusive content, including an invaluable contribution from the producer, Thomas Nagovin, to give cinephiles an insightful look into the creative process that led to this landmark release. One reviewer mentioned that our edit of the original is a better guide track than longer versions because it begins the process of reconstituting the film. Whatever, you might have different opinions. In closing, we hope you will purchase Caligula the Ultimate Cut from our friends at Diabolic DVD, and we will remember your attention to detail on our next project. Sincerely, Jonathan Gross. Emphasis on the word gross there at the end is all mine.
Who wrote this? J.D. Vance? Like, this was written by someone who, like, doesn't understand words and, like, how to talk to people. Oh, my God.
Okay, so let's break this down a little bit by a little bit. First of all, Many of you inferred from our promotional material that we would be providing an uncut version of the film as a bonus feature. I don't think anybody inferred anything when it was literally stated.
Can we go to articles A and B that I brought up for you, Ryan?
Let me see if I can pull them up.
Because I was under the impression that's what was happening because I remember reading it. And I was like, I'm not imagining things.
I don't know how this is going to show up. Let me see.
If it doesn't, it's fine. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's all good. I'll just tell people what I found.
I'm going to try to make it work. I promise.
Oh, Wave, trust me, we will.
Never mind. Okay.
I also think AI wrote this, possibly.
Really? I've not heard that guess yet.
I mean,
so yeah, it's not going to work out. But literally in their original press release that was sent to Blu-ray.com and everybody, it does say Disc 2 4K Blu-ray uncut version, Caligula, the uncut version SDR, featuring, restored original theatrical trailer SDR, feature English closed captions. That was the big press release for the second 4K disc.
And it was sent twice. It was posted twice for the first announcement and then updated. Both times, same thing.
I don't understand how you do this when you have literally got a press release saying the word uncut multiple times.
So I do love that it says, while we have a legitimate theatrical cut of the original, nowhere in our description do we imply that ours was uncut. This is what I like to call the Obi-Wan. It's like from a certain point of view, because it came out in Italy in 1979, was shipped to the U.S., got in trouble, and was then cut and then banned. So the edited version is not the original. It's an edited cut.
Right.
So it's not the original, which I actually looked up. I have this. I didn't tell you about this. So I looked it up that after the censorship board got into it, they said in something of a twist, the censorship board insisted that the cuts be advertised. This was March of 1981. Registered subject to the special condition that all advertising clearly indicates that this film is a modified version.
Wow.
Yes. So, yes.
The next part of this, they go into saying, after 30 years in the business, mostly in Canada, this is our first 4K and we're proud of it. That's a really weird thing to include in this when you're talking about what everybody's complaining about. The other thing, they refer to Giant taking it upon themselves to source, in the absence of any other film stock at Penthouse, a print of the original from Boston. I don't know if anybody else has a different opinion in the chat. I'd be open to hearing it. Like, bragging that Giant helped you do something is not great. Giant does not have a great track record with a lot of stuff.
Now, I don't know. You're more educated on Giant than I am. My biggest qualm is saying that, so in the absence of a negative, so from Penthouse, so I would love to know where Umbrella got theirs, because of the countries that banned Caligula, Australia was one of them.
Yep.
So I would like
and
to
so
know
was the UK, where it was also released by Arrow.
Yeah, so I would like to know where they got their cut, their print. And then saying that they got it from, and we'll move into it, but getting it from Boston and saying, if most of you remember, they were pretty clear. I'm like, when you were in Canada? Like, don't talk about Boston when you're from Canada.
Boston in the 80s, mind you. He's not talking about the 1880s. He's talking about the 1980s.
Yeah, I mean, look, the U.S. is the U.S. Boston's not all of a sudden being like, we want a special cut of Caligula just for us Beantown people. You know, that's not the way things work. So,
right.
You know, just say, look, we got a canister and we fucked up and we thought it was the original, you know, uncut version. Just say that.
Their next bragging point is that no other studios would go through the trouble of restoring a full-length feature for a very limited edition. I mean, that's just not true. Yeah. Lots of other studios have done stuff like that. Lots of other boutiques, which you are kind of claiming to be, you would likely you would understand that a lot of people have done this.
And I will say this: let's just look. whatever your business is, obviously running a business in this time is very difficult.
Yeah.
I admit that. But from now on, don't say at great expense to us.
Right.
Because that's your product. If you don't spend the money, you don't have the goods that we pay for. So you made I don't like the way yeah. Well, we don't know, Gary. We don't know. AI might be getting a little flippant now. They know they're getting big, big for their britches. It's like, we're AI, we're here now. But yeah, I was like, don't I agree. I hate when studios are just like, we did this for you. Like, no one asked you to do it.
Well, and that's where the second half of this goes way off the rails, because this gets so much worse. So the next thing, further to that, those concerned about the edited scenes can take comfort in the fact that the project was bounced out of 2 4K manufacturing facilities for offensive content.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to talk about some content being released tonight by Mondo Macabro on 4K that will prove there is no reason Caligula could not be released on 4K. Vinegar Syndrome has released multiple adult titles on 4K that are literally hardcore porn, just flat out saying what it is.
Now, to your point, before we move on, because this goes right into your point there, I did some more research about the Canadian law. And now it states here that the criminal code prohibits the production, distribution, and possession of obscene material. Obscene material is defined as any publication that exploits sex in an undue way or exploits sex in combination with crime, horror, cruelty, or violence. So because it is in fact pornography, it's not a movie. I mean, it is a movie, but the fact that it actually does have pornography in it might fall under the guidelines of, we don't want to get legally sued by, the Canadian government for putting this out.
I'm not buying it.
I'm merely speculating, but I'm just saying that is a rule here, whereas all Mondo and Vinegar Syndrome are in the U.S. So
too true. Can't argue with that point. But what's funny is then they use that argument to throw in some FOMO and say one thing is for sure. After this initial run is gone, our version will never be on 4K again. Very clearly implying if you want this, you should buy it now, because it's never coming back.
Well, that also gets me wondering, so, what's to stop someone else from just getting a theatrical cut and reprint? So that leads me to believe that they cut it a certain way, that they splice stuff out to satisfy the whoever the restoration house is in Canada, and said our specific, because they even said that one reviewer said our cut helps to, what was the exact phrase? One reviewer mentioned that our edit of the original is a better guide track than longer versions.
Right.
What do you mean our version? It's the theatrical, it's the censored, now you're saying it's the censored US, UK cut, whatever you want to freaking call it. But that's just a cut. That cut exists. The studio can lease it out to anybody, and they can restore it to 4K. So the only way they're implying this will never be available again is to say we cut it a certain way, like Clean Flicks,
right?
And Paul, I'm just asking that question because that's the only way it reads. Otherwise, what do you mean it's never going to be available again? How can you say that?
Right. Let's go to the next part of this after their FOMO. Yeah. Then they say, if we pull back to a wider view, and this is where it gets really gross, pardon the pun there.
Pull back to a wider view. Enhance. What are you talking about?
He says, there is a tremendous value proposition in this 4-disc set featuring an incredible slip with individual numbering in Roman numerals. So now we are being told to find value in Roman numerals.
XXX is the only one people want. If you're not getting number 30, no one's.
That's a good joke. But also, what? Roman numerals is a part of a value proposition? What are we saying here? Beyond that, let's see. There's enough exclusive content, including an invaluable contribution from the producer, to give cinephiles an insightful look into the creative process that led to this landmark release. What the hell? And then they follow this up by literally saying the word whatever. You might have different opinions.
This was written at 3 a.m. I don't know if they've been drinking. I don't know. Maybe they're high on maple syrup. I don't know. But I'm just saying, this was. Look, first and foremost, don't attack Jesse because he has nothing to freaking do with this. If I were Jesse and I got this from them, I would have said, no, I'm not posting this shit.
Right.
Edit it and make it sound nicer. Because I'm going to be the one that's going to be incurring all the wrath from this, not you. How many people do you think wrote Unobstructed View directly, and how many people compared to how many people wrote to Jesse?
Jesse, yeah.
I would be furious. I'd be like, no, why don't you go back, read that back over, just because you made love to a thesaurus last night and I started trying to use big words. It doesn't even read like, it reads like the robot. They used to have dirty things in the 90s. Boobs. Boobs.
But like was said just a couple minutes ago by our friend Gary, I don't think AI would start a sentence with the word whatever. So this does feel like...
But then there's something the personality wise. Again, I don't know this person, so I'm merely speculating. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if this is your statement and you say what's that thing? As president and owner of Unobstructed View, I feel the time is right to address the concern. The time is right. If we have now reached the right time, have you not taken the time to really formulate your words? Did you not go back over the team and be like, hey guys, how does this sound? This was just one draft, done and done. Here you go, Jesse, post this. No.
So some important pieces of context that if you're not familiar with every part of the situation, you might not be aware of. One, the gentleman, Mr. Jonathan Gross at Unobstructed View, has also made some gross comments previously in his newsletter to people that have signed up with Unobstructed View. He is somebody that has claimed that the Oscars were woke. He has pushed back against diversity things in his newsletter. He's made some things about people being offended in his newsletter. He's that type of person responding to that. Take with that what you will. Not making any statements on any side of anything there. One more major thing, though. Found out through a source, and I hate doing this. I know that I've watched this on other channels that I've seen this. And
did this get the thumbs up?
I did get the thumbs up.
Okay. I don't even know this. I'm waiting. Okay.
So as it turns out, they finally got Mr. Malcolm McDowell to sit down and watch the ultimate cut of this film, the brand new re-edited cut. And essentially he said, this is amazing. This is the movie that we thought we were making back when. And I'm going to see if Helen will watch it. Helen Mirren went and watched it, and they both agreed, this is exactly what we wanted to make. And they had agreed to do television promotion for the ultimate cut of Caligula. They have agreed to be a part of the release as long as the uncut version was nowhere near the release. The people putting out this release said, no, we are putting the uncut version on there. We don't need Malcolm McDowell or Helen Mirren. And now Unobstructed View is fucked. And they don't have Malcolm McDowell, Helen Mirren, or the uncut version of the film on the disc. And they have royally screwed the pooch on this.
So who then does get the promotion then? Nobody, because Umbrella has...
Nobody is promoting it. Nobody's going on Jimmy Fallon to talk about Caligula, the ultimate cut. But the joke is, Malcolm McDowell might have done something like that if this had been done the right way. Right. But now, if you're looking to purchase this, the Umbrella release is clearly the way to go. It's got every cut under the sun, lots of special features, the same 4K disc that Unobstructed View has, and you're not supporting Unobstructed View.
However, as you've told me, and I've now read on many forums, that the audio is mixed up on the...
Right.
So there's that, waiting for the disc to be corrected. And I did see some poor soul who did get their box a little dinged up, or
as it happens when it's coming from Australia sometimes.
Yeah. But again, for $150, they should put some padding in there.
Well, and Umbrella is likely going to replace that disc with the corrected audio. I don't know how you screw up the audio on a film, especially. I understand there being an error in authoring, but doing it where you have the entirely wrong track, that should literally not be possible. Makes zero sense.
Yeah.
But
yeah, of the two, I wish you could get that big chunky box directly from Orbit. I really do. It's the delivery. It's the and again, I'm sure it goes the other way. So Australia having stuff shipped to them from us.
Oh, I bet.
It's just as expensive. But this is like the one thing that really is just like every time I'm tempted to do anything with Umbrella, I'm like, I can't. And I know you say like, well, if you order, I'm completely out of frame at some point. Is that, if you order enough, it justifies the purchase. But that's a lot to justify. Like,
well, it's not as much if you do it in a way that makes sense. Like if you wait until there's a couple months in a row where there's pre-orders that you want, you can get. I don't remember if it's 150 US or 200 US gets free shipping.
Right.
It gets up there pretty quickly.
So as a side note, the Arrow, the out of print Arrow Blu-ray of Caligula, that's not uncut.
It is uncut, as far as I'm aware. It is the original theatrical version.
Oh, good, because I have that, and I've held on to it because that artwork was so nice on the front. That was like one of the first Arrows I bought.
Right. So that being said, after this long ass rant about this shitty response from this terrible company, as Craig in the chat will say, and I trust Craig's taste in a lot of things because we've liked a lot of the same films. He went and saw the brand new Ultimate Cut in the theater and said it's an incredible film, different night and day, looks great. If you are interested in this, it is absolutely worth seeking out. I'm not going to tell you, one way or the other what you should do or have to do, but if it was me, I would personally be going to Umbrella in a heartbeat for this.
I just want to point out something that Craig said is that if that particular edit was specific to that theater, then if they bought that print, they own it and no one else would get their hands on it. I totally get it, and that's a good point. My comment is like, is it the only theater that has that edit? I feel like if that's the edit that's going around the US at the time, there's more than one copy of that edit, right? Like a theater in 1980s, like there's no Boston theaters like splicing the negative the way they want to, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that seems rather extreme.
Craig says incredible film is a bit much, but it's certainly better than the original. Sorry to overindulge the words there, Craig.
I will also, before we get off, move on to other stuff, happier stuff. I do want to also point out this one last thing. It says, "We will remember your attention to detail on our."
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Yeah,
which is just neighboring on mafia talk. We'll remember this the next time. We'll remember your loyalty. Like,
yeah.
What does that mean? We will remember your attention to detail.
Yeah, that's a really gross line in this.
What does that mean? It's like a weird. It's like you try to intimidate people, but just messed it up.
Yikes!
I don't know.
Again, like what he's implying there. Pay attention when they say we will remember your attention to detail. What he's saying is we thought we could skirt this past you without you noticing.
Right. I guess it does read like that. It's like we'll remember that when we move on to our next title. I thought it was more like we will remember your. Yeah, I know. I always read it. I read it as like we'll remember, you're knowing what the better version is, like to buy, like right. I don't know. Blade Runner original Final Cut. Come on. I mean, look, if you want to watch the voiceover, that's fine. I've just never cared for the voiceover. Even Harrison Ford hates that voiceover.
Are we done with Caligula? Anything else you want to throw out there about Caligula?
We didn't know it then, but when we were free, what the fuck am I reading here? About Caligula, no, I'm perfectly okay. I was prepared for that. The silent release was so botched. What is this, Craig? What were you talking about?
Craig helped a little bit with the restoration on Caligula, the Ultimate.
Oh, did you put some cats in there?
I know he supplied the DCP to, was it Beyond Fest that did the screening? Somebody like that.
Oh, okay. Nice.
That's Caligula. That was a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would have thought of all the movies to get like that giant rant and discussion controversy? It's Caligula.
Tinto Brass from 40 years ago.
Yeah. Kiki.
You know what? Brendan says, let's make a Mad Libs version of that response letter. It feels like a Mad Libs already.
He does, and I will make one.
Craig says they needed a DCP, but he also consulted on the whole process for a couple of years. Nice.
Oh.
All right. Let's get to some
question.
Criterion.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
January 7th, 4K release of Yojimbo and Sanjuro, 2 films by a little-known director named Akira Kurosawa. This is a 4K digital restoration that is, as far as I can tell, brand new compared to the last one.
Yeah.
This is going to have all the same extras from the previous release, and I am glad I never picked up the Blu-ray, and I will be able to have this now.
Do you think, I mean, I'm very surprised it hasn't happened so far, but do you think at some point we're just going to get a Kurosawa box set again? Like, I know there's a DVD, but
I don't think we will have an all-encompassing box set. I would not be surprised if they did a couple volumes. Did maybe like broken up by decades, potentially.
Maybe. Okay.
It's just so expensive to make a full Kurosawa 4K box set. I doubt they would do that.
I mean, they did it for, the Bergman's a lot of stuff.
That wasn't 4K.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, maybe, who knows? After the CC40 box set, maybe it's just going to be like the Blu-ray box set, and then, but if you want the 4Ks, you got to buy them individually.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah.
I'm glad this is coming out. More Kurosawa on 4K. Great thing. Nothing wrong with that.
Is that the one where what's his name is being actually shot at with real arrows, and he's freaking out?
Ooh, maybe. I am not a Kurosawa scholar. I've not seen.
I don't know. That's why I was asked. But I do know there's that moment where he is being shot at with real arrows, and his reactions are genuine.
Madhouse says Paper Moon aspect ratio changed from the original 185:1 to 166:1 on the upcoming release.
And they're not offering both aspect ratios, because that's something that they'll do a lot of the time. They did with
I've not verified that. I should look that up. But that's interesting.
Yeah.
Next one is a 4K Blu-ray and DVD release of The Mother and the Whore from 1973. This hurt a lot of people because I believe many people thought that there was a complete box set coming of Jean Eustache, or however you say the name. But likely this is probably an indication that that's not happening. Reservoir says Throne of Blood is the one you were thinking of with the arrows.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
The hard thing here, again, like 4K, even for this, is going to be expensive because this is a long ass movie. This is like a 3.5 hour movie, or 3 hour 45, something like that.
I thought it was a box set at first when I read the description. The breakdown makes it sound like it made it sound like it was a box set, but it was long thought lost, and that's how that you can. Whenever you tell me anything was long thought lost, I'm like, God damn, then I gotta go.
Yep.
And I watched the trailer. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's supposed to be great. This one, since it's a brand new to the collection title, we've got a new interview with actor Francois Lebrun, new conversation with filmmaker Jean-Pierre Gorin and writer Rachel Kushner, some programming in the film's restoration segment from the French television series, featuring Lebrun and Jean Eustache, and actors Bernadette Lafont and Jean-Pierre Leaud. Essay by Lucy Santon, an introduction to the film by Eustache, and should be a pretty solid release.
Absolutely.
This one was 2 VHSs. I always hated when it was 2 VHS tapes.
I had a bunch on Titanic, Braveheart,
Casino.
I didn't have Casino when I was there, but I'm trying to think what other ones I had. There were a lot of them. The Godfather was a big one. That was.
Next up is JoJo Dancer, Your Life is Calling, coming on 4K and Blu-ray on January 14th. This is a 1986 Richard Pryor film. This says, one of the greatest comedians of all time, Richard Pryor, gets raw and real in this brutally funny and lacerating self-portrait following the notorious incident in which he caught on fire while high on cocaine, nearly losing his life. Pryor exorcised his inner demons by writing, producing, directing, and starring in this dizzying Hall of Mirrors biopic and backstage drama, which traces a young comedian's rise to fame from his childhood, growing up in a brothel, to the colorful experiences that shaped his edgy comic voice, to the addiction struggles that brought him to the brink of death. As he did in his legendary stand-up sets, here Pryor fearlessly turns his soul inside out, revealing the deep vulnerability that made his art so compelling. Now, the extras on this. New interview on the film with Robert Townsend, an interview with the director Richard Pryor from a 1985 episode of The Dick Cavett Show, and an appreciation by Hilton Als, a film critic. That is it. On a Richard Pryor disc coming from Criterion, you don't have anybody like talking about Pryor. You don't have a commentary on the film talking about his life. You don't have the real life parallels of things that he had to face and what you saw on the screen here. You don't have anybody that you were willing to reach out to actually discuss the man, Richard Pryor, on this disc.
We're going to talk about it later.
This?
When we talk about our labels later, we'll get into, start talking about this. But this is what frustrates me, because the infrastructure, the connections that Criterion has,
right?
Like, just so many boutique labels would kill for these connections. So my hope is that they, now that they see it, like, I really do think that them seeing all those people out waiting in the rain for their stuff shows that there's actually an appreciation for, special features. Because the people who are now, like, they have a team of people producing the closet videos. You now see on their website they have all the closet videos available to view. You don't have to just go to YouTube to look for them. They really are now going into that content of, like, I hate to say the word content, but, like, actually, like, realizing, like, oh, people really like this. I told Sarah Beebe, the head of the designing of the covers, I said, oh, man, I love that video of them showing how they came up with the cover for Foreign Correspondent. And the person next to me was like, oh, yeah, I love that video. And she goes, oh, really? Oh, okay. I got to remember that. Like they don't get the feedback. They get people writing going like, when are you going to put this out? But they don't get people writing and saying like, hey, would love to see more of this. And I said, people love, the uniformed look of your cases. Like when something goes digipack to Amaray, people get, and she was just like, oh, really? Like, yeah, I guess that is a big, like, they don't think, they don't have that direct line to the fans other than people writing either complete, like, whacked out hate mail or just like a list, like a wish list. There is no real social media connection. Right. Even Janos, like, it's really just love this film, but no real, it's not, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of social media with them.
And don't get me wrong, I am amazed and very happy that this title is getting the Criterion treatment, especially on 4K. It's got great cover art that is going to look amazing on the Barnes & Noble shelves. People are going to pick this up just because it looks beautiful. I'm so glad it's coming. However, it does disappoint when you do something like this, especially with, like, the New York Times article from a handful of years ago, and you don't do anything on literally the most important black comedian arguably ever, and you don't get any history on that.
Well, like you said many of the times when people, obviously myself included, complain about things, is you say, hey, look, there's licensing things. They may have wanted to, they just couldn't do it. Remember, they have to talk to his estate and try and work things out. But still, and this, I'm not saying this is the case, and I hope it's not the case with Criterion, because it sometimes feels like they rest on their laurels where it's like, we put the C on it. Yep. And that's all it needs to sell. Like, we don't need to put special features because it's got the C, and so someone's going to buy it. But
and one thing I fear, you brought up the whole, maybe they see all these people waiting in the rain, and that gives them instilled hope in it. The hard part for me, just because I'm going to be cynical about it, I feel like they're going to see all these people in the rain and go, honestly, we still have this crowd, even though we've not been trying too hard on the extras. Maybe we can keep going.
So I'll take your cynicism, and I'll say, I think there's a difference between fans buying and meeting the fans. And
I also think there's a difference between a business running the label and film appreciation in a way that ran the label 15, 20 years ago.
Yes, and I think just like the Academy is getting, like, obviously expanding the number of members and getting younger people and people of different, walks of life, we get different films. Remember in social media comments they used to do it, they're submitting their reviews on sort of, oh yeah, absolutely. You can still submit, I think, their your recommendations, but it really just it's like it's like writing to Santa. I mean, dear Santa, I would love this movie, and then it's like maybe one day, it happens. But I mean, that was just New York, and New York is probably the most obvious thing.
Right.
Like they said, like, we're probably going to come back here and do another one in a month, and we'll do it in Brooklyn. I'm like, well, the Wes Anderson people are already lining up, getting themselves in distinct order. But like once they get out to like the Midwest and stuff and see that there's still lines of people, it's like, wow, you got to have a direct line to your fans. There has to be. It doesn't even put a commentary track on half of their releases now. It's sad to say. Yeah, and they used to. I feel like the Criterion and again, I like the films they're putting out, but as far as like the stuff they used to put out on Laserdisc, if you brought a little of that back, and I'm not talking about like dropping Breakfast Club and everything and having a bunch of film snobs be like, why is Breakfast Club in the middle of the thing? But like, go after, and again, maybe they are, but go after the killers or the killer, or like go after, what was the other Chow Yun-fat film? What's the other one? You know what I'm talking about.
I mean, honestly, I'm not going to argue about titles. Like the titles that they're releasing are great. I think the hard part here, and with Wave saying Criterion doesn't even put a commentary track on half of their releases, what's worse, they don't put new commentary tracks on, but maybe like 5% of their releases.
Right.
They're putting old commentary tracks on stuff. That is the bigger problem, of course.
And that has to appreciate, yeah.
The fact that you are the institution that popularized the commentary, and now you're sticking up your middle finger to it makes no sense.
Well, it's all like I want a commentary, but that's something that is like good for us. Like we'll get a disc and be like, oh, cool, we get a commentary now. But as far as bringing in a wider audience, when you start putting more genre film, like if the substance came to Criterion. Or
huge.
Like when you brought in that market, again, they were rightfully so to expand it. Obviously, black filmmakers, they didn't have a lot of that. Asian filmmakers, they brought more of that in after the complaints, and I do believe that brought more people into the buying from their collection. And now it's like, why don't you have more action films and horror films? You just have to find the gems, the ones that something like. Carnival of Souls. Like there's other Carnival of Souls out there that you can bring to the collection.
You're right.
There's absolutely ways to, because there's only so many, new wave French films you can put out.
Last semi-complaint, which isn't really a complaint. Yeah. I mentioned this primarily about the Amazing Godzilla box set. Mm-hmm. Criterion, please release prints. I want a poster of the Godzilla box set cover. This would make an incredible poster for somebody that's a huge fan of Richard Pryor. You don't even have to do every one. We know that they're not all going to be perfect as a print, but like one a month probably deserves it.
Yeah. Well, they do give that little postcard booklet. Like they were out of the tote bags at Barnes & Noble. I got a pack of postcards. It was like literally a postcard for every single title cover art that came out that year.
Right.
I was like, this is great. I love this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful art. Absolutely.
All right. The next one, The Grifters. This is coming on 4K and Blu-ray on January 21st. This is from 1990 with John Cusack, Angelica Houston, Annette Bening, and more. This one that does have an audio commentary with Stephen Frears, John Cusack, Angelica Houston, and Donald E. Westlake. It is not a new commentary. That is a archival commentary. We got a new interview with Annette Bening on this, a short making of documentary with a bunch of people from the making of the film. But really, the only new thing on this is that interview with Annette Bening, which, cool. I'm glad they got an interview with Annette Bening. Great. Essay by Jeffrey O'Brien on this as well. Sister Hyde did the cover for this one. Yeah. Looks great. Glad this is coming out.
I mean, I held off for so long with that Miramax release. Yep. And then the Miramax release came out later with a digital copy, where it's like an anniversary edition, and it was still the same bad print. And I held off for a long time, and I'm so happy I finally did. I'm like, I saw this, I was like, well, that's the one I'm getting.
Yep.
I get rid of this.
Next and final, I think this is the final. Yes. Final announcement of the month. Winchester 73 from 1950 getting a 4K and Blu-ray release on January 28th. This is a Western directed by Anthony Mann with James Stewart. Brand new 4K digital restoration undertaken by Universal in collaboration with the Film Foundation. It's got a 4K disc of the film and a Blu-ray with film and special features. Audio commentary with James Stewart and Paul Lindenschmidt. With James Stewart, you know it's an archival commentary, not a brand new one. New interview with film programmer Adam Perron on the portrayal of Native Americans in the Western genre. Lux Radio Theater adaptation of the film from 1951. And then an essay by Imogen Sarah Smith, who's always fantastic.
And I actually didn't realize until now, I met Gregory Manchester, the guy who did the art for this.
Oh, nice.
He's a really nice guy. If you get a chance, check out his Instagram because it is just incredible. Like the way that he paints. He's done quite a few titles. He did I think he did the 310 to Yuma cover for them. It's just, I know he did the
right.
Four Feathers. I believe he did as well. Yeah, it's incredible. Like, Jimmy Stewart. I am definitely James Stewart. Yeah, I'm just not a Western person, but
same here.
Yeah, but again, someone's jumping up and down at this.
You know what somebody is probably not jumping up and down for is that 2 years later, we're getting a 4K steelbook of Elvis in a Walmart exclusive release on November 19th. This is so odd. No new bonus features on this. Nothing else brand new. Just a random Elvis 4K steelbook. Here
we know, Ryan. People just want to get people just want a 4K sometimes. But they just want a steelbook. Oh, sweet steelbook.
This is true.
Yeah. Did you like Elvis?
I've not seen it because everybody says it's the worst Tom Hanks, and I don't want that in my brain.
It is not good, Tom. It's just it's cartoonish Tom Hanks, but it's worth it to see Austin Butler's performance. It really, really is.
I do want to see it. I also want to see how my dear friend John, who's been on here before, who's the broadcast director of the Mets, there's a couple scenes that inspired some of what he's done for the Mets.
And, nice.
Yeah. Very interested to see that. Fun City announced a couple new titles. We got Lifeguard from 1976 coming soon on Blu-ray. This is a Sam Elliott film, I believe, or is that the other one? No, it's this one. Limited edition side exclusives. I should have just looked at the poster. I was trying to read. Limited edition side exclusive slip with vintage artwork, double-sided wrap with legacy artwork, new commentary by Jim Healy and Ben Reiser, booklet with new essay by Christina Cacioppo, and that's in the first pressing only. Mm-hmm. Now, the only thing I will say that isn't great about this, I don't love the whole let's put up a pre-order and not know when it's coming out thing that Fun City's doing.
They did that with the trailer collection. Yeah. That was especially expensive, and I'm like, I'm not pre-ordering with a TBD.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, that being said, this is the most Kino Fun City release. Like, this is a total Kino title. And also, when did Sam Elliott ever look like that? It has been a while. That is, I need to see this to believe. I mean, I guess, Roadhouse, he was kind of, I don't know. I don't know. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I don't know. Checking some of the slips. I don't print any of them. Yeah, I know. I missed out on the last two, the Heavenly Bodies and the Paradise. I mixed it because I waited far too long.
The other one coming out is 1984's Racing with the Moon. Again, no release date listed for this one, coming soon on Blu-ray. This one is also the exclusive slip cover for the site. I think they're doing that for everything moving forward now, by the way. New commentary by Bill Ackerman and Mariah Gates. That is going to be a great commentary. Booklet with a new essay by the one and only Walt Cha. Going to be a great booklet. Can't wait to read that. We got an Image Gallery archival making a featurette and an archival commentary by the director of this one. I've never seen this one either.
I have not seen either, but I mean, it's a great, you got Sean Penn, you got Nicolas Cage. I could have sworn that was Audrey from Twin Peaks until I saw it was Elizabeth Sovereign. I really thought that was Flynn. So what's her name?
Laura Flynn Boyle.
No, the other one, Audrey.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Sherilyn Fenn.
So that is Fun City. They still exist. People are still loving them. Go check them out. Don't forget they're out there. Next up, December 17th, Kino is releasing For Love or Money from 1963 with Kirk Douglas. Weird poster on this one. Like,
Kirk Douglas looks like Sylvester Stallone.
Kind of. I can kind of see that one. New commentary by Howard S. Berger and Steve Mitchell on this one.
Mm-hmm.
And then
it's not to be mistaken with the Michael J. Fox movie, which I adore.
Correct. Next one, December 17th. Also, The Ballad of Josie from 1968 with the one and only Doris Day. Again, new commentary by Howard S. Berger and Steve Mitchell.
Nice.
I'm sure a lot of people are going to like this one, and they didn't even go all out.
Gary.
December 17th, Magnolia is... I have not, no.
Oh, Gary, Sam Elliott was once Mr. Universe.
Way back in 76, Gary.
Exactly.
Magnolia is releasing the film Sleep from 2023, which I have heard incredible things about.
Yeah,
I've wanted to see it for quite some time. This is, I believe, not coming through the Magnolia arm of Vinegar Syndrome, their partner label Magnolia. This is just coming out wide. I would be remiss to miss this. I definitely want to see it soon.
Yeah.
Heard great things.
Yep.
Terrifier 3. Back on the menu.
Still not the one I want to talk about, but okay, go ahead.
I know. We are getting in the States a limited edition collector's box set, and it will include a collector's edition of the 4K and Blu-ray, a Terrifier 3 box of soap, a Terrifier 3 Art the Clown selfies, Polaroid replicas, Terrifier 3 barf bag, Art the Clown mini mask, Terrifier 3 Art the Clown enamel pin, and a Terrifier 3 ornament. That's a lot. And if you go to pre-order it, it's a heck of a lot. It is $130 at the moment on Amazon.
That's some Scream Factory shit right there.
It is so much money. Like, I understand you're getting soap and an ornament, but $130?
One pin? And no lobby cards?
You do get Polaroids, though, so.
Not the Polaroids I want.
You already got that. You're standing in the closet. You're fine.
Oh, yeah. I was making a dirty joke.
So we'll hear more about this coming soon, I'm sure. We still don't even have the art or anything for that. The art. But we do have another Terrifier announcement to talk about in a little bit. But first, Severin. December 3rd, they are putting out a Blu-ray release of Hardwood, the adult features of Ed Wood. On Blu-ray number 1, we've got Necromania. We got a commentary with Ed Wood Summit host Greg Haver and author Paul Apple. And that also includes The Only House in Town. Also has a commentary.
Okay.
I'm tired, dude. It's been a long day. Another commentary on that one with Greg and Spicy Goldman of Capri Show World. The second disc is The Young Marrieds with a commentary with Greg again, and then porn archaeologist collector Dimitri Otis. This also has Sex Loops with subtitles by Ed Wood. Then the third disc on this will have Shotgun Wedding. This is the Ed Wood penned Hicksploitation rarity called Shotgun Wedding. This will also include the Incredibly Strange Film Show Season 2, Episode 4 on Ed Wood Jr. Dana Gould and Bobcat Goldthwait talk about Wood's Twilight era. That alone is going to be super interesting. We got some interviews and some more on this. Lots coming in this 3-disc set. How do you feel about Ed Wood porn?
First of all, I want to know what a porn archaeologist is. Like
and collector.
Indiana Johnson. This is like, that's right. I found a dildo in that sand. I mean, Ed Wood. Like my brain doesn't compute that. Like I was easier understanding the Caligula letter. Like all these things like Plan 9 from Outer Space and then porn. I'm like, so are they just like paper cutouts doing it? Like I don't know what he's doing. I mean, is it just porn or is it like porn with like aliens? Like I don't get it. What are we doing here?
I guess you got to buy it and find out.
I'll buy it a year after it gets put out by Severin so I can get it half price.
Coming in November, if you order direct, and then on December 3rd wide, they are also putting out Scala. I think is how you say it. If I'm wrong, somebody tell me in the chat.
Scala.
Scala.
Who knows?
Scale. This is the documentary that was also released by BFI recently. Brendan's laughing at Indiana Johnson. This one is going to have 3 discs as well. First disc is the documentary with the commentary with the co-directors, introduction from the UK premiere at 2023 BFI London Film Festival. Whole bunch of other commentaries and pieces going to be on this. The disc 2 Blu-ray is going to have a whole bunch of shorts that played at the theater as well. And then disc 3, whole bunch of other stuff. This is a lot. This is a huge release.
I'll be honest, I have no idea what it's about, and it looks like a mix of like La Dolce Vita and Saved by the Bell.
Now, thanks to Terry, Mr. Flickering Waves, he posted in the Discord today that he went and did the detective work. There is one short on the BFI release that is not on the Severn release. So, of course, if you want everything, there's always something missing. BFI's got one on there. A lot of people have loved this documentary. It's a fairly new documentary about a, does it say here? Yes. Between the politically volatile years of 78 to 93, London's most infamous repertory movie theater, or Pleasure Dome, screened over 4,000 mind-warping films that influenced a generation of remarkable writers, musicians, filmmakers, actors, artists, and activists. And they made a documentary about it, and it's supposed to be incredible.
All right. I'm all for a good doc.
Yeah, looks like a great release, and I'm interested in seeing it eventually. But if you want to buy it now, they've also given you 2 different bundles to choose from. You've got the Angora Raincoat bundle. You get the Ed Wood Blu-ray. You get The Only House, an exclusive adult paperback novel by Ed Wood. And then you've got a Hall of Fame enamel pin featuring Ed Wood. $47. That is a much better deal than $130 for all that terrifying.
I was going to say, this feels like a very low, that doesn't seem like Severn. I know you don't think those sales are ever going to happen again. They were trying to empty out their warehouse for out of print titles. But do you think this is a turning of the tide where it's like,
I don't. I think this is fairly comparable to some of their single item Blu-ray bundles that they're putting out. Honestly, it's not a bad price. I'm happy with it. I'm glad that it's getting out there. I would not have expected this to be like $75, but I think that this is a good value compared to some other stuff we've seen.
For something that's limited to 200, I was expecting like 60 or something like this, because it is not just a single film; it's a collection of films.
Right.
Plus. Which is 3 discs, you said, right? 3 discs?
Yes, 3 Blu-ray discs.
3 Blu-ray discs. The book, which, let's be honest, the Silent Night, Deadly Night book from Scream was $30 by itself.
Yep.
And an enamel pin, which, of course, apparently, enamel pins, these boutique labels, is like platinum. It's like rare metals, precious metals being stamped. Oh, I'm very surprised by it. I really was expecting like $59, $69.
Well, let's compare it to the Scala, however you say it, bundle. $85. This one's limited to 300. You get the 3 Blu-ray release. You also get a second edition of the sold-out Scala. I hate that I don't know how to say this properly. This book is supposed to be amazing. We got some pictures of it in the Discord from a friend that already has it. I think that was Chris Yanko from Chicago. If so, thank you for sharing those, Chris. And then on top of all that, you also get a calendar insert and membership card. Again, $85 for a 3-disc Blu-ray. A calendar membership card is obviously like nominally cheap, but this book alone is massive and probably by itself would be going for like $50.
And is it? So how big is the book?
It is larger than the giant Fab Press books that they did for the Indicator Ormond set, which is huge.
Okay, I would like comparatively like the child death book. How compared to that?
Much larger. Like we're talking like a coffee table book.
Well, allow me to do my Art the Clown reaction. Really?
Adam says that book is hard to pick up. Yes, it's
Is it hard to pick up, hard to find, or is it hard to pick up like it's hard to pick up because it's heavy and
it's
big?
heavy and has been out of print. So take take that what you will.
Because the thing is, when I look at these pictures now, because ever since I got the Bad Biology, digibook, which is like teeny tiny, I was expecting like a bigger media book. So okay, it's heavy. Okay, yeah. I wonder if they're gonna shrink it down or something like that.
No,
Like Toshin does, with their books.
not going to happen. Nope. This is a great buy. The book looks amazing.
Okay. Cool.
We already talked about this sort of thing, I believe, last week or the week before. November 25th, BBC in the UK is releasing the Wallace and Gromit, the collection on 4K. This one is going to be missing. Even in the extras, there is no Curse of the Were-Rabbit because it is licensing reasons. They don't have the rights in the UK. But if you want an alternative to the Shout Factory release, this is where you can pick it up. I see in the comments, Mr. Christopher Silvestri just joined, says this release is beautiful. Was talking about the last thing, but I did want to say happy birthday, Chris. Thanks for showing up on your birthday.
And I'm surprised that the UK does not have the rights to all the Wallace and Gromit. That's the very
BBC themselves doesn't. Somebody else does.
themselves. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I love Wallace and Gromit. They're adorable.
John Wayne's Hatari is getting a 4K release from Kino on December 10th. Will also be out on a Blu-ray release on the same day. This one has a new audio commentary by Julie Kurgo and Peter Henkoff, and that is the only special feature on this disc.
Yeah, this is John Wayne yelling at someone who got blacklisted.
All right. Fairly Odd Parents getting a complete series DVD release on November 26th. Most of this was in SD, so I understand why it didn't need to be in HD. However, I do still wish they put it on Blu-ray because it could have been like a third of the amount of discs.
Yeah.
But thanks, Paramount, I guess.
Do you think I'm sure we talked about this before. Is it just less expensive to make, let's say, 15 DVDs than it is to make 6 Blu-rays? Is it?
Probably that. I've never chased down the price of a DVD because nobody's doing it anymore. But that's probably the exact reason.
Okay, because I'm just like, I don't know why they wouldn't try and put it on fewer discs. So you make it the box smaller box, less cost,
less shelf space if it goes to some shelves.
Yeah, I just I don't know why you wouldn't. So, yeah.
Oh, this thing. November 26th, Universal is releasing a 4K iconic film collection of Alfred Hitchcock. Now, what's interesting is this actually is not just Universal. This is in partnership with Warner Brothers and Paramount. Mm-hmm. And this will include North by Northwest and To Catch a Thief from Warner Brothers and Paramount, respectively. And it is stylized the same as those Universal Monster sets that we got last year.
Yeah.
And I still don't know what to feel about the art. As far as I can tell, there is no new bonus features or anything. So if you've got the previous 4K releases of Hitchcock, there's not really a reason to have this unless you're a completist and you really want the book. But
can you zoom in a little bit so I can just see the close-up of the art, the cover art? Oh, yeah. I mean, I like it.
It's a very specific pop art style.
It is, and I actually do like that pop art stuff.
Yeah, same.
It's a table piece, or it's like if you have a lot of shelf space, it's one of those things you face outward to show off to people. But like you said, anyone who's like a Hitchcock aficionado is going to have this already, and it's not all his films, not even close. And it's probably going to be like at least $100, right?
I think it is over $100. Yeah.
Yeah, like this is. It's just stylizing. It's like, look, it's someone who's like, I've got to have all the Hitchcock everything, as opposed to like the last one we talked about from the who's putting out all the older films. Was it Imprint? Who's putting out all those like the Murder and the older films?
Studio Canal in the UK.
Studio Canal, like that.
But by the way, Imprint did announce that they are doing something called the Hitchcock 10 or Hitchcock 9 or whatever.
Oh, okay, but that box, that one from Studio Canal is something I would be enticed to get. if I was to like get rid of my Kinos and just, be like,
Right.
I'm just going to put in this one box and have Juno and the Peacock with that. Yeah, $160. What did I still dig? Yeah, Craig said I still have the 4K sets though. Yeah, it's just someone who's like, I've got to have them all. I'd rather have the poster. I would dig this poster art. Gary
wants to know if that's the same artist that did the cover on the Universals, or they're just copying it. Honestly, it could be either one.
I would guess, just for legal matters, it would just be the same person. Otherwise,
I would hope so.
If I was that artist, I would have been like, and that's not me. I'd be like, fuck you. You just turned me off.
Anyways, let's talk about Hellboy. Hellboy the Crooked Man is coming on Blu-ray in the U.S. on December 17th from Ketchup Entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Ketchup Entertainment.
First off, I think Ketchup Entertainment went debunked already, I think it already went under. Are they the ones that put out that horrible Robert Rodriguez film with Ben Affleck?
Maybe?
If so, they're already bankrupt. They already went under. So if they're the ones who produced the film, I have to look into it. But if someone wants to do that research, like who produced that Ben Affleck movie about him, it's like an Inception ripoff.
Yeah, I never remember the title of it.
Yeah, it's awful. It's absolutely awful. But if anyone, I think Ketchup Films is the ones who did that, and they had already gone under. I had no idea a Hellboy movie was coming out. Who is playing Hellboy? Who is that?
I don't remember. Hypnotic is the name of that movie that you're thinking
Thank you, Paul. Now I'm flashing back to that horror movie.
Craig says he's heard Hellboy comic fans enjoyed this and the Hellboy movie fans did not.
I don't mind. I never saw the new one. I appreciate the practical effects more in the Guillermo del Toro versions, but I don't mind either gentleman playing Hellboy.
But did this on purpose. If this doesn't look too enticing to you because the cover art is awful and there's no special features, what you could do is also order this on 4K coming on the December 9th, so right around the same time. Also coming on Blu-ray in the UK from Icon Film Distribution. This will have more than 2 hours of bonus content, including cast and crew interviews and B-roll, packaged with a limited edition premium O-ring, plus double-sided poster and 4 art cards. So even though it's a brand new Hellboy movie, you can get a super fancy 4K from the UK.
Yeah, Jack Kessie, I have no idea. Thank you, Ronnie. I have no idea who Jack Kessie is.
Craig says this is the one that Mignola wrote. Yes, and yes, it is. Never seen it.
No. I would love for Del Toro to get to make his third Hellboy movie. That would be nice.
Probably won't.
After winning Best Picture, you'd think they would have thrown him a bone, but
right. Dread Presents and Epic Pictures have announced their Halloween sale. You can go get 31% off of all of their Epic and Dread Blu-ray releases if you put in the code EPHallow24. I'm
good.
I believe I checked. I think it's even working. I think they have 1 or 2 pre-orders right now. I think it's working on that as well. Just a heads up.
Yeah, I mean, I saw they had the first Terrifier, and that was the only thing I even recognized.
I've got most of their line, and some of them are not terrible.
Are they behind you right now?
No, they're actually stacked up in the window. I can't reach most of them. Good try to test the theory. Hey, Umbrella announced a bunch of titles late in the middle of the night last night. First one, a 4K release of You Were Never Really Here from 2017, the Lynn Ramsey film. This is coming on February 5th. This is going to have a 48-page book with behind-the-scenes experiences and art with essays by Alexandra Heller-Nicholas and Andrew Pierce, with a custom artwork rigid case, custom-designed slipcase, 8 art cards, reversible poster, of course, limited numbered release as they do. And as for the extras, we got a new audio commentary with writer and critic Simon Murado, new Wilderness of the Lost Soul visual essay with Bryn Tilley, new interview with the music supervisor, new radio interview with Lynn Ramsey, and a couple archival features on this one. What do you think of this movie?
I love this movie. Have you seen it?
I have. I thought the trailer was a way better movie than this movie.
I like that it, because again, I was expecting kind of like a Death Wish Taken type of thing, but it almost like rides a fine line between what it is, like this revenge rescue movie, and something much. And I'm not going to spoil anything for anyone who hasn't seen it, so I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty of the story. But it straddles the line of two different types of stories, both of which I would have been perfectly okay with. And I actually think it's like all of a sudden you're like, I don't know if these two flavors are going to mix, and you're like, oh, they do. And I get what you're saying. That the trailer is like, but I do also understand that it's a hard movie to advertise.
It is.
Like, clearly, you're not going to sell this to a major audience. It's like,
well,
we're going to make this look like a Death Wish movie. Like,
I'd also argue any Lynn Ramsey is kind of hard to advertise.
Yeah, it's like when they advertise Drive as like a Fast and Furious movie. It's like, how do we get people to come see this movie? Strange thing is that up until recently, Lynn Ramsey wasn't listed on Blu-ray.com as far as their My Movies app. Like, you could not separate. You couldn't see your Lynn Ramsey movies.
Weird.
It was so weird. I was like looking through. I was like, why doesn't Lynn Ramsey have a place in my collection? She's been since added, but I was like, that's so weird. That's not there. But the cover artist with the hammer on the back.
Yep.
Is that the same artist that did some of the Mondo titles recently?
Oh, it's possible.
It looks very, this is the way the edging and the colors and the simplicity of it. It also reminds me of one of the Blue Underground. What's the Mexico something or other? It was like a black and white and red cover. I think Selma Hayek's in the movie. It was a 4K. It came out like 5 years ago. It was like a series of like 3 like Mexican like revenge movies or thrillers or something like that. And I cannot remember the label, but one of them was like starred Selma Hayek. I can't remember. I'll have to think. I'll look it up at some point.
This looks great. Good movie, like I said. Comes out on February 5th. I don't remember if I said the date. All of these umbrella titles do. Next one, after I clicked the wrong thing.
Good work.
Had to do that at least once. It's been a while. Sure. February 5th on Blu-ray is Filth, also coming. This is from 2013, the James McAvoy. Now, this one I've never seen, but I've wanted to see it for quite some time. Again, 48-page book with behind the scenes and art with essays by Nadine Whitney and David Michael Brown. Full original 350-page Filth novel by Irvine Welsh in hardback. Filth mini plastic baggie, of course. Original poster artwork, rigid case, original poster artwork, slipcase, some art cards, poster, numbered release, all that fun stuff. And then for the extras, we got a commentary with the director and the author, Irvine Welsh. We've got a new 2024 interview with Matthew Jensen, who is the cinematographer. New red carpet interviews with the cast and crew. New collected interviews with John S. Baird, James McAvoy, and Irvine Welsh. Some archival features that are outtakes, deleted scenes, all that fun stuff. Have you seen Phil?
I have not, but I do own the UK Blu-ray because I had heard about it. Someone mentioned it on a podcast or something and said this was a good movie. And then I saw that Imogen Poots is in it. So
you're talking about Perdita Durango, Humboldt Horror Honey wanted to point out. Severn released the Perdita Durango.
Thank you. So thank you for making me not feel like I'm completely like losing my mind. Like, I don't know what James talking about.
That one is right behind me.
And he turns around and it's there. It all comes full circle. That's exactly the one I was thinking of. Yes, thank you. I think that's the same artist.
We got some people saying they like Filth, some saying they don't like Filth, some saying it's pretty good. Paul says Filth is good, read the book this year and hated it, hard to get through. Chris says I feel like Filth because I just ordered the old Blu-ray 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, this came out around the same time I think as that oh, it's getting late. That's why I'm blanking on names. The Jude Law movie where he's like the mobster getting out of prison. It was like around the same time. It's like he's screaming at the cover. He's like screaming right at you. And there's this one. It's like the two came out on the same time.
Somebody will tell us in the chat.
They're going to tell us in the chat. I have it, and someone's going to beat me to it. It's fine. Anyone on it?
Not yet. Somebody's going to say it in the next 5 seconds, though, probably.
Name of the character. The movie is named after the character. Don Hemingway, is it? Did I get it right? Don Hemingway? Something Hemingway? Oh, man. Wi-Fi.
And he's floundering.
And my Blu-ray, my movies app just crashed on me. Great.
Of
Thanks.
course.
Hold on. I got my Jude Law's hashtagged.
Paul says Don Hemingway.
Don Hemingway. Thank you. I thought it was. Okay.
So does Chris.
Yeah, Don Hemingway. Thank you. Yeah, they both came around at the same time, I think. And it's like that, like, which one is this one about?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, a big title coming from Umbrella is The Crying Game from 1992. An unlikely friendship develops between IRA member Fergus and Jody, a British soldier he is holding captive. When the hostage-taking ends up going horribly wrong, Fergus escapes and heads to London, where he seeks out Jody's lover, an enigmatic hairdresser named Dill. As secrets unravel and personal loyalties are tested, The Crying Game explores the complex dynamics of trust and human nature in a world filled with hidden truths. This will again have a 48-page book with behind-the-scenes experiences and art, poster, slipcase, and rigid case, 8 art cards, reversible poster, new audio commentary with Jane Giles on this, or Giles. New audio commentary with the director Neil Jordan. Or sorry, that one's not new. That's archival. New big secret from 2024 interview with the producer, Stephen Woolley. And then a whole lot of archival extras, including 3 trailers, alternate endings with some commentaries.
How do you think
Crying Game. This is one that, again, just based on the title, I think I have. But it would have been when I was literally like 14, and it's been ages.
I know the twist, so I'll say no one's going to spoil it. But I just got done. Well, not just got done, but a couple months ago, I read the book. I actually have it right here. Down and Dirty Pictures, which is about the building, the rise of the independent film scene in the 90s.
Nice. And
the formation of the Sundance Film Festival and Miramax. And I hate Harvey Weinstein even more now. Didn't think that was possible. But this is a big part of it because they talked about how they were trying to, like, it was almost like a roadshow release.
Right.
They slowly don't, and it was all, the whole tag was don't spoil the surprise. I'm really surprised that this hasn't gotten a US release like by Criterion or something like that. I have the BFI release, and that's all I need. But I'm just
maybe now it will. Now that they're seeing Umbrella release this, maybe this will get a 4K in 3 months.
I mean, not to spoil anything, but I think many would feel that the twist has not aged well, or the story has not aged well.
Well, going to the next one. February 5th, we are also getting spring, summer, fall, winter, and spring from 2003. This is from the director Kim Ki-duk. We also have some previous titles from that director before. We got a new audio commentary with Pierce Conran and James Marsh, new visual essay by Nadine Whitney, some archival features. How do you feel about the art on this?
The art? The centerpiece, like the face, is good, and some of it feels unfinished. Like it feels like they're still working on like the kid's face. What do you think?
I could see that. It's not bad, but I saw a lot of complaints about the art on this one today. I didn't think it was terrible.
Like if you go back one, that is more striking. That the other way. That one right there. Like that's more striking.
Right.
Like that framing, I would have that as the cover.
Well, and the actual cover itself, this is pretty great too.
Yeah, that's all centered out. The other one just feels like it feels like there's waiting to be more things put into the scene.
Right.
You can't, because it's such, there's no waves, it's just a flat sea. Scene design, which I got in it.
And I've heard lots of great things about this title. This is one that a couple people have been talking about over the last few months, actually, because we were getting more titles from this director. So glad this is coming. Looks good.
Yeah.
Another one, final one from Umbrella, is this year's Azrael.
Mm.
They are getting this released. This is going to have a 20-page booklet. We got an audio commentary with the director, making of, FX, behind the scenes, all that fun stuff. This is a brand new horror movie from this year that's supposed to be just great.
Which I tried to see, and I couldn't because it was only playing like for a day.
Oh, geez, that's awful.
And at Times Square, it was like 2 showings, and then it was out. It was done.
Right.
There was nothing like that, actually. They did the same thing. It was like, where'd that movie go?
I'm sure this will get probably at least another release in the US and maybe a release in the UK. But either way, it's not that expensive from Umbrella. It's only like $20.
Do you consider Samara Weaving a scream queen?
I mean, she's only done she's done like 4 horror movies that are big, but she was only really the scream queen in like maybe 2 of them. Like Ready or Not, you might be able to get enough out of that for it, but
She's like the final girl from the very beginning.
yeah,
It's like a whole movie about a final girl.
right. And The Babysitter, she's great. The other weird one,
She's the villain.
exactly, and the other one that I was going to throw out there, Mayhem, like that's not even truly like a horror movie. It's more like an action movie.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. And Scream 6, she's in the opening.
Right. Barely, too.
Yeah. So again, I mean, I get it, but there's like so many other final girls or like scream queens I would put there.
Yep.
Oh, Richard. Okay. I like the trailer. I want to see it.
Yeah, I've heard it's great.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people put it on their best of horror list for this year, and it's been a pretty good year for horror.
That used to be my nickname when I was like 16, 17, when I was in theater camp.
Horror?
This is nerdy. Because do you remember the Chris Kattan skit from Snell? I'm Asriel, Prince of Sorrows. And I used to say that all the time. And so I named myself Asriel. And there's a lot of footage. There's a lot of video footage of me at 17 just with a George Clooney like Caesar haircut, like listening to Prodigy and calling myself Asriel. It's embarrassing.
Amazing. That is so 90s.
Yeah. And Night has so other way twist. I mean, yes. Just don't even say there's a twist anymore, because then everyone's like, I'm doing the math in my head when I watch a movie going like,
right.
What is
I
it?
agree.
What's happening?
Next title, December 3rd, Warner Brothers is putting out a 4K and Blu-ray for the next animated Watchmen film, and that's Watchmen Chapter 2 from this year. I've heard these are actually pretty great. Most of the Warner Brothers stuff that's been animated has been very good.
This animation is specific because this looks like the animation they did for What If, with Marvel's What If. My only qualm is that, as everyone knows at this point, they're going to do a all-together package.
Of course.
Them. So if it's only Chapter 1, Chapter 2, they're going to do like the I don't even know if the Tales from the Black Freighter is depicted in this. But it's like,
sure.
If you're not going to have a Chapter 3, like why Chapter 1? Just put them all together.
Right.
Just so there's one big set from the very beginning. Because if everyone's caught on to that at that point, now you're just going to piss people off. Because it is one giant story.
Right.
I just don't understand it. Anyway.
Next up, Cinema Guild, one that we don't talk about all that often. They are putting out In Water, the next Hong Sang-soo from 2023. This one will have Greetings for the New York Film Festival, a short film by Hong Sang-soo, extended look at a traveler's needs by Hong Sang-soo, theatrical trailer and a booklet with an essay by writer and programmer Antoine Therion, reversible cover art, and that is it. Hong Sang-soo, have you seen anything from Hong Sang-soo?
I have not, shamefully. And I saw this today. I was really intrigued by it, but I have not, unfortunately. Have you?
Yeah, I've seen a couple, actually. I really like the director. This does say it's the most experimental film that they've done. Just another big shout out, because we don't talk about them that often. Grasshopper Pictures, they do a lot of Hong Sang-soo stuff. They've done like almost all of their catalog through Grasshopper, so make sure you check them out if you want. Again, beautiful art on this.
It really is.
This is such an incredible cover.
It almost doesn't. It shouldn't be on a physical media release. Like, this feels like a painting. Like, this should be somewhere in a frame, not on a cover for a Blu-ray.
Yeah, this would make an amazing print as well.
Yeah, I think someone else. So I was looking at some of the comments there. I forgot where we're looking in there. But that's what I was gonna say. Is I often get Grasshopper and Sandpiper mixed up with each other.
Oh, those are very different.
Yeah, when I hear in my head, I'm like, do we like Grasshopper?
Grasshopper bad, Sandpiper. Hey.
Yeah. Wait. Which ones? Yeah. It's like Dark Horse and Dark Star and Dark Matter or whatever.
Yeah. Dark Arts.
Dark. There's so many dark. It's like, yeah, we get it. You're so dark.
Hey, you mentioned this one earlier.
Yeah.
Internal Affairs from 1990 getting a 4K and Blu-ray release on December 17th from Kino. And all of the special features on the 4K disc are in audio commentary by Elaine Silver and James Orsini. And then on the Blu-ray, we've got some archival featurettes and interviews and stuff on this one. But at least it's not blank and with nothing else on there. Richard Gere, Andy Garcia.
Good 90s thriller. This is my bread and butter, and I have the studio release, but I'll probably get this at some point because I thought it was final. When I first heard it announced, I thought it was Final Analysis with Richard Gere and Kim Basinger.
Bit different. Bit different there.
Yeah, I really just was like, oh, wow, because this has one of those bootleg gray market, what do you call it, Spanish releases.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I was about to get that, but I'll get this. And yeah, but I'd probably upgrade. What do you think of it?
It's a good movie. I've got it in the imprint Neo-Noir 2, I think is the one that it's in.
I think you're right. Yeah, it's 2.
So yeah, good movie. The imprint Neo-Noir boxes, I've got the third one, happen to be right next to me at the moment. These are like, they're speaking to my exact love, like the late 90s, early 2000s action thrillers. Like, those are great.
That's why I say, give me my Jade. Where's my William Friedkin's Jade in 4K?
I think it's coming soon.
It better. Come on, Tarzi.
I also don't think it's going to be Tarzi. But anyways, we'll go to the next one.
Yay! Wait, sorry.
Here is the brand new Terrifier 3, now that we've talked about it 7 other times tonight. This is a release coming to France on February 19th, and this will have so much stuff. We've got a toy, we've got a VHS replica, we've got a barf bag, we've got lots of discs. This has all 3 films, the second and third one on 4K. It also has All Hallows Eve, has an exclusive hand-painted piece. All that to say, if you get this giant bundle, it's already sold out. It sold out like within a few moments of me posting this. It is crazy.
How much?
However, what's that?
How much was it going for?
It was in euro, and I don't remember. I think it was like 130 euro, which
that's not bad.
Would have put it at like 150, 170, a little more than that, probably.
Damn. I mean, I don't know if I go so far as to buy them in that set, but I mean, that's for all of that. That's not bad. If this was green, that would be like $300.
All that to say, how is this thing not the cover of the Steelbook?
Yeah, I know. Absolutely. Or just that slipcover. Well, the slipcover should be the Christmas gift.
Yeah.
That's what it should be. Absolutely. I love the price of rubbish these days. Look, if it's your thing, it's like I look at stuff like Terrifier, like spicy food. If you like spicy food, you're gonna love this. But there are some people that when you go to a restaurant, they're like, if you even suggest that it's spicy, you're like, no, can't have it. I can't. I'll be in the bathroom all night. It's going to end up being the John Wick part. Yeah, exactly. But again, John Wick is someone else. It's very specific,
right?
But if it's your thing, wow, you're going to have a great time.
I agree with Adam. I like spicy, not this.
But again, there's going to be something that you do like. As you're like, hey, let's go do this, and like, I do not like that.
Chris is asking, do you get all the movies with this? Yes, you get Terrifier 1 on Blu-ray. You get Terrifier 2 and 3 on 4K and Blu-ray, and you get All Hallows Eve on Blu-ray.
Can I get a closer look at that? The right next to the left of the barf bag. Never thought I'd ever just say that. That is a great. That could almost be the cover. I would take that.
Yep.
That is a great cover. Absolutely.
I think I've had enough Terrifier 3 for this week, so I think we're done for tonight.
Okay.
But let's talk about some Mondo.
Yeah.
They have finally revealed all of the sale titles. These will all be available to pre-order on October 22nd, which is only in 5 days next week. This will be coming at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 noon Eastern, only at mondomacabro.bigcartel.com. That's it. The sale is going to be running from October 22nd to October 27th. And here we go. First up, Cafe Flesh on 4K and Blu-ray. It's going to have a slipcover. The art has not been revealed for the slip yet.
I love the simplicity of the TBA.
I'm almost surprised there wasn't like an ampersand that was.
I was literally just about to make that joke. Damn it. Okay, you're the host. Fine.
We've got an audio commentary with the director, designer, and co-writer Steven Sayedian. I never remember how to say his last name. AKA Rinstream. Interview with him as well. Interview with the co-writer Jerry Stahl. Interview with Jacob Smith at Northwestern University. Interview with writer and performer Jessica Stoya. But the cool thing, I'm really glad Heather Drain is back on this one. She's like the eminent knowledge of Sayedian. There is going to be a booklet in there, and there's 2,000 numbered copies of this. Numbers will be sent out randomly. Mm-hmm. I know a lot of people are after this. If you want it, there will be a standard, I believe. This is not something that is fully limited. It's just a limited edition release. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is a big deal for a lot of people.
From now until the end of time, I guarantee you, everything I ever buy from Mondo will be a blind buy. I just don't believe I'll ever say, "Oh yeah, I saw that once." No. But again, the talk that people, the amount of talking that people have been doing about this film, I'm just like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I guess I should mention, I forgot to say, these are not shipping till January or February.
That's the one downside. I'm like, really? And obviously, I'm not going to email and be like, "Where's my delivery?" But like,
that being said, they did just have a pre-order where stuff shipped like 3 weeks later. So
yes, absolutely.
It's a big difference. The next title, maybe the one that I'm most eager to see. This one is a 4K and Blu-ray of Bohachi Bushido, Code of the Forgotten Eight. Mm-hmm. This is from 1973, and it's a Teruo Ishii film, which you may know from a lot of like Arrow put out a bunch of their titles as well. Mm-hmm. You get an audio commentary with Tom Mess on this one, an archival audio commentary. Shinya Tsukamoto does an interview about the film and the career of Teruo Ishii, which is really cool. We got a slipcover on this one, like I just showed, reversible sleeve, and then we've got a booklet with new writing by Japanese film expert Mark Schilling, and again, limited to 2,000. This looks like a solid release.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Absolutely.
And then the third title, this is an upgrade for a film that they had on DVD many years ago. We are getting a 4K Blu-ray dual format release of Girl Slaves of Morgana Le Fay from 1971.
Whoa, come on, Ryan. It's a union job.
It is a union job, and I have been kicked out of the union. Yeah. This one is going to have a new 4K restoration, of course. Audio commentary with the writer-director Bruno Gantillon. Gantillon is probably how you say it because I am a white, uncultured swine. New and archival interviews with the director, new interviews with the actress from this, a short film by the director, and then a booklet with new writing by Pete Toombs himself, plus 4 double-sided full-color art cards. Again, limited to 2,000. This is a big deal.
Most fucked up version of She-Ra I've ever seen in my life. At first, I thought you censored something from her back, and I was like, what could be on her back that you needed to cover up? And now I realize it's bondage.
And done by a couple others as well there.
Yeah.
Girl Slaves of Morgana Le Fay. Glad this is coming out. Glad we're getting an upgrade.
Yeah.
Chris wants to know, do we know how much the bundle will be? We do. It is on their site now. It is $145 for all 4 titles.
This is not terrible.
For
3 4Ks and
3 4Ks and then a Blu-ray. And let's get to the Blu-ray because this is a big deal. This title, they announced this originally more than 6 years ago. And then immediately it went into rights hell because something came up with it. And as they say here in their little write-up, we announced this 70s Gaelic shocker more than 6 years ago, but the film went into rights dispute hell almost immediately. Some help from our good friends at Vinegar Syndrome. It's all been sorted out, and we could not be more proud to unleash this early example of French extremity upon an unsuspecting world. This is The Punishment from 1971, or La Punition. This one is going to have a brand new 2K restoration from the OCN. Audio commentary by Sam Deegan on this one. Interview with soundtrack composer and cast member Bookie Binkley. It's a crazy name. Interview with the author Jean-Luc Moret. Interview with the cinematographer Noel Very. And then writing on this from Jacques Spoor.
I think it's Jean-Luc Moret, but okay.
Yeah, whatever. 6 double-sided art cards. It's been a long show already. This is maybe the one I'm most excited for because to be willing to put in like 7 years into one title is crazy.
What does that say about us? That we're like, can't wait to order this. What did Ronnie call us earlier? Moist demons?
Moist
demons. It's almost 1 a.m. Like, I'm standing in a mostly dark apartment talking about this movie about the punishment.
Yeah.
This naked woman crucified.
Chris says you save $8 with the bundle. Yeah, I mean, you get basically better than free shipping, which...
remember, you can also order all of your library things you haven't gotten yet from them at a discount.
Exactly. And everything's going to be on sale.
What do they do? 50%? Moist Devil Worshippers. Thank you, Ryan.
Yes, I believe almost everything is 50% off.
So like $10 in like a title? Because some of the stuff is listed there at 20 right now.
I think most of them end up being like 14.
Oh, they go up the MSRP.
Yes, probably.
So
I think everybody does.
They don't list it the way that Vinegar Syndrome knows, where you see the MSRP crossed out and you see the other price. They only show a price, so I assume that was their price. Okay.
Gary's pointing out, you guys say certain mainstream movies didn't age well, and you don't even blink when you show this stuff. That is very true for a lot of people. I don't think I've said something didn't age well at all tonight.
To our argument, when I say it didn't age well, it started one way and went to the other way. This was never accepted. It's still on the outskirts of society. We're just eager to watch it. So, yeah.
Wave is asking, have you seen any of these films? I'm thinking of picking up the bundle. I've seen some of Cafe Flesh, but not this version at all. It's not. I'm not even going to be able to say that I saw it. I've seen some of like a broken VHS version, basically.
No Cafe I've ever been
to. Girl Slaves of Morgana Le Fay I watched a long time ago, like maybe right after the DVD came out. I remember it being decent, like pretty much most Mondo titles. I don't remember a lot of details from it, but it's very different for me nowadays.
So Wave is saying that standards are 20 and cases are 27, I think. And Wave, is that because they are listed at 20 and 20 like right now? So are they already now discounted down in anticipation?
They definitely go lower than 20. Like standard Blu-ray releases definitely go to at least 15, if not $1.
Like Severin. It's kind of like Severin prices.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is pretty much comparable with everybody, I would say.
I mean, I'm not looking for. I mean, last time Severin was like $7 for like a deluxe box, and like I don't know what's going on.
Wave is saying right now they're that price.
Yeah.
All right, so that is the Mondo Macabro titles. Those are being.
I'm assuming you did the bats up.
No, actually, Jared did that on himself because he's gone through a lot of censorship issues too. Like, their Vimeo channel got pulled during the last round, and Vimeo is supposed to be like the bastion of free speech where you can take like anything crazy. So, yeah. For the record, we are doing a recording of Wildside, the Mondo Macabro official podcast this weekend to talk about all the sale items. If you want any questions answered, there is a prompt in the Discord. You can come. I think there is. Maybe I did not post it yet. I will post a prompt in the Discord asking if anybody has any questions. That is where you can send those in, and I will try to get those asked on the podcast.
That's right, Anthony. List of perversion.
Coming soon. We don't have a date yet. Smile 2, the 4K Steelbook from Paramount, can already be pre-ordered at Walmart. I think it may have sold out already earlier today. They'll probably release more because it's Paramount and they want money. But I am shocked that they went with this cover art on this. As far as I'm aware, this dude, which is Jack Nicholson's son, is hardly in the film from what I hear.
Because he's not the friend that dies that triggers the whole thing.
No,
because that's a guy from a bunch of stuff that I've seen. Yeah, I don't know why. I think maybe that's because it's Jack Nicholson's son, because the girl's also the star.
It's a decent poster. That's probably why they did it.
Craig, I don't know, but they cannot put this movie out soon enough. If I have to see this fucking trailer one more goddamn time,
everywhere. Craig is saying, is this actually better than the original? It released today.
It has to be better than the original, because the original, in my opinion, couldn't even honor its own like world building. Like, they broke the rules just to get the movie to end. But this is,
many modern films do that.
oh my god! But this movie, like, I will show up late to movies to miss the trailers, and I still get the Smile 2 trailer at the end. It will not stop following me around. Oh my goodness!
Guess what? We only have 2 more slides to cover.
All right, great. Let's move on from the Smile 2 then.
Speak No Evil from 2022. This is the original Speak No Evil. The international Speak No Evil is finally getting an English-friendly Blu-ray release in the UK from Acorn. This is in conjunction with RLJE. I believe they're owned by the same company, actually. So it's kind of like RLJE doing it themselves.
Right.
But this is finally getting released in the UK. I hope they do a decent version of this, because the streaming version of Shudder titles are not that great usually. Like, there's a lot of compression problems, and then there's some subtitle problems. But I freaking love this movie. I've not seen the remake, but this one was great. I've been waiting for a good release of this. I hope it's good. I also hope that this indicates a release coming to the States.
I had heard about this, tried to avoid what it was about, because the person who reviewed it said, don't just go in as blind as possible. Skins in Call of Duty, you can buy that great way. I mean, that's just being yelled at by 12-year-olds over video games while running around with Smile 2 skins is like the least exciting thing I could think of in my day. But I didn't mind the remake. Is good. I mean, I'm sure compared to the original, it's not as good, but I thought it was the husband in the remake is the most useless character in the world. Like, he was annoying as hell. But this is I have an inkling. This is my guess that we'll probably see this come out with the OCN partner labels.
Hopefully. I mean, I would love to see it. Love to see a good release.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Shudder and Severin made that deal too.
Oh, I didn't know Severin did.
Yeah, I think they announced like 10 or 12 titles coming through Severin.
So Severin said that they got it cleared up. So, oh no, I'm getting all my titles mixed up. It's so late. That was Mondo. Yes, never mind.
Severin and VS have both partnered with Shudder.
Yeah, I was just thinking if they were gonna never mind.
Finally, and this isn't even a true announcement, I put up an interview late this week with Oscilloscope Labs, which is a company that you actually get a shout out in the interview, because I say my friend has walked by the storefront and sent me multiple pictures of Oscilloscope. And
I did?
Yeah, you've sent
I
me
did not
pictures.
walk by the storefront and taking pictures.
That's not true. I can go back in our history and show it.
I have said that I wanted to go to the store. It's in Brooklyn, but I have not sent you pictures because I've never been to it.
Okay. We'll talk about it later. Anyways,
I will talk about it.
I have loved Oscilloscope for a long time, and they are a label that has not been super out there, getting themselves on social media as much. They are pretty busy. So I finally got them. I got a couple people work on the discs to come on and talk about some stuff. It's not a super long interview. They were incredibly busy. Grateful they gave me some time. Hope people give this to watch. Is a fun conversation. Oscilloscope does not get enough love at all.
What was harder to secure, this or Yellow Veil?
Ooh. I started trying to get both around the same time. But Yellow Veil, I'd gotten a response from and just could not schedule with.
Yeah.
So maybe Yellow Veil.
So who do you have left? Is this Second Sight?
Maybe. No, I don't have Shout yet. Criterion's the White Whale. Second Sight. I would love to get Eureka one day.
Mm-hmm.
There's quite a few that I don't have yet.
Yeah.
But what we need to do, which we always do, is check out what is coming out next week, because, man, there are some big titles coming out the rest of this year. We've got The Sixth Sense and Signs on 4K next Tuesday. Deadpool and Wolverine finally getting its 4K release. Death Becomes Her 4K from Scream. Twisters 4K. Ghost 4K from Paramount. The US 4K of The Hitcher gets its release next week. The 2010 Wolfman 4K from Scream Factory. The newest Columbia Classics box set coming out next week. Deadpool and Wolverine also coming in 4K steelbooks, which are holding their value on everywhere that's selling them at like $50, which is crazy.
Ridiculous. One was listed at $69 when it first came out. The one with Deadpool.
So expensive. I don't understand.
What are you talking about? That is look, the Thanksgiving steelbook is still holding at $41. Like,
no, thank you.
Yeah, no. I do want all the behind the scenes stuff that Eli Roth shot or gave to the cameras to the casting crew. But anyway.
Hellraiser Quartet of Torment 4K from Arrow in the States next week. Cabinet of Dr. Caligari 4K from Kino. Gummo 4K from Criterion. Twisters 4K Steelbook. Cuckoo and Oddity getting their release. Cheeky getting its standard 4K release next week. In a Violent Nature from RLJE. Veep, the complete series. Creature with the Blue Hand and Web of the Spider from Filmmasters. El Vampiro from Indicator. Borderlands, that giant theatrical hit, getting its release. Broken Oath from Eureka in the U.S. next week. 1982 Greatest Geek Year Ever from MVD Rewind. We are getting Fluke from Kino. The Intern 4K. Kung Fu Rascals coming next week. Vacation 4K. Village of Doom from Unearthed. I've been wanting to see that one since I heard that story. Hussy coming from Kino Cult next week. The Kung Fu Instructor from 88 Films, I believe, is still on track to be released next week. Plenty from Kino. Youngblood from Kino. Tag 4K.
Don't skimp on Slingshot. Seriously, people, watch Slingshot. If it's streaming somewhere, you don't have to necessarily go ahead and buy it. I'm just telling you, you're going to be surprised.
Why did they have to take the poster art of them in a jar?
I don't know. I can't talk for the poster art. Look, the Beast Within is just the dude from Game of Thrones looking right at you. I mean, it's still definitely worth seeing. All right, but the Hitch releases.
Interesting. I'd like to see Slingshot. Doesn't look terrible. I forgot the Babadook Anniversary Blu-ray release is coming out next week, which is still very weird. Up the Creek from Kino, Good Girl Jane, the Arctic Convoy from Magnet, and those are the big ones. Mm-hmm. What do you already got in, or what are you hoping to get in?
Go to the top and scroll down if you could. Thank you. Oh, at the top. Okay. I plan on getting Death Becomes Her eventually. 6 cents. I have not ordered, but I want to get that. Again, Deadpool, $70. I'm not spending $70, but I'll wait. I have Hellraiser Quartet of Torment already from when it came out in the UK. I want to see it in a Violent Nature, no matter what you say.
I forgot you hadn't seen it yet.
Yeah, a horror movie is directed by Terrence Malick. I'm all for it. Cuckoo, the ambiance is great, but I'll tell you right now, there's parts of that movie missing. I watched it, and at some point, it just went off the rails. But there's stuff that is freaky in it, really like Brian De Palma meets like Cronenberg. It's just weird. It's a freaking weird movie. There's stuff that still just creeps me out from it. But
did you see Oddity yet? That's my big question on this.
I did not. It looks like the old willow tree from Pocahontas.
It does, but I've heard it's like literally maybe the best horror movie of the year. I really need to see it.
I'll definitely see it if they're saying it's the best. I do always get really interested in these indicator boxes. They look so nice.
They're good movies too. In that one,
I just don't. If they were 10 years ago, I would buy it. But it's like I have to think of room and pricing that. Yeah. I didn't get to see Borderlands. I bet y'all if it's I bet y'all end up watching back. It's not great. It's not the worst thing ever. Intern is a really fun movie. It's one of those. It's like The Devil Wears Prada. Like, wow, everyone surprisingly really loves this movie.
Yep.
Obviously, I already got The Hitcher. Hussy is still available through Indicator. So you can always get it on one of their sales. I'm not really the Tinto Brass looks fun, but these things are a little too pricey to go for just 70s, art as Will would say. It's a great movie. You should really see.
I don't know that anybody's ever called Cheeky great.
I mean, again, everyone's got their own thing. I I just think it's going to be a montage of a girl on a bicycle with her skirt flying up like for 2 hours.
Is it just me? Is every fourth
It
week of
is.
this list cheeky? I mean,
It
there's
is.
3 different covers, so I get it. But that's basically it. We've got the gist of it. Next week is crazy.
Tag does not need to be in 4K. I'll just say that. That's my last comment on that.
Great movie. Weird freaking ending.
Oh yeah, that just completely screws the pooch at the end.
It's such a crazy ending.
Yeah, bizarre.
I got one more plug I forgot to mention. I am also recording the next episode of the next Deaf Crocodile podcast with Craig and a buddy of his who also works in film restoration. And we are doing a full episode question and answer on film restoration. So if you have questions on specific projects that they've worked on or just on the process or anything, you can submit them to Craig at deafcrocodile.com via email. And he's compiling all those together, and we will be able to get those answered on the episode. So give that a thought, because there's a lot of questions. I think people have a lot of assumptions about film restoration that just aren't the case. So make sure you get those questions, and we'll try to get some answers.
Good stuff.
All right, sir. Are you ready to build a boutique label?
I am ready. Let's do it.
So the parameters for tonight, since this was all your idea, why don't you lay this out for us?
So the original idea that I was going to have like this like hot topic discussion about physical media in general, but then I had this other idea that came to me. I said, hey, what if we, each took like these categories, these aspects of a label, and we're going to basically just build our dream label. But we have to do it like in respect of like, well, I would do it like this label, and then like this label. So there's no rules. You can pretty much do what you want. This is our fantasy world. And then so I thought, well, while we're discussing then why we chose these labels, that in turn will hopefully, branch out to a discussion about physical media and where we are, rather than it just being an open discussion.
Right.
So.
And the things that we're deciding on each of these are going to be able to lend themselves to their own discussion of like what we prefer and why and what we look for in releases. I hope this isn't too hard to follow if we're both going item by item and going back and forth rather than listing everything about one of our labels.
I don't think it will be. I think that's why I bullet pointed it off, where it's just like the very first thing is name of our label. So, some things will get more discussion than other. Plus, I also think it's fun because other people can also just throw in their 2 cents as to like what they would name it, or like, who they would emulate in terms of, cover art and stuff of that nature.
So then for the first one, why don't we list the name of the label and our mission statement, mantra, whatever that we're saying?
Brendan, enjoy. It's a good cause. Enjoy.
And enjoy Satan's Slave for sure.
Yeah, you can catch up later.
All right.
So you want to go first, or should I?
Go first. Give us the name of your label and then the genre, mantra, mission statement.
Okay. So the name of my label will be Rainy Day Films. And our mantra or mission statement is giving those casual watches and frequent rotation films the boutique treatment.
Nice.
So it really is, like we talked about, it's not any specific genre, but it's just those movies where it's like, look, I think Schindler's List is a masterpiece, but I'm not going to watch it every day. Right. But if I'm going to try to fall asleep, or if I'm just bored and I want to put something on in the background or whatever, like there's just those films that you just put on again and again and again. As an example, it's not going to be on my list tonight, but like Game Night. Like I've seen Game Night now like 30 times. Because it's just that movie while I'm falling asleep, or like if I'm doing my crunches and I just don't want to have to pay total attention, but I want to have something going, I'll put that on, or I'll put like Ellie Confidential on, or some of that nature. What about you?
Good idea. Yeah. I have to apologize in advance. I took advantage of this idea because I'm going like as full into the male side as I possibly could for this. Craig's comment. if you've listened to me before talk about like things that I wish labels would focus on, you can probably guess what this is about to be. So my I still can't believe I'm about to do this. The name of the label,
Somebody's favorite dick?
Scenes of Skinema. The genre mantra mission statement: protecting the lost DTV and overlooked erotic thrillers of the 80s and beyond, and giving extra love to the films that have gotten releases prior that never got enough love from the studios.
We almost had crossover. I was almost going to go with that, but I feel like we've discussed it too many times.
Yep.
That we've doubled down. So it's like, no, erotic thrillers. I'm like, I gotta
that's why I asked if you were going to focus on a genre. So that's perfect.
But now, are you talking? Because it's funny, because you know that documentary that came out, we Kill for Love or whatever.
We Kill for Love, yeah.
Yeah, it's like they do such a deep dive. Like there's like the erotic thrillers that are like the top tier, like the Basic Instincts and the, you know, all those films, and then there's the Shannon Tweed, and then there's everything underneath the Shannon Tweed. So are you talking about those deep cuts? Like,
we're hitting all three levels of that, because even like the most well-known titles have mostly gone overlooked. Like they've gotten shitty Kino releases or really terrible Mill Creek releases.
Like this?
Dance of the Damned would be perfect. Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So the big question, what is the studio that you're teaming up with first, and why?
I am going to, and again, this is our fantasy world, so I can do whatever I want. I'm teaming up with Disney, but not because I want Disney films. I want their Buena Vista. I want their Hollywood
Touchstone. Yeah.
Touchstone. I want those, because those are like, again, the 80s and 90s. Because I was trying to think of like Rainy Day. Like, well, I'm not going to put on an erotic thriller for a Rainy Day film. I may in some sense, but like, you know, right. There are other films of that time growing up that's like, there's some action, there's some comedy, but there's a good mixture of all that in the Buena Vista Touchstone family, where it's like they were putting out like it was like an erotic thriller, and then you see their other timelines, like, and then like whatever it is, Turner and Hooch comes out the next week.
Right.
So I think they had the most to offer me. I tried doing Trimark or TriStar Sony, but there just wasn't enough. Like, I don't want to watch that movie.
Right.
Like, I just pop that movie in. Like, at one point, I was like, I started making my list of movies. I'm just like, if I put that title in, people are gonna look at me like, that's the movie you're gonna put in on a rainy day. Like, no. Exactly.
So I had to obviously go to Warner Brothers Discovery because they own Cinemax. Like that's the obvious answer here. Because if I'm going to dive into something, they've got the back catalog. Not to mention everything Warner Brothers. They've got hands in a lot of different.
Who's it? I was reading the comment. What was you saying?
WB Discovery.
WB Discovery. Okay, gotcha.
Because they own Cinemax. So
yeah.
It seems like an obvious to me. A lot of those have not ever had great releases, and I gotta be honest, most of them probably don't have film elements. A lot of them were shot on video, a lot of them were shot on digital. A lot of them were literally just tossed because they're never going to do anything else. So unfortunately, a lot of these probably going to have to be rescued from other sources or restored some other way. I mean, there's my friend Brian in the chat, he's got a bunch of these on Laserdisc, so we might have to borrow some of his Laserdiscs to get a good transfer.
I just say, like, a lot of these, to your point, because I think we talked about it at some point for some reason. I think because I think I listed like the top 10 erotic thrillers that need to be put out, and you went, I don't know these titles. And
that's the best part of erotic thrillers. Everybody has a different touchstone on those.
And the thing is, like, the thing that makes let's talk about what the elephant in the room. Like, the thing that makes erotic thriller great is, like, you want to see the unrated version. You don't want to see the watered down version. The problem is a lot of these movies that come out on disc now are the R-rated version.
Yep.
So Thief of Hearts was R-rated, Dream Lover was R-rated, and these are MGM titles where it's like, if you ever remember, it's like they would always offer you the full screen and widescreen edition, the rated, unrated, and you had to go through all these things to prompt which version you were going to watch. But everyone always goes to the unrated.
It's true.
Everyone always goes there before unrated became the cheapest promotional thing in the world in the early 2000s. When it was like, get the unrated of whatever it is, bullet to the head, and it's like 2 extra shots of blood, and it's like
exactly.
Like, did anyone tell the difference? That was a selling point. But
yeah. So how are we doing this next part? I don't know how to set up this next part.
So let me see what it is. Company to mimic as far as interest. I think business like ethics, the way that they function. So I'll give you mine.
Okay.
My company to mimic was Criterion, because I like their infrastructure. I like that they have a base of operations. They have a great clientele. They have all the connections. I want to have access to those people that made the movies. Whereas someone like Vinegar Syndrome feels very more like fan focused. So, and some of the ways, like we've discussed it, like in terms of like how they promote themselves, and it's like a lot of trying to like induce FOMO through their, like it never feels like that with Criterion. There's no limited edition. All the titles are on sale right away. Doesn't matter if it came out the week before or during the sale. It's 50% off. And there's 2 flash sales and 2 Barnes & Noble sales. I mean, that's 4 sales of their entire library.
Right.
For the year. And we'll get into that later with sales. But like that to me is the most, and again, they're the grandfather of physical media. So it's like I want to have that already set infrastructure, just like we are the grown-ups in an office building. We have it set up, and Willem Dafoe will come over and do an interview with us if we want him to.
It's true.
Well, so does that help with you with choosing one?
It did. I knew what I was doing. I was mostly asking for how we were going to say it to the audience. So the one that I'm going with here is Second Sight for a lot of the same reasons. They release standard editions the same day as the limited edition, so there's no like pressure to buy the larger box set if you don't want it. But at the same time, they are known for literally like pushing the boundary on the highest quality possible. They somehow have contacts to get all of these incredible filmmakers from the last 20 years to show up for commentaries and interviews and do great supplements. The fact that they are the ones that have like pushed Umbrella to be doing books in all of their releases is because Second Sight's like, oh, you want this movie? We're doing 2 hardback books, and you got to deal with it. Like, there's so much that they are putting into their boxes that are just incredible. People just plain know that their titles rarely go on sale, so if you want them, it's just there's a lot of value in the disc, and I know to purchase them when I want them. They have a fairly consistent announcement schedule. They have a fairly great track record with release dates. The only thing that gets pushed back is when manufacturing goes wrong, and it's really only pushed back by like a week.
This is Second Sight, right?
Second Sight, yeah.
Second Sight. Oh yeah. Okay.
Everything to me is pretty much top of the stack right now.
Would you be a one-man army though? Would you emulate that, or would you have more of a?
I mean, you have a production team, but I think a lot of this can be done if you have the right people helping out. And I know that sounds weird to say about a one-man army, but obviously Second Sight is not one person. They have producers, they have other people assisting. It's a lot.
Can I film that? Yeah, I mean that sounds. I mean, obviously, I'm going to use Second Sight as reference later on, but no, absolutely. I mean, the one thing I'll push back on that is their release schedule. I'm sure it makes more sense to you than it does to me. Like all of a sudden, I'll like wake up one morning, like open up my phone, and there's Disconnected, and it's like, here's the picture of the box with the art cards and the book laid out in front. I'm like, oh, it's the Second Sight.
The thing is, they announce Friday mornings. That's the only time they ever announce.
But a Friday morning.
Yeah, whenever something is ready to be announced.
Right.
So there's not specific dates. They can, if they have 2 that they want to announce in a month, it doesn't have to be on the same day. It can be. Doesn't have to.
So like I was saying, in terms of consistency, it's like I know that the 15th Criterion will put out their titles. I know that the first will be Vinegar Syndrome. I know that. So it's like if it were once a month on a Friday, but we'll sometimes go like 2 months with no Second Sight or 3 months. And it's like, it's a joy when it shows up, and I'm like,
right.
oh man, but if it's not something you want, then you're like,
from the
damn.
behind the scenes side, you kind of want that freedom. You don't want to be forced to do
Right.
it on the 15th if
Sure.
stuff is not ready.
Sure, absolutely. It's a smart move. I'm just saying, like, as a fan, I'm like walking, I'm just like, if I see like what's come out and I'm not a fan of that movie,
Right.
I get disappointed because I'm like, damn it. Now I gotta wait till the next time they announce something to see if it's something I want. So, but they're pretty on the money with stuff that I would want. It's very like few and far between. They'll be like, I don't know, I don't really need a deluxe edition of that.
Yep.
And you're right. You gotta just grab it because even if there was a sale, those things aren't lasting. A few maybe. Like I noticed that Green Room is still available, and maybe Possessor.
Probably.
But like, whatchamacalled, what's the French extremist one with the girl? What's her name?
With the girl? High Tension?
High Tension. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I'm like, that narrows it down. Yes, High Tension. That sold out really fast.
Yep.
But
Bittersweet Life sold out very fast.
Yes, but like Inside too?
I think so.
But like Mean Streets is still there.
Yep. But also it got a competing release from Criterion right around the same time.
But I mean, if people are package obsessed, I mean, that thing is also a brick.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right. What's next?
Then we have packaging. So you want me to do mine?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So mine's kind of like a split. I did Second Sight and Arrow because I said I would remove the lobby cards. I would sacrifice lobby cards for bigger books and perhaps smaller booklet inside the Amaray case detailing the restoration process for the film and its history on physical media. So the thing is, I want to basically take everything, all the excess quote unquote junk that most people are not going to get excited about when they see the announcement. So whatever it costs to make those art cards, which probably isn't much, but just then take that money and make whatever book you're going to make it bigger. You know, I don't even need a poster. I just need Stan, the girl movie. Stan's always telling me about that. Yes, I know. It's late, Stan. Yeah, just like a hardback book, and then if possible, do a little booklet on the inside case, and that can be like just like how like Criterion always used to break down like this was done from this negative, and the dust and the specks were removed and all that stuff, and have a booklet just about the restoration. It's just about the release, and then the hard book is the articles and the essays and all that stuff. But this is kind of like your info booklet, like hey, this was on Laserdisc with these special features, and then this one, and then this one, and now this is the road to our 4Ks. Paved with many releases. Booklets cost more than the discs. Kind of crazy. That is crazy. That is really crazy, Greg. That's at this hour, it's hard to wrap my brain around that. Why is that? Is that, Greg? Do you mean the physical discs?
The actual production of them.
Gotcha. The pressing of the discs.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess maybe I don't know because maybe there's papers more in demand than discs. I don't know.
It's a more in-depth process, kind of.
And Craig, this is going down a rabbit hole, but does that make a difference if it's like a hardback book or you're doing just like a pamphlet, like a little booklet insert?
Well, the Deaf Crocodile is not a hardback. It's just
okay, but like a perfect bound book as compared to like a booklet, like the ones that Criterion, so
right.
in the little clips on the inside of the Amaray case.
Ryan Cheek is asking, how much do special features add to the cost of the disc? Because earlier he says, I wish a company would just put out an edition without special features. I've never watched a special feature, and those drive the cost up. Those drive the cost up a lot less than you think. We're talking, a couple, maybe $1 or $2 per disc, like over the entire life of what they're printing. Not that much.
I will say you're probably going to end up, it would almost like do the reversing cost. They would end up putting the cost back onto the customer because they would have to do, correct me if I'm wrong, an edition with no features, an edition with features, and
would
that
mean
production
authoring an entirely different disc.
and so that almost makes it more. You're better off just waiting for that box and that book to go away, and then you've just saved yourself $20 or something.
It's true.
Yeah, I really just need, like, I don't need a long box. I don't need anything. All I want is the thing that, like, accompanies the movie. I don't need a poster or anything. I just want a book about the thing that I'm going to watch.
Right.
In a nice hardback book. And to that point, because this is going to be part of my hot topic discussion, so I'll ask you this right now. Steelbooks are dead. Long live the hardbox. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't think they're dead yet, but I think if they keep getting priced the way they are, they will about to be dead soon. And the only way that I will say long live the hard box, which I mean, for sure, the hard box is going to win no matter what. My answer for the packaging kind of ties into that. So I'm just going to launch into it.
Yeah, please.
I hope more companies lean into what my pick is for this. Mm-hmm. And I'm not just saying it because Craig's in the chat or anything. I'm going to say Deaf Crocodile has kind of nailed it. The hard box that is the extra thin version of this disc and the release, it is small enough to fit on the shelf in a way that's not the Hitcher. It's not overwhelming. It's not crazy. It's got the nice Skinovo box that looks like a Criterion. Got a really nice booklet. Everything about this passes the hard knock test. The art is good. It gives you multiple places to put new art. You've got the really nice looking standard, which is identical to everywhere else that you're releasing this. On the inside, I would absolutely want to keep this. They are putting out on Deaf Crocodile follow this QR code to access transcribed bonus content. So the commentary, the interviews, things that they can transcribe, you can access on a PDF so you can read them wherever you are. If you don't,
Craig.
if you don't have time to sit down and watch the commentary or what have you. The only thing I will say, and maybe Craig can take this as a what to do. This is on the front of this card that you're putting in the box. There's nothing on the back. Perhaps what you just said about the release, I would love to see this release was from the restoration of these film elements and where we sourced them and who did the restoration and the year that it happened.
If anything, what you were going to say, if you hold up that card again, I thought you were going to say, take the QR code, put it on the blank side because it's blocking the art on the front.
No, I get that. But yeah, it'd be nice to see.
Okay. Yeah.
So I love that. Also love their booklets. I think this is a really great size. You don't have a ton of pictures or art or anything like that. There's a lot of writing. It's a really great balance. I think this is a perfect way to sell everything about the film. You've got enough for somebody to fully, get immersed in the context of the film, whether you have somebody like Walt Chaw writing on everything or another critic. You've got, room to get an archival interview with the director or something like that. It's a really great way to sell these.
So I'm assuming then you're a fan of the indicator, the slim box indicators.
I am, but they are lesser than this. If you have held both of them together, the Deaf Crocodile ones are better quality for sure. Everything about Deaf Crocodile, it doesn't feel as flimsy as the indicator ones. I do like the size, and I do like they size down for those, but they're still using the little cardboard digipack things to hold the discs, and I don't love those. I prefer the big Skinovo case that Deaf Crocodile is using, and it makes it easier to sell everything. You're going to have less damages. If you're shipping the standards without the hard box and all that stuff, and it's not in a plastic case like that, it's going to be worse. And you may as well save on materials and do the same.
Are the indicators not in Skinovo cases? I thought they were.
Not always. No, I don't know that I have one.
The Jean Roland ones are in Skinovos?
They are not in Skinovos. No, they are in like a little cardboard digipack.
Oh, yeah, I don't like the digipack.
Looks like your idea
also does digipack.
Sometimes, yeah.
Which is, help the environment.
Trapped Ashes and Felidae are the booklets are bumped up to 80 pages.
Oh, nice.
All right, what do we got next?
Supplements. Packaging, supplements. Yeah, I would. This was. I kept going back and forth. I was going to do Arrow originally, but I wanted to be able to shout out enough labels, and I was going to go with Indicator. Indicator always has like just a plethora of features, especially when you do those like boxes, the Columbia Noir boxes.
Yeah.
Like every single disc has like a significant amount. They don't feel like EPKs. They don't feel like, just like small, like, not to go bashing on them again, but something like Scream Factory is like, we sat down with the gaffer for 5 minutes, and the guy's like, I remember I was high on cocaine and we made the movie, and I think I slept with one of the actresses. I don't remember. It's like, and it's like, that's it. It's like, okay. It's like, but they actually put together like an entire piece,
Right.
about especially that religious families collection of films that they had.
The Ormond set.
Yeah, that just looked, I'm like, I don't know about this. I don't know if it's something I'd be able to watch over and over again, but just the amount of content that they had on there was intriguing, and it was archival. It didn't feel like, something that someone like just produced in-house and like talking heads. It was actual like, oh, we have all this, like a documentarian's wet dream to have all this like archival footage. Yeah. So, I mean, Arrow as well. We all know the back of an Arrow case is like, takes you 5 hours to read all the stuff, but I don't know.
I think Indicator is more consistent there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Consistency. It's not always that way. At least not as much as it used to be. I feel like in the past, during like the early 2010, like 2010, 2011, it was like a consistent thing with Arrow. When it was horror and schlock and stuff like that, everything had like a paragraph of features, and now it's like, here's Demolition Man, and here's some
bunch of archival features and one new commentary.
Here's a Taco Bell sticker, and there you go. Yeah. What about yourself?
Funny enough, like, I don't want to repeat too much, but my answer, I literally wrote the words, it's obviously Indicator. Indicator has sort of everything. We are in a situation with Indicator where they are treating the releases like they are archiving everything related to this film. So the only main difference, like a lot of the stuff that I'm putting out on this fake label, is they are modern films, and a lot of Indicator stuff is not modern. So the only thing I would add is Indicator gets everything that they possibly can from back then. I also want to do more filmmaker stuff than what Indicator gets to do, because they're mostly doing stuff from like 1930, and that's not the same. So obviously, like, I want a critic commentary. I also want a filmmaker commentary, if possible, if it's somebody that cares and is good and remembers. Actor interviews, I definitely want those. I want more writer interviews than we see on releases. Those are important people that don't get a lot of love. Definitely want more location footage than we get from a lot of these labels. The big thing, though, is most releases, probably not every release, but most release should have a commentary, should have some interviews, should have at least one visual essay. And then the big thing, for many of these erotic thrillers, most of these people have done short films, and they never get any releases. Throw every short film from these people that you can, because they're not, the rights aren't stuck with some studio.
They'll give it to you.
Right. Get as many short films as you can. And that's why, like, Deaf Crocodile, I didn't even look at this, but I bet this thing, 4 rare animated shorts on this Adela Has Not Had Supper Yet release that I was.
And yes, it will, Richard. It will. Sorry, I was just.
You're good. Host for me. That's great. The shorts are here. We don't get that on most releases, so I want to see as many shorts as I possibly can.
Well, again, to just pump up Indicator is like you said, they are doing a lot of 40s and 50s. These people are no longer with us. The fact that they can get that content is even more of a miracle, because you're talking about 80s and 90s. There's no reason, like, studios, and obviously we're making up these labels, but in reality, most of these companies, it's like, you have this stuff. It's just there. It's on YouTube. Just pull the damn stuff and put it up there. I know, again, we just do it. But if you're the studio that owns all the promotional material, and you've at least had some type of like recognition of what people like in the stuff that you manufacture, it's like, well, maybe people do want, like, look, if you're Warner Brothers and you're putting out the Batman series and you don't think that fans would be excited and get a kick out of all the McDonald's, all the promotional Batman Forever, like, you know, material commercials.
Burger King commercials, yeah.
Exactly. Or I've got all the bugs now. Hee, Batman. Like all the, like, that's what people want. Like, I'll get drive through. Like, put that on there. You don't realize, like, that's, what do you think people go to YouTube for other than the disconnected?
I see.
Yeah. But like, that's what people fall down a rabbit hole with. Watching it, you see what I send you on Instagram, like an old commercial from like 20 years ago. There's an audience for this. For God's sakes, Vinegar Syndrome puts out mixed movies of just like promotional materials from the 60s and 70s. You know,
to be fair, that's AGFA, not Vinegar Syndrome.
Sorry, yes. AGFA, yes. But again, there are labels that are doing this. There is an audience.
Absolutely. I mean, trailer compilations historically have sold very well. So
look, if it wasn't TBD, I would have ordered the damn thing from Fun City already. But I'm not, you know, coming 2026. You know, I don't want to.
I mean, look at a label that we haven't talked about in years because they're defunct now. But Garage House Pictures was huge because they've done 4, I think it was, trailer compilations that all sold out very quickly.
I don't even know who those people are. That's before my time. That was before I
used to order all of my Garage House Pictures from the owner himself just by getting invoiced on PayPal.
That sounds like some code red shit right there.
It basically was. I feel very old right now.
No, you've just been in the game much longer than I. I mean, I remember going to Barnes & Nobles and looking at that. Oh, what's this coming called? Arrow, and this Donnie Darko pop. Yeah. Oh, it'll be here when I come back. Not thinking it's limited edition. I didn't understand what limited edition was. Apparently, I still don't. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, I drew a blank. But go ahead.
So that was supplements. Next, I feel like we're going to have the same answer, but people still need to hear it. Disc authoring. The right answer here is Fidelity Emotion. Yeah. It has to author every single disc. They're going to put everything that they can into QCing your work as they author it. They're going to get you, they do charge a little bit more than other people that author, but you get that value out of it. The David Mackenzies of the world do not get praised enough. Fidelity Emotion is the answer. Best encoding, best everything. Fidelity Emotion has
to. That's what I said. Then we're going to move on from there. What I was going to say, what I just remembered that I was going to say, is that I said in terms of like TBD and ordering something, look at those poor schmucks that ordered 7. 4K of 7?
Yep.
Like, are they going to get refunded? Or is this going to?
They already have, yeah.
Oh, did he get refunded?
They did.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just going to sit as a charge and like, we'll ship it when it's out. It's like,
no, but the studio doing that pisses me off so much.
Yeah, I was afraid that was going to happen with Nightmare on Elm Street. I really thought that's what was going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, it kind of did because the artwork was TBD.
It was. It held pretty close to what it was.
Sure, but the fact that you're putting up pre-orders and the art says TBD is not okay.
Well, they had TBD on the features. We didn't know what you're ordering. It was just like Nightmare on Elm Street. People, that's what it is. And the thing is, no release date. That was it was the release date. The release date's the thing. Features, all that stuff is like, okay, we'll see. But if it's something I really want, I'm gonna pre-order it. But if you tell me no date, and I'm like, well, what does that mean?
Then why am I pre-ordering it?
Exactly. If you're going to not charge my card until it ships, I'm a lot better with that.
I'm not, though, because I don't want to remember that I have a charge.
I know some people are different about that. I would prefer if it's going to be like pre-order and we'll release it 6 months from now. I'm like, all right, I'll make note of that. Cool. But to take my money and then make me wait is doubly not cool to me.
Yeah.
What's the next one is cover art. This is where I put cover art, so I know that was last minute.
Okay, I can move it up there, sure.
Are you okay with that? I said
fine.
That last minute.
Go right ahead.
I have Radiance.
Oh, for just who you're mimicking. Got it. See, yeah, I went down to the specific artist that I want on most of the time.
Is this Sister Hyde?
I want, well, first off, I even did a little more detail. I want Haunt Love to do all of my books. I love what Haunt Love did with Erica's book, and I think it's amazing. I want Sister Hyde to do about half of them, and Haunt Love to do the other half. But the big thing is every single release, the original poster should be on the opposite side.
Oh, absolutely. Always the original art should always be on a reverse. Every insert should be a reverse for everything.
Yeah. But if we're literally just saying, let's mimic a company, I mean, for me, it's probably a pretty close tie between Radiance and Deaf Crocodile. Both are clearly focused on visual appealing art, and it's worked. I mean, the releases from Radiance that are just gorgeous are almost all of them. And then Deaf Crocodile stuff, it's always just this superbly unique style. I can't think of anything that I would want more than those two.
I mean, I had that slip from. I'm trying to figure out how I can get a copy of Pied Piper because I have this beautiful slip cover that I won from Craig, and I need to get a copy of Pied Piper to put in it. But the thing about Radiance, the little extra oomph, because I do love Deaf Crowd's art as well, is that the little jump that Radiance gets is that, I've said on multiple occasions, they don't put stuff out that I really want all that much.
Right.
I'm always enticed. Every time I see it, I want it. And this was a couple of years ago and I had more shelf space. I'd be like, you know what, maybe I'll give it a go. But like that box with the cross that they announced recently with the crucifix, I was like, the fact that it entices me to want it and I don't get it,
right,
to me is like the extra bonus. It's like, man, for a movie that I'm not interested in, you're making me want it.
That's pretty telling. Yeah.
And that's a pretty, and the only thing that really, like, I think the very first artwork from them that I was like, okay, I'm getting it. No question, is Messiah of Evil. And I was just like, holy shit. And I saw that all black cover and the face with the tear going down. And I think that got announced around the same time as It Follows from Second Sight. And I was
somewhere around there.
This is the age of side faces, of profiles that are just like, put a profile on there, make it a little artsy, and I will order that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
What about you? Oh, we agreed it was Radiance. And
I go with Deaf Crocodile in there as well.
Gotcha. So next I said price point. Is that okay? Do you have price
That's
point?
totally fine, yeah.
I had for like a standard limited editions, we're going with Arrow because I think Arrow's around a fair price. If it's just the slip limited edition, I went 30. And if it's a box set, I said 45. I think that's a good even ground. I'm never deterred. If it's something I want from Arrow, I will pre-order it. No, there's no question. It's not like, again, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but like Severin, they, for whatever reason, and I know you always say like the quality is there and you're getting your money's worth. There's something about certain numbers, and maybe I'm just my OCD or whatever it is, but certain numbers hit me the wrong way.
I get it.
And they just choose certain numbers. I'm like, God, that just sounds like a lot.
I'm not going to stand up. Even Andrew has joked with me about the pricing. Like $60 for one release is a lot. That being said, like I do understand how they got there.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I'm not going to look at it and go, oh God, like I still haven't bought Opera, and Opera is my favorite Argento.
If you said 59, you might almost sway me just on that $1. There's something about it. And again, it's true. People, that's why people like $9.99. You're like, ooh, only $9.99.
Right.
But it's like $59 is like $60. When you say 60, there's something about saying that number that goes, oh man.
Yeah.
I'd rather pay 70. Just 70 sounds not as harsh as 60. I don't know. Certain numbers just hit the brain in a certain way, and I'm just like, you've hit my threshold. I can't do. And again, if it were and I think Opera is a box, right? It is a rigid box.
I think so. I've never held one, so I'm not sure.
Rigid. I've seen pictures of people holding. It's like this thick.
Right.
But there's something to say of like, well, like, look, Second Sight, how much was Hitcher? 65?
60? Something like that, yeah.
I mean, I hate to put the two together. I mean, I'm not to be a size queen here, but I mean, for a size king, but like, come on.
Well, and they're very different things too. Like the Opera thing, the Opera release has 4 discs or 5 discs or whatever it was.
Of the same.
there's a lot to license there. Different cuts still have to be licensed. Interviews, brand new everything, authoring on that much. Not to mention there was a replacement disc. All that other stuff, like there's a lot of costs going in there, no doubt. I completely understand it. And books obviously cost a lot to print too. And that's where a lot of the second sight prices come from.
But then you have something like The Last Horror Show, which is also $60.
Right.
So not everything, that's the thing, is where not everything is created equal. Like the Four Flies on Grey Velvet, we've gone over that enough. People have beat that dead horse to death.
Right.
About saying, we had to bring the scanner over to Italy. But like, not everything requires that. So how does 60 keep? Correct. How do you keep hitting 60? You know what I mean?
I agree.
So it's just like the deep cuts. All right, it's multiple movies. All right, that I can understand that. So it's always just baffling to me with that way. Whereas like when you get something like an Arrow limited edition, you just know what you're getting. Second Sight is always like, you're getting the box, you're getting the book, you're getting the poster, you're getting the thing. Like, these are the things you're getting. Everyone knows what you're going to get when you get that. It's not all of a sudden like, you're paying for this,
Right. Gary says, I don't like deluxe sets that have things that are not contained in the box, like pin sets or rolled posters. Yeah. They don't feel like part of the actual release. They feel like random individual stuff. And I would agree for the most part, unless you're getting, unless you're like wanting an extra deluxe bundle because a title is so important for you or something like that. Yeah, totally agree.
Oh, Anthony, welcome to the fam. Welcome to the family, Anthony.
So pricing for mine, I told you before we went live that this was hard for me. Yeah. I think I just did too many details. Like I almost just created a company here. So
you just completely do and here's our advertisement, and here's
I've got a plan. Let me share at the end.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing the Deaf Crocodile thin box. I know that the cost can come down slightly. Mm-hmm. So for a deluxe, 60-page release, I'm thinking $32 USD for the Blu-ray release, and if it was 4K, I know I'm going to bump that up about $5. So I was thinking $37 for a 4K. And then I went into more detail and said standards. Just drop them both by $10. I want to see 22 and 27 for the 4K and the Blu-ray. And then when you're going to have a sale, that even leaves hopefully a few dollars for to knock off to get a sale price down to 17, 18, 19, somewhere around there probably.
So down to like Severin sale prices.
Severin, Vinegar Syndrome, Terrorvision, everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's good. Wow, you really went into detail on that one. I want to acknowledge that because Paul said I have a box full of J cards and pins, etc. I had an idea recently. I'm gonna forget it, but it's like instead of the J card, it's like there's got to be a better way to do the J card that you don't have to keep the damn thing with you. Like, I mean,
I like the imprint way, which they do on a lot of the, because they put out the boxes. It's got just that one little tiny bit of glue, and it's just a cardboard thing attached to the back. And when you get it off, it's small enough to fit in the box. And that way, you don't ever have to worry about losing it. You don't have to worry about it getting damaged. I think imprint does the J card thing right.
I feel like there was some company though recently that did it a little differently for it was like a major boutique release. And I was like, oh, that's the way that you do it. And I cannot remember now who did it. It's going to come to me. Oh, it's Cinematograph. And I think we were talking about, why do they do these wraparound J cards when it could just be exactly. This is what I was talking about. They put the individual numbering on the J card. Right, exactly. But it used to be on the J card that they would sometimes do, where it's you had to keep the J card because the J card.
This is the J card.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that's my point. Don't put when it's limited edition numbering. Is for everyone. Don't.
You want it numbered on the box itself.
I want it numbered on the box. So if I don't want to keep the J card, I don't have to worry. That's all right. Well, my number's now gone.
Right.
Just engrave it, stamp it, find a little embosser thing to be that's your number. You know what I mean?
I just realized it's 1:45 where you are.
Dude, I was going to be up anyway. It's fine. I'm literally fine. I'm again, I'm not going to go as long as a Jeremy episode. So
we'll see.
we'll see.
So we did cover art, price point. I think
Okay.
next
Titles per month. I had somewhere in the happy medium between Severin and Criterion. I said 3 titles. And the reason I said this was because I feel like sometimes people, again, we've talked about this, people get overwhelmed with how many titles there are. And if you put out 4 or 5 titles that people want, there's going to be those that will obviously buy everything because they want to buy everything. But then there are people who almost get, like, their happiness gets reversed and they get pissed off. And you're like, why are you putting out all the things that, like, I want? And it's like, and then they almost, like, don't buy it. I mean, either one, they can't afford to, which is understandable. 2, it's like out of pure, like, I'm just going to wait for the sale. Like, I can't buy all these titles. I felt 3 was the safety thing of, like, you know, you're either going to buy 1 because it's the title you want most. But at that point, you're like, oh, 3, I can do 3. You know, at that price point, you know, people are putting out for box, you know, when you order 3 items from Orbit, most of the time, if I have to put in 3 orders, I'm hitting about $100 as far as the items that I'm ordering. So I feel like, you know, around that time, if you're to get a whole month's of release for under 100 or something like that, you know, I felt that that's reasonable. Someone can stomach buying 3 titles.
Yeah, I would agree.
It was like OCN. Like, look, I love waiting to see what's there, but like, fucking hell, like 36 titles is just
36 titles.
Like, I don't want most of them, which is fine by me. I'm actually like, oh, cool, I saved money, but you know, the thing, like when 1201 rolls around, I'm like, oh my god, what if there's 10 movies I want? Right. And I see the slip starting to go, and I'm like, god damn, stupid illness that I have. I gotta buy them all.
I get it. Yeah, that's a lot.
What about you?
A very similar answer. I went get more detailed. I said at least 2, but 3 is okay. And then I even put during like if we're going to do a Black Friday or an event is the way I wrote it down as an event, up to 5. So the way I was thinking is if you just do 1, a lot of people show up and go, I mean, it's a good title, but I kind of want like a couple to come in the box. So I'm not going to buy anything right now. I'll wait till they announce the next one.
And you have to pay for shipping.
Exactly.
Right.
So if I announce 2, they're more likely to buy, which is weird. It's a weird psychology thing, but it's true. 3 is not like necessarily putting you out too much as a company. Right. It's something like it was just a busy month. We got a lot on the slate. We can probably do this. And you're not going to hit 3 every month. You can hit 2 for, you know, probably 8 months of the year, 3 for 3, and then you have an event once. That's not bad.
Right.
And then the event, like that's something you prepare for. You get a couple bigger titles, maybe out of those 5, like 2 or 3 or 4K, and the rest are Blu-ray. And it's an expensive month, but it's something that you've been working on for a very long time.
If you put out a box set, would you count that as just the 3 in a row, or would you put that as an extra one?
I mean, yeah, I probably would count it as 3 because I the type of person I am. Like if I was doing, and a lot of these direct-to-TV erotic thrillers had like 3 films or 4 films.
And Tweed.
Quite often they weren't the same director or they switched out actors. I don't want to do different supplements for all of them, so I'm putting the same amount of work for it. So yeah, let's treat it like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
All right.
This is the last category, is it? Oh no, sales structure. How many per year? All right. I would put. I'd have 2 sales. 1 in April, and 1 in December. And the reason I structured it like this because April is tax month, and you're going to get a rebate, so it entices people to spend money that they just got back from the government. It's free money. Mentally, a lot of people think of it as. I see a lot of posts where people are just like, "I just spent all my rebate on Criterion or whatever."
Right.
And then I'll see December, but I would do it in December, not Black Friday. So I'd avoid the Black Friday, which is kind of like Kino Lorber does their end of year sale a couple weeks later. Right. And like have their, like, that's it. Like they've avoided the traffic jam. And plus also it's the time when people either get bonuses or they get gifts or gift cards or whatever it is. And again, that leaves just enough like time, like 4 months between the two sales.
Yeah.
So that would be my thing. You?
Mine, I chose one at most. And now, I know we all love sales, but at the same time, I think that there are some companies that are really conditioning people to wait and only stuff their carts during sales, which
Vinegar syndrome.
I understand and I get why, and it's a big event and everybody loves those and all that. But these discs cost a lot to produce, and you shouldn't be selling them at cost unless you're selling to literally tens of thousands of customers. And so my thought, and again, I went into almost as much detail as you on this one. I was going to say that we schedule it for the very end of January for a couple reasons. One, it's not around any holiday. Nobody's sitting here, they're spending money on preparing for anything other than maybe the Super Bowl, but even that's a couple weeks later.
Man,
the other big thing,
Martin Luther King Jr., do you?
The other big thing is they have recovered from Christmas. They've gotten at least 2 paychecks. So that people are at the point where they might have some disposable income left.
Right.
And then the other big thing, which I laughed as I typed this, they've had enough time to fall off of their New Year's resolutions. So if they decided to spend better in the new year, you give them a few weeks ago, we're back at it.
Dry January. Try this January, and then it's back into it. So on the subject of sales, my question to you is, given how many sales are now happening, let's just say Vinegar Syndrome, because they're the elephant in the room.
They're one of the big ones, yes.
Something has to change, because you now have, I can't even count how many sales they have. I really can't think off the top of my head about how many sales they have, and impromptu sales that they have, and random title sales that they have, and then a subscription service.
And the we should point out too, the prices on the sales quite often are less than 50% off, which is what was the whole enticing point to sign up for the subscription.
Plus, but again, it's exactly. And people have obviously already talked about, ad nauseum about how you don't get the sub labels, you don't get the cinematograph, you don't get the VSA, you don't get the VSP, you don't get the the Picorama back when it was Picorama.
Right.
So it's so then what are you you're getting all the titles, and I'll go so far as to say, what, other than a few titles that are cool, oh wow, cool, that's coming out, I'm more enticed by the OCN partner labels than I am by Vinegar Syndrome. So now, what is it that you are enticing people with? There's got to be, you almost have to because I'm not subscribing, but for someone like yourself, I know you said this might be your last year subscribing, but anyone else who subscribes, there's got to be another tier then of exclusivity. There has to be something you're getting that nobody else is getting.
And the hard part here, I think one of the most obvious things, which I think it was Scream Factory's rewards program just alluded to this, was you can access the sale before other people. And I got to be honest, for people that are longtime subscribers, that is not an enticement, because I have most of the titles that I want already, or all of the titles that I want already. I don't need to go in there earlier than everyone else because I have them.
But what about futures? Say a movie comes out, there's a slipcover, you get to go in first, take it before other people take it. But obviously nowadays it's not what it used to be.
Right. So the time exclusivity thing, I don't think works anymore for something like that. I think that it's got to be a bigger it's got to be a bigger discount, period. And it's got to be at a point where you probably either are guaranteed at least a title or two that other people aren't going to get, and not just that they're not going to be able to purchase it, or not that they're not going to get it until later, but literally they will not have access to it. Something actually exclusive, something
and that you're getting, not that you can buy.
Correct. So not that you don't have access to purchase it.
Right. But none of that unlocking $800 and I get a poster that advertises your freaking sale.
Correct.
None of that nonsense.
And Ryan is saying they can make a slipcover for the subscribers. They've done that, and they've done that for 2 or 3 titles. That's not something that is brand new. But even then, a slipcover is not the same as a film. A piece of packaging is not going to be enticing enough for people to sign up to be a subscriber, that's not going to be worth it.
If you're a completist, or if you're someone who just wants to sell it online, those are the two people that are going to be excited about that. Otherwise, or if it's something you're like, oh my God, I love this movie, I will take anything you have to offer me for it. Because, of course, hey, remember when we all gave them, what was it, $25 for something we still don't know what it is?
Right.
I'm going to keep reminding people, remember when we did that? Because if it's not anything good this year, I'm not doing that again. Because the first one, the Invisible Man thing, was Invisible Man, right?
Invisible Maniac.
Invisible Maniac. I was going to say Invisible Pervert or whatever it is. But yes, Invisible Maniac. The lenticular, that's cool. But then the next one was like, what is this? A scratch and win? Like, what is it? So now, like, unless it's something really like, wow, that you really put a lot of effort into that.
Right.
Now I just feel like I'm getting jerked around. And I don't like getting jerked around.
Although, now that I think about it, the Invisible Maniac and the Scratch and Sniff, that wasn't just subscriber. That was because you paid for the April Fool's thing. So
Right. That's the thing.
BioZombie, is that the only subscriber-specific one that we've gotten, maybe?
I think it is. Because I remember, obviously, everyone got upset because you were not guaranteed the Invisible Maniac as a subscriber. And they were told in the email when they subscribed, you will get every slip and every this and every that for every release. So it is kind of like, talking out both sides of their mouth on that.
Yeah, I don't fully agree there, but.
Well, I mean, the phrasing is, if you're starting January 1st and I'm subscribing, it's like, hey, whatever we put out slipcover, you're getting it. And then you make some things like, hey, donate $5 to this invisible thing. And it's like, it's April Fool's, and it's the first time you're ever doing it. And then it turns out to be a slipcover when you were told you were going to get every slipcover, and now you're not going to get it. I can see. I'm not for everyone, the people that really bitch and gripe on Blu-ray.com.
Right.
But that I can understand. That's especially if you're dropping $1,000 up front for the year, not knowing what the titles are.
Yeah.
That's why again, every label, I don't collect labels, I collect titles.
Right.
Because there's just no label out there except for maybe mine that I'm coming up with right now, where I would want to buy every title. So the idea of giving someone $1,000 and like, I hope you put something out that I like.
Right.
I just can't do that. That's God bless your blind faith, but I can't.
I get it. Paul, got to head off. Have a good night. Yeah, it's been a long night. This has been the longest show in a long time.
I felt that when I was like, today, I was like, this is going to be a long night. I feel like it's going to be a historical episode. Okay, so let's get through with it. The last one was like, what are your first 3 titles? I went with Camp Nowhere, Dick Tracy, and Grosse Point Blank.
Dick Tracy is a good pick.
Well, I was originally going to do Rocketeer, but I felt like if I'm going to want anything to premiere on 4K with those colors,
yep.
And if I know the long running rumor that there's a 3-hour like R-rated cut of Dick Tracy out there, that just never saw the light of day. Like I remember as a kid watching so many behind the scenes featurettes about the making of Dick Tracy. About like the makeup and all that stuff, and Madonna and stuff. And obviously the Disney Blu-ray is just bare bones.
Right.
So that I feel like, I would love to eventually put out Rocketeer, but that would be my first choice of the 2. Yes, Ronnie. And the Sondheim songs, so good. You put that Madonna CD on there with that. What can you lose? And then Grosse Point Black, it's like you got a rom-com, and it has a terrible transfer right now. So you got a rom-com, and Camp Nowhere is one of the few films ever that I have watched, then rewound, yes, on VHS, and then watched it again right away. I absolutely love it, and I did not even hesitate to buy that Kino Blu-ray because now it's out of print.
Yep.
What about you?
All right, so
can't wait for your titles. I cannot wait.
Too much detail here. I know that when you're setting this up, you're not going to be able to get like 3 huge titles out of the gate. So
it's your world. You can do whatever you want.
What I did is I picked 3 of my first big titles and then 3 like fairly realistic titles. So I'm going to go with the bigger ones first because people are going to recognize these, and then you can skedaddle if you want. Right. But the first one, I mentioned him earlier because I had him on the brain because of this. Fear with Mark Wahlberg.
Oh wow!
The Mill Creek release is shit. Like, I would love, even if honestly, I understand the studio probably won't be able to give us a brand new scan on that. Totally get it. I'd love to do a 4K. However, even if we can't, that movie deserves critical attention. It deserves appreciation of the roles in that. The story,
Wild horses.
right? There's so much that you could do for Fear that has never been done before, and I would love to produce that disc.
The roller coaster featurette.
Roller coasters and film. That's a visual essay I'd watch.
Oh my god! Just let me in the fucking house.
I love that movie. The next one of the most visually appealing and erotic films of all time.
Can't wait. What do you say?
The Handmaiden. Not one that most people jump to when you think of erotic thrillers, but to show the diversity of the label here, this movie has an out-of-print Shout Factory Blu-ray. It had a Curzon Artificial Eye release that was like 2 discs for 2 different cuts. I've got that up on the shelf, but this movie deserves so much more than it has ever gotten.
Somewhere in here. Yeah.
Stephanie Crawford says, I got a Breathless Mahoney sweatshirt for Christmas when I was 6 and felt like the coolest kid ever. That's amazing.
I had a Breathless Mahoney doll. Thank you very much. I think I still have it somewhere. I don't know.
The Handmaiden. I would love to see some new special features produced about like that. That's an expensive disc.
Do you know how much I found this for? $20.
Not bad.
$20 and I looked it up at the time. It was like $100 already. I was like, wow, I did not expect
that. What are the special features listed on the back of that?
What are those? Okay. Doesn't look like anything.
I knew that.
Yeah.
So it's The Handmaiden, literally one of the greatest films of all time. And the disc that comes out in the US is bare bones. But that is a travesty.
The UK one is pretty nice, though. It has both cuts.
It's visually appealing, but it was when Curzon was really like they were more Artificial Eye than Curzon, and it sucked. There's a lot better that we could do.
Artificial Eyes.
Yeah, this deserves a lot of critical appreciation. It deserves so many like scholars of modern Asian cinema that could speak on this. The colors in this alone deserves like 4 visual essays. This movie could be like a 3-disc set of crazy special features. Not to mention all the interviews that should be done on this. Looking back on it, I think we're almost at the 10-year anniversary somewhere. What year did that come out? I don't even remember.
I want to say 2016?
Something like that. That's what I was thinking the first time. Handmaiden is
2016. Bam.
Yep. So yeah, that would be incredible. The next one, like this shouldn't need any explanation. But Secretary, like Imprint put it out, and there was a couple things on the disc, but to put out a gorgeous 4K of Secretary with triple the amount of special features and get updated interviews from Spader and Gyllenhaal, and
which they would do.
I would be thrilled to see like how people responded in that time to them pushing the envelope the way they did, because that type of film was fairly unpopular at the time, and even still is still seen as very taboo. And to put it out when it did, it was genuinely brave. Like, I hate to use that word, but it was something that a lot of people would not have taken part of in a film like that. And so just to hear them looking back on it would be a big deal.
I was never really like, I'm pretty like, I see like a lot of extreme movies and stuff like that. I never felt that Secretary was a boundary pushing movie, and because they deal with all like the romance is very ethereal.
Yep.
It's not kind of like done in a lusty, 50 Shades of Grey style type of way. You either are dealing with her own, psychological transformation, and he's kind of like standoffish. So it almost felt more like I hate to say it, like a watered down Todd Solondz film.
I get that.
Like a little bit like that, or maybe whoever, I know you don't like it, but whoever directed like Teeth. Like it just had that kind of like quirky indie feel, IFC. You know, I'm curious as to how good it could look, because I don't know if it's never had a great transfer. But I don't know.
And it's a pretty grainy film no matter what.
Yeah. And it was pretty low budget.
Yep.
I believe. I could see like a Telescope putting that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also had on the list, like, I would love to do a real, like, decent release of Body Heat, but that should be obvious. Like, everybody would love to see a good release of Body Heat.
And that's Warner Brothers, right?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure it's Warner Brothers. And I mean, you've got Lawrence Kasdan, who's still around.
Right.
What you busy doing? You
know? So then my smaller titles that I think these are at least slightly more realistic. I know some of these
titles, yes.
Some of these may not be very realistic, but I'll throw these out there quickly because this is a very long show. Sea of Love from 1989 with Al Pacino would be one.
Already having Kino. Sorry to beat you to it.
I understand, but a good release. That's what I'm getting at with all of these. I want to fix what people have done for a lot of these.
Okay.
To go more in like the Skinemax side, Devil in the Flesh from 1998 with Rose McGowan, I feel like would be a really nice like first wave title.
Can I up that? Can we do the double pack?
I mean, you can, but I was just being realistic. Yes, you can.
If you're going to get Rose McGowan, you can get Jodie Lynn O'Keefe.
Sure.
Yeah.
I would love it.
You get Freeway too.
And then everybody's going to laugh, but the last thing I wrote down was just please anything Shannon Tweed.
The Shannon Tweed filmography and the Coreys are like the two weird, like no one can get these movies. Because the fact is, have we had a Shannon Tweed boutique release of anything? I don't think we have. I'm not saying like she's there, she's in the background or something like that. I'm talking about a featured Shannon Tweed humping a gun or something like that. Like, I don't think there's been one. And you'd think Vinegar Syndrome, you'd think there'd be a VSA or a Vinegar Syndrome or Kino, someone. And there's none.
Nope, not really.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, again, if this were 20 years ago, someone's just going to say, well, there's no value in it. No one's going to buy that stuff. But everything comes out now. So, like, no one's like, who was it Cult Epics that put out Virgin High?
Virgin High?
It was the double bill. It was Virgin High and then...
that was Culture Shock releasing.
Culture Shock. What happened with their, like, late night Skinemax or late night classics? Late night classics. What happened with that?
I mean, they've dropped one title since they went to TerraVision last summer, and I don't mean summer like 3 months ago. I mean summer 2023.
I was going to say, you should know this. You're with TerraVision.
Oh, I know the answers. I just can't say.
Oh, you know the answers. Okay. You're like, yeah, they didn't. Yeah.
This has been really fun.
It's been a lot of fun. That's when we can go so late because we just get into it. And it's like, hey, why don't we do this?
Anything you want to shout out before we call it a night?
I mean, I'm so glad I got a chance to come back sooner rather than later, and I'm so flattered that people are still on this chat at this hour. I mean, God bless y'all.
4.5 hours.
Seriously, that's. You know, and I like I said, I had a feeling this was going to be a long one, and I was like, wow, I'm going to be on a classic Disconnected. It's going to be like, you know, this is like a Jeremy episode. We're going to keep going. But, yeah, no, I had a lot of fun. And again, I'm glad we got to do this because I remember like kind of positioning this idea to you, and you were just like, you know, if you come back with yeah, that sounds great. It's like, yeah, I did a good job. And so like, well, maybe we could do it like this.
This has been truly fun. We've had a hell of a night. Tonight we had our first Disconnected Mad Libs. We had like 70 announcements. We had
Caligula.
We had Caligula.
Trial of
We had
Caligula.
epic rant there. The big thing, I shouted out a lot of things. If you are wanting more that you would be seeking out, Oscilloscope interview went up today. The Toby Hooper video went out last Friday. That is literally a mini documentary. It has so many nuggets of information in it. Please go check that out. I've got the current issue of the Physical Media Advocate is out there for everybody to pick up. The all horror issue. Next issue comes out November 15th. Lots that we covered tonight. If you have any questions, please seek me out. The other big things, Mondo Macabro, Deaf Crocodile podcast recording. If you have questions, send them to Craig for Deaf Crocodile. Send them to me for Mondo Macabro. If you want to donate to the family of my friend that passed for Physical Media Community, let me know. The link for PayPal's in the description there. I think that's it. That's too much already.
And don't forget, next Tuesday, if you don't send another reminder, is the Mondo Macabro sale. And because if you miss that on Cafe Flash, someone's going to get upset about that.
It's true. On behalf of Rainy Day Films and Scenes of Skinema, thanks for all your time tonight, everybody. And we will see you on next Thursday. And we'll chat then. Thank you for watching The Disconnected. On the way out, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that you've liked the video, and that you've copied the link to be able to share with someone else that may appreciate this.
The audio commentary. It's a dying art form, but here at One Track Mind, I, your wonky yet affable host Ryan Luis Rodriguez, analyze film through the prism of these embryonic forms of podcasting, one audio commentary at a time. Masterpieces, crapster pieces, live action, animation, cult classics, films literally no one has ever heard of. No track is too small, and no track is too big. Join me and my guests from the entertainment world as we keep these features alive every other Tuesday. Hey, who else is going to discuss Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey one week and Citizen Kane the next? Us, that's who. Sure, you have to put up with my voice, but there's a certain give and take in this industry. That's One Track Mind, part of the Someone's Favorite Productions family and available wherever you get your podcasts.
Thank you for listening. To hear more shows from the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network, please select the link in the description